Chapter 2838. Everyone stared intently at the president. They wanted to know how Fong Qin was able to win. Logically speaking, their pills should be of the same grade and color. But why did the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering choose this young man's pill? The president pointed at Fong Qin and said, "Because he used the most common ingredients to refine the same pill, while the other person used more precious ingredients. Can't you see whose alchemy skills are better?" At this moment, everyone was enlightened and hurriedly looked at Fong Qin's alchemy table. Sure enough, the dark dragon grass was lying there quietly. How is this possible? The person who had tricked the Wei clan's young master was disappointed and could not believe what had happened. "I don't believe it," he suddenly shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Swoosh! At this moment, a cold fist radiance shot toward him. "We haven't settled the score between us yet." The person who spoke was the young master of the Wei clan. Although Fong Qin had obtained the final victory, the young master of the Wei clan was even more infuriated by the fact that this person had first taken care of him and then secretly killed Fong Qin. Get lost! He had been confident and thought that he could get the poisonous adversity divine pill, but who would have thought that it would end like this? When he saw the Wei clan's young master attacking him, he shouted angrily. "Pucci!" The Wei clan's young master forced the person back with a punch. Suddenly, an evil aura flashed across his body. Fiend Blood Tribe. Seeing this, the higher-ups of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering were furious. The Wei clan's experts, who had been hiding in the dark, also suddenly appeared. How dare the Fiend Blood Tribe sneak into the Poison Adversity City? You are courting death. Under the siege of so many people, the person was unable to resist and died instantly. After taking his revenge, the Wei clan's young master turned to look in the direction of Fong Qin and suddenly found that he was nowhere to be seen. What happened? He had searched the entire Poison Adversity City, but could not find any trace of Fong Qin. He snorted and looked at the president. "I didn't expect the Fiend Blood Tribe to sneak into the alchemy competition to get the poisonous adversity divine pill," the president said coldly. "President, we don't know where the first place went in the chaos. Should we restart the competition?" The Wei clan's higher-ups asked. "Let us discuss this for a few days," the president said apologetically. "I'm sorry, everyone. Something like this happened during the alchemy competition. Please return." The higher-ups of the Poison Adversity Elixir Association entered the 9-story pavilion, leaving behind the helpless crowd. In a hidden mountain outside Poison Adversity City. "Damn it, we are to be discovered. Humph, this idiot. Even if we lose the competition, there's no need for us to expose ourselves. Now the Poison Disaster Pill Association is already on guard against us. There's also the Wei clan eyeing us from the side. Our plan is even more obstructed. Let's not act rashly for now. Our main goal is that weapon. After we obtain the weapon, we will forcefully break into the Poison Disaster Pill Assembly and seize the Poison Disaster Divine Pill." After this battle, the Fiend Blood Tribe gradually quieted down. Under the pitch-black night sky, Fong Qin stood alone on a mountain peak, gazing off into the distance at the waning lights of Poison Disaster City. He suddenly understood. 2. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Then a figure walked out of the darkness. It was the president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. "President." Fong Qin cupped his fists. He was about to explain, but the president waved his hand to stop him. "I know you are worried about the Wei clan's revenge." "I understand," the president said with a smile. "I can die in peace now that I have discovered such a genius in alchemy like you." The president could see that Fong Qin's alchemy skills were similar to the alchemists of the ancient times. He was even more convinced that Fong Qin would be the best candidate to be the next president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. The president took out a jade box and handed it to Fong Qin. This is the legendary Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill. Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill. Fong Qin was overjoyed. He opened the box and looked at it. There were complicated patterns on the black pill. It gave off an ancient aura. Strictly speaking, this pill cannot be called the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, the president said. Why? That's because the real Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill had already been eaten by the previous president in the ancient times. The Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill in your hands right now is merely an imitation of the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill that was refined later on. The president said, however, even if it is a fake Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, its effect is still beyond your imagination. This pill has been passed down to the present day and has been passed down by every guild master. From today onwards, you will be the 79,000th president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering, the president said. He asked for Fong Qin's name and then sent a mark into Fong Qin's forehead. This was the experience of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering over the countless years. It was a peerless alchemy recipe that everyone envied. Fong Qin, are you willing? The president asked. I am willing. Fong Qin nodded. Since he had obtained the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, he naturally had to do something for the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. Your task is to go into hiding. When you are strong enough, you will rebuild the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering, the president said. The president warned, but don't be anxious. You must wait until you are strong enough to reveal your identity. Otherwise, your enemies will kill you. Definitely. All right, take the pill and leave this place quickly. The president and Fong Qin talked for a long time. They talked about the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering in the ancient times until dawn. That night, Fong Qin learned a lot about the secrets of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. Before dawn, Fong Qin bowed deeply to the president 3 times and then turned to leave. I hope I did not misjudge you. The president laughed. After Fong Qin obtained the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, he left Poison Adversity City and went into hiding. Not long after, there was a fierce battle in Poison Adversity City. The Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering took the initiative to attack and started a life and death battle with the Fiend Blood Tribe. In the end, the Fiend Blood Tribe defeated the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering with an overwhelming advantage. It was said that the Wei family was involved in this. They hated the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering and wanted to get their hands on the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Gathering. In the end, they joined the battle and destroyed the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. After that, the Fiend Blood Tribe left Poison Adversity City. From then on, the Poison Adversity City was completely under the control of the Wei family. In a hidden mountain range, Fong Qin clenched his fist so tightly that his veins popped out. The Wei family and the Fiend Blood Tribe. Fong Qin's heart burned with rage. He would engrave these 2 forces into his memory. One day he would take his revenge. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He then took out the Poisonous Adversity Elixir. Splash! The Poisonous Adversity Elixir melted in his mouth, and its effect spread instantly. The strong venom instantly spread all over Fong Qin's body. His lips turned purple. It was enough to show how strong the Poisonous Adversity Elixir's toxicity was. Crush! Fong Qin was prepared. He activated the poison in his internal organs and collided fiercely with the Poisonous Adversity Elixir. CSISI. It was a one-sided battle. The poison could not pose any threat to the Poisonous Adversity Elixir. After that, Fong Qin used the same method to burn the poison in his blood. Finally, the medicinal effect of the Poisonous Adversity Elixir spread to his limbs and bones. After a while, Fong Qin let out a sigh of relief. The imprint on his forehead flickered and his lips regained their original color. Even though it is not the true Poisonous Adversity Elixir, it is strong enough. In just an hour, his injuries were healed. If he relied on his own efforts to expel the poison, it would take him at least 10 years. The medicinal effect of the poisonous adversity elixir had perfectly fused with his chaotic origin, sword body. This allowed his body to become a true poison body. The current me should be immune to poison, right? Fong Qin laughed happily. Not only were his injuries healed, he was immune to poison. Furthermore, he had obtained the accumulation of the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Association over the years. His harvest was huge. The only thing that made him sad was that the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Association was completely destroyed. The association master and others died on the battlefield. There will be a day when I rebuild the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Association. At that time, the world will be shocked. Fong Qin stood up and looked up at the sky. He muttered to himself, with the powerful accumulation of the Poisonous Adversity Elixir Association, Fong Chen's path of concoction could be said to be a meteoric rise. Even an alchemist who had cultivated for 1 trillion years could not compare with him. In the future, a powerful alchemist was destined to rise in the immemorial primal chaos and shock the entire primal chaos world. But now he was too weak and needed to keep a low profile. Chapter 2839. The effect of the poisonous calamity divine pill was far more than that. On the 3rd day after swallowing the divine pill, Fong Chen's body shook. The heavenly energy in the void crazily poured into his body. The entire mountain range fell into chaos. His primordial spirit felt that the power of the void seemed to be integrating into his primordial spirit. Dong! His mind shook and his body began to transform. Fong Chen was pleasantly surprised because he knew that the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time had finally disappeared under the effect of the poisonous calamity divine pill. Now he was breaking through to the life ancient realm. Am I going to break through? Fong Chen was very excited, but he still suppressed it. He took a deep breath and calmly absorbed the heavenly energy in the void. Breaking through from the star ancient realm to the life ancient realm was a fundamental change. After reaching the life ancient realm, one could change one's fate, and the primordial spirit would completely transform. Fong Chen's primordial spirit had long reached the emperor realm, far surpassing other martial artists in the same realm. Therefore, the process of breaking through was easier. It took almost no effort to break through to the life ancient realm. After a long while, the mountain range returned to calm. A terrifying vortex appeared around Fong Chen's body, and the vortex emitted extremely rich heavenly energy. Huff! Fong Chen took a deep breath. With a thought, the heavenly energy around him surged into his body. At the same time, he felt the power of faith in the Shura universe crazily pouring into his mind. Ancient Saint Chaos, Shura universe. Since Fong Chen's avatar was captured, the bone progenitor had been sitting here. Suddenly, he felt the change in the Shura universe. After thinking for a moment, he was overjoyed. He knew that Fong Chen must have broken through. What a spectacular scene! The bone progenitor murmured. My disciple must have broken through to an extraordinary realm. At the same time, the Shura universe had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Before this, the Shura universe was already considered the top among the many miniature universes. Now, after the metamorphosis, the Azura universe's laws had undergone a tremendous change. The most important change was the increase in heavenly energy. As a result, the god realm of the Shura universe was completely different from the miniature universes, such as the Milky Way universe. Simply put, the deity world of the Azura cosmos could give birth to cosmos gods. It was unlike other miniature universes where there would not be a single cosmos god in 1,000,000 years. Dong! Fong Chen's body shook. After absorbing all the power of faith, he suddenly opened his eyes. I made a breakthrough. Fong Chen felt relaxed. After breaking through to the life ancient realm, his strength had once again increased. Now, I can even fight against a star venerable. Fong Qin said confidently. By relying on his invincible sword Dao and his Emperor-class nascent divinity, he had become the most powerful and invincible life ancient expert in all of history. He stood there proudly, looking up at the void. The Lost Mountain Range was a mysterious mountain range. The Fiend Blood Tribe had launched a large-scale attack to search for the weapon left behind by the Saint God in the Lost Mountain Range. It's time for revenge. Fong Chen muttered to himself as he stepped into the Lost Mountain Range. He did not conceal his aura. His Emperor-class nascent divinity spread out, and his huge divine sense instantly covered the entire mountain range. He immediately discovered that many Fiend Blood Tribe members had gathered together to search for the weapon. Deep in the mountain range. Brother Shan, is the weapon really here? Yes, we've been searching for it for a long time, but we still have no clue. The Poison Disaster Pill Association has been destroyed, and the Poison Disaster Divine Pill is nowhere to be found. Now, we can only do our best to search for the weapon. The members of the Fiend Blood Tribe were very anxious. The leader of the Fiend Blood Tribe was called Xue Shan. He was the commander of this attack on the Wisdom Cloud Continent. His cultivation had reached the limit of the Life Ancient Realm, and his combat power was comparable to a star venerable. Under the premise that the Saint God did not dare to make a move, his attack power was enough to sweep across the Wisdom Cloud Continent. It's not that easy to find the weapon of the Saint God, Xue Shan said in a deep voice. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a vast aura in the air. Xue Shan frowned and stared ahead. Through the towering tree, he saw a human warrior walking toward him. A human warrior? Brother Shan, he's just a human warrior at the Life Ancient Realm. There's no need to be afraid of him. That's right. Let me kill him. During this period of time, many members of the Fiend Blood Tribe had been searching for the weapon, and they had been feeling very lonely. Now that they saw a human warrior making a move, they immediately attacked. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Fiend Blood Tribe member appeared in front of Fong Qin. Stupid human! Why didn't you take the right path to heaven? Why did you have to come here to die? Boom! The Fiend Blood Tribe member attacked directly. An extremely powerful force emerged in the air, and the extremely evil Fiend Blood aura condensed into a long spear. It whistled as it shot toward Fong Qin. Seeing this, Fong Qin's face was calm. There was no trace of fear on his face. You're dead meat. The Fiend Blood Tribe member sneered and increased his attack power. Oh no! Xue Shan's eyelids twitched. He seemed to have realized something, and he quickly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fong Qin had already attacked. With a simple punch, not only did he shatter the Fiend Blood Tribe's long spear, but he also killed the Fiend Blood Tribe member. Crash! Many members of the Fiend Blood Tribe were completely shocked. They stared at Fong Qin, dumbfounded. Only Xue Shan's face darkened. He knew that this person was not ordinary. After killing the Fiend Blood Tribe member, Fong Qin acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to move forward. Human, are you courting death? Xue Shan scolded coldly. Courting death? Fong Qin shrugged his shoulders. If you can kill me, I'll admit defeat. Human, you're too arrogant. Fong Qin's words angered the members of the Fiend Blood Tribe. Many of them attacked him together. Boom! They were too weak. They could not withstand Fong Qin's powerful force. When he threw out a punch, the heavens and the earth shook. Dong! The entire earth shook and the space was distorted. Corpses fell from the sky and blood stained the earth. Fong Qin lifted his head and looked at Xue Shan. Are you still not going to attack? Who the hell are you? Xue Shan's heart was filled with emotions. He could not imagine what kind of monster this guy was. He was only at the early Life Ancient Realm, but the strength that he had displayed was too strong. Damn it! Xue Shan was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, his face darkened. He cursed. You killed my people. So what? Even you will die in my hands, Fong Qin said calmly. Ha ha ha, stupid human. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I started my cultivation. Xue Shan laughed crazily. He had regained his confidence. If your human gods came, I might be afraid. But you want to kill me? Dream on. Facts have proven that arrogant people die earlier than others, Fong Qin said. You, Xue Shan was enraged. He stomped his feet, and a terrifying aura exuded from his body. You shouldn't have angered me, Xue Shan. Xue Shan said coldly, now that you forced me to make a move, you'll only have death awaiting you. Xue Shan looked down at Fong Qin from above with an invincible aura. Although I'm only at the life ancient realm, I can fight against early star venerables. You're just an ant in front of me, Xue Shan said disdainfully. Fong Qin shook his head. No matter how strong you are, you're just a life ancient realm martial artist. What was invincible in the life ancient realm? Fong Qin's next move had truly illustrated this point. Xue Shan was monstrous enough, but under Fong Qin's attack he had no power to fight back. In the blink of an eye, Xue Shan had the thought of escaping. Bang! Unfortunately, he had only taken a few steps when he was kicked back by Fong Qin. You can only fight against early star venerables, but I can kill them. After Fong Qin said this, he brandished his sword and attacked. Gulp! Xue Shan's head was cut off, and his primordial spirit was shattered. At this point, all the fiend blood tribe that had infiltrated the Jin continent were dead. This is just some interest. One day, I'll destroy your fiend blood tribe with my own hands, Fong Qin said softly as he looked at Xue Shan's corpse on the ground. Xue Shan wasn't weak, but unfortunately he met Fong Qin, who had broken through to the life ancient realm. This was fate. In other words, it was the cycle of karma. Chapter 2840. The Fiend Blood Tribe had invaded the Jin continent in order to retrieve Her Eminence's lost weapon and destroy the Poison Disaster Pill Association to take the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. Their plan was about to succeed, but Fong Qin's appearance had completely disrupted their plan. Xue Shan's death had completely announced the failure of the Fiend Blood Tribe's plan. Fong Qin stepped over Xue Shan's corpse and looked into the depths of the mountain range with his dark eyes. The void there was chaotic, as if everything was unusual. Her Eminence's lost weapon? Fong Qin murmured. After being in the Jin continent for so long, he had asked around in detail. Her Eminence's lost weapon was most likely in this mountain range. Where is it? Fong Qin's divine sense spread out and covered the entire mountain range. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary life ancient realm martial artist's primordial spirit was at the peak of the king realm. His primordial spirit was at the emperor realm, so it was very powerful. With a thought, the entire mountain range was in his sight. Soon he found that something was wrong. The void in the depths of the mountain range was somewhat chaotic, and the heavenly energy there seemed to be a little thin. Let's go and have a look. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he jumped and came here. It seems that something is secretly absorbing the heavenly energy. Fong Qin was certain that Her Eminence's lost weapon was here. It was also the weapon that was secretly absorbing the heavenly energy. However, what puzzled Fong Qin was where the weapon was hidden, and why his divine sense could not find it. Master, I can feel it. An excited voice came from the hidden star sword. Hearing this, Fong Qin's face lit up. Where is it? Whoosh! The hidden star sword left Fong Qin's hand and soared into the sky. A dazzling sword light burst out from the sword's body. When it soared into the sky, it changed its direction, and the tip of the sword pointed downwards. It swooped down at lightning speed. Whoosh! The sword light instantly shrouded the chaotic void below. The entire void was trembling as if it would be shattered by the sword light at any time. Fong Qin, who was not far away, suddenly understood the meaning of the hidden star sword. Force it out. Fong Qin murmured. Sure enough, the The Hidden Star Sword had the same idea as him. It used its powerful sword chi to cut off the surrounding heavenly energy, oppressing the void and making it appear. Crack! After cutting off the power of the heavenly way for only a quarter of an hour, signs of an explosion suddenly appeared in the void and cracks spread out. Then a wild aura spread out from it. Whoosh! The vortex was born, and a vast amount of energy revolved around it. A long sword gradually emerged from the vortex. A speck of starlight lingered on the tip of the sword, giving it an imposing aura. Your Eminence's lost weapon. Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly sense that the sword seemed to contain a trace of Her Eminence's aura. The owner of the weapon is at least a holy venerate, Fong Chen said confidently. Judging from the aura emitted by the sword, the owner of the weapon was definitely not an ordinary god. Whoa! At this moment, the Hidden Star Sword issued a resonant sword cry. At the same time, it frantically urged its own sword Dao power to suppress the long sword. Boom! The long sword started to resist and tangled with the star hidden sword. Condense. Fong Chen activated his supreme ancestral eye, and the power of his ancestral eye surged out crazily. It instantly wrapped around the long sword and froze the void. Although the long sword's grade was much higher than the Hidden Star Sword, it had been lost here for a long time. Therefore, it was caught off guard and was frozen by Fong Chen's supreme ancestral eye. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Hidden Star Sword suppressed the long sword with a powerful force. Dong! A surging force came out of the long sword. Fong Chen's palms danced quickly, forming one complicated seal after another, completely sealing the long sword. Phew! When the long sword stopped resisting, Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The long sword fell from the void, and Fong Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Whoa! Suddenly he felt a cool aura passing through his palm and into his body. He felt extremely comfortable. He looked at the long sword seriously and found that there were complicated runes on the body of the sword. At the same time, there were two bold and powerful words. Ancient Blade. Fong Chen muttered these two words. This must be the name of the long sword. The name of the sword was Ancient Blade, and it was extremely sharp. After that, Fong Chen threw the long sword into Ming Cave Mountain and did not pay much attention to it. Don't worry. When we return to the ancient frigid sect, I will let you devour it. Fong Chen comforted the excited Hidden Star Sword. When the long sword heard this, it became silent. Podversity City. What? The Fiend Blood Tribe is attacking Podversity City? When Fan Zhe and Fan Ming heard this, their faces changed. Soon they made a decision. The Fiend Blood Tribe has been forced to retreat. This is the best opportunity. Fan Zhe smiled. Yes. After we destroy the Fiend Blood Tribe, we will look for Honorable God's lost weapon. At that time, we can go back and report back. Fan Ming said. The Podversity City governor did not say anything. Soon, Fan Zhe and Fan Ming left Podversity City and headed to the mountain where Honorable God's lost weapon was. A few days later, a huge mountain appeared before Fan Zhe and Fan Ming's eyes. According to the information that we have, it should be here. Fan Ming said, "Let's go." Fan Zhe said in a low voice. The two of them, one after the other, quickly entered the mountain range. At that moment, Fong Chen, who had gained a lot, had checked the entire mountain. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, his spiritual consciousness moved, and he found Fan Zhe and Fan Ming. What are they doing here? Fong Chen was puzzled. Are they here for the ancient blade? When he thought of this, Fong Chen's face showed a sinister smile. He took out the ancient blade and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, the ancient blade released a powerful sword chi that wreaked havoc in the surrounding void. Swoosh! Fong Chen's body faded into the void. Fan Zhe and Fan Ming were searching when they suddenly felt a sharp and overbearing sword chi. Did you feel it? Fanja asked. Fan Ming nodded. Such a powerful sword chi. Could it be the lost weapon of the honorable god that we are looking for? The two of them looked at each other excitedly. Their bodies flashed, and they shuttled through the void. They quickly rushed in the direction of the ancient blade. In the blink of an eye, they saw the ancient blade that was stabbed into the ground. What a powerful sword chi! I can feel that the long sword contains the aura of the honorable god. Fanja and Fan Ming were very happy. They stopped 100 meters away from the ancient blade and looked at it carefully. Fanja felt that something was wrong. The long sword emitted such a powerful sword chi that it should have attracted the fiend blood tribe. Why was it so quiet here? Had the situation changed? Could it be a trick of the fiend blood tribe? Fanja asked. So what if it is? The weapon is right in front of us. As long as we get it, no one will be our match unless the fiend blood tribe is at the level of the honorable god. Fan Ming said confidently. After hearing Fan Ming's words, Fanja no longer hesitated. The two of them slowly approached the ancient blade. When they came in front of the ancient blade, Fanja was very excited. He grabbed the sword hilt and tried to pull it out with all his strength. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The void around the ancient blade suddenly exploded. Terrifying sword chi rushed into Fanja's body. Bang! Fanja's body flew out and blood spurted into the sky. His clothes were tattered and he was in a mess. Brother! Fan Ming shouted. At the same time, he looked around warily and asked, Are you okay? Fanja got up from the ground. He looked gloomy and said coldly, I'm fine. There is something strange about the sword. Be careful. Fan Ming nodded. After learning from Fanja's mistake, he held the ancient blade carefully. Although he was prepared, he was still injured by the explosion. Bang! Fan Ming's body flew out as well. What happened? The two brothers looked at each other and were puzzled. Boom! A gray aura suddenly appeared in the area. In an instant, a powerful illusion appeared and wrapped the two of them up. Be careful! It's an illusion! Fanja shouted. At the same time, he attacked the illusion wildly. At the same time, a voice came from the illusion. Long time no see. How are you? Chapter 2841. The moment they saw Fong Qin, Fanja and Fan Ming shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible, it's impossible. This is an illusion. What I saw is fake. At that time, Fong Chen was restrained by the bloodline of the fiend blood tribe, and then Fanja personally attacked and severely injured Fong Chen. Although they did not see him die with their own eyes, there was no way he could survive in such a situation. All along, Fanja and Fan Ming thought that Fong Chen had died long ago, but now he was standing right in front of them, alive and well. Humph! Pretending to be mysterious. After a moment of panic, Fanja came to his senses and steadied himself. He snorted and immediately launched a powerful attack. Boom! Fong Chen's figure instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Fanja laughed loudly. However, only a second later, Fong Chen's figure condensed again. Damn it! Fanja roared angrily. He punched wildly and kept attacking every corner of the illusion, trying to kill all of Fong Chen's illusions. After a long while, Fanja stopped attacking. He was panting and his forehead was full of sweat. At this moment, a voice sounded. Have you had enough? Crash! Fong Qin appeared in front of Fanja and Fan Ming. Fan Ming immediately attacked and wanted to kill Fong Qin, but this time the latter did not give them the chance. Crash! The illusion suddenly changed. Fan Ming's attack missed and could not hit Fong Qin at all. Instead, he was sent flying by Fong Chen's punch. This is not real. Fan Ming shook his head frantically and got up from the ground. Puchi! The hidden star sword shot from a distance, easily cutting through Fan Ming's attack and piercing into Fan Ming's body. Hiss! Hiss! The powerful sword principal power kept eroding Fan Ming's body. The power in his body was suddenly exhausted like a flood. Pucci! Fan Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and his body swayed. How is this possible? He looked in front of him in disbelief. Fang Chen was walking toward him step by step with a faint smile. How are you still alive? At this moment, Fan Ming finally believed that the Fang Chen before him was not an illusion. All of this was a trap that he had set up to deal with them. None of you are dead yet, so why would I die first? Fang Chen said coldly. Fan Zhe rushed over from the side, but unfortunately he didn't even have the chance to launch an attack before he was chopped into two halves by the hidden star sword. The ball of light floated in midair. It wanted to rush out of the illusion, but it lost itself in an instant. Big brother! Fan Ming shouted, but it was to no avail. Fan Zhe's primordial spirit light ball landed in Fang Chen's palm. Originally, I had no enmity with you, but you secretly colluded with the Fiend Blood Tribe and wanted to kill me. Fang Chen looked at Fan Ming mockingly and said, The moment you made a move on me, you should have expected today's outcome. No, Fan Ming roared with a ferocious expression. So you must die today. Fan Ming's heart was filled with fear. Fang Chen's cultivation had broken through, and his strength had increased greatly. He could kill his big brother with a wave of his hand, which made him want to retreat. Crack! In front of Fan Ming, Fang Chen squeezed hard and crushed Fan Zhe's primordial spirit. Big brother! Fan Ming screamed miserably. His eyes were scarlet and murderous intent surged in his heart. However, he didn't attack Fang Chen. Instead, he chose to escape from this place. Swoosh! Fan Ming's body turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. Go ahead and run. If you can escape from the illusion, it's my loss. Fang Chen shrugged and said disdainfully, Whoosh! 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 Fan Ming used all his strength and used his trump card. He even burned his blood essence to reach his maximum speed. I'll be safe as long as I escape from this place. I don't believe that he dares to attack me in front of so many people. Fan Ming thought to himself. However, no matter how hard he tried to escape, he couldn't escape from the illusion. How is this possible? Fan Ming's heart was filled with unwillingness. He used his mind to burn more than half of his blood essence. His speed soared again. At the same time, the power in his body surged as he tried to force his way out of the illusion. However, he still underestimated Fang Chen's means. Fang Chen had great attainments in the art of illusion. In addition, he had the supreme ancestral eye. Even a star venerable would find it difficult to break through the illusion, let alone Fan Ming. Go! Fang Chen patted the hidden star sword gently. The hidden star sword let out a deafening sword cry. It whizzed through the void and chased after Fan Ming. After a while, a miserable cry was heard. The hidden star sword returned to Fang Chen's side. There was a little blood on the sword. Through the heavy fog, Fang Chen saw the scene of Fan Ming's primordial spirit shattering. You asked for it, Fang Chen muttered. If they hadn't secretly colluded with the evil blood tribe to deal with him, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Buzz! The illusion dissipated, and the ancient sword was put away. Fang Chen stepped on the hidden star sword and left the mountain range. The vast Xiyun continent gradually calmed down. The evil blood tribe's plan had failed, so they didn't dare to attack for the time being. The Wei family had been looking for Fang Chen. Unfortunately, after he killed Fan Ming and Fan Zhe, he had returned to the ancient cold sect through the teleportation formation in Podversity City. The trip to the Xiyun continent had come to an end. This mission had taken a long time, which Fang Chen hadn't expected. Splash! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen came out of the teleportation formation. Suddenly, he felt strange gazes looking at him. Then, some official disciples hurriedly left the place. He ignored them and went back to the sparring area to find Elder Tianhan. Have you completed the mission? Elder Tianhan asked. Fang Chen nodded. There were some problems. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. What about Fan Zhe and Fan Ming? Fang Qin pondered for a moment and said, They are dead. Killed by the evil blood tribe? Fang Qin shook his head. The two of them secretly colluded with the evil blood tribe to deal with me. They almost killed me. In the end, I killed them. After thinking about it, Fang Qin decided to tell Elder Tianhan the truth. When Elder Tianhan heard this, he was silent for a moment and said, You did well. This is the reward for your mission. Elder Tianhan handed some star stones to Fang Qin and said, Go back and have a good rest. The news of Fang Chen's return to the ancient cold sect spread quickly. The official disciple area was in an uproar. Countless disciples were waiting for the core disciple to make a move. Sure enough, after a while, that core disciple would speak, telling Fang Qin to quickly bring 100,000 starstones to accept his death. Otherwise, he would die without a proper burial ground. In the sparring area, many sparring partners gathered in the 100th courtyard when they heard that Fang Qin had returned. What's going on? Fang Qin asked. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, Sun Han explained. Sir, when the 1-month time limit was up, the core disciple did not see you. He took his anger out on our sparring area and even said that when you return, he will tear you into pieces. Sun Han said helplessly. During this period of time, our sparring area has suffered heavy casualties. In just a few months, the number of casualties has exceeded the previous 10 years. That core disciple has been secretly pressuring you because of his noble status. He wants to force you to appear. After hearing the whole story, Fang Qin frowned. His face was gloomy. He did not expect to implicate so many sparring partners in the sparring area because of him. At the same time, killing intent surged in Fang Chen's heart. I'm sorry to have implicated you. Fang Qin nodded at everyone. Fang Qin, the other party is a core disciple. He is very powerful. You'd better not be rash. Yes, at most, we will take it on together. So what if he is a core disciple? Can he cover the sky with one hand? Why don't we gather 100,000 starstones and send it to him as an apology? Many sparring partners were thinking of a solution. They did not want to see Fang Qin clash head-on with the core disciple. That would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Sir, the news of your return has already spread in the ancient frigid sect. That guy said that he wants you to bring 100,000 starstones to die. Sun Han said ruthlessly, This guy is too arrogant. Not only does he want 100,000 starstones, but he also wants your life. Fang Qin stood up and looked at everyone. Then he said, Help me send a message. He has 3 days to bring 1 million starstones to the sparring area to apologize. Otherwise, he will die. Chapter 2842. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Fang Chen's words undoubtedly ignited the passion of the ancient frost sect's official disciples. They were incomparably excited, and they were all paying attention to see what the core disciple would do. After all, Fang Qin, as a sparring partner, had suppressed the official disciple's area by himself. This was a great humiliation to them. If Fang Qin could be punished, they would be happy to see it. Not long after Fang Chen's words spread, the core disciple shouted through the air, Interesting. A mere sparring partner dares to ask me to bring 1 million starstones to apologize? The core disciple sneered. 3 days? I'll wait for you here. The core disciple was completely infuriated by Fang Qin. He came from the core area to the official disciples area, waiting to see what Fang Qin would do in 3 days. Everyone, including the official disciples, was waiting to see Fang Qin make a fool of himself. In the sparring area, many sparring partners had grave expressions. Fang Qin directly confronted the core disciple. This was an extremely irrational method. However, he had already made up his mind. It was useless for others to dissuade him. Sun Han, you should persuade Fang Qin. Some of the sparring partners whispered to Sun Han. That's right. That core disciple is called Dingmu. It's said that he stepped into the god level not long ago. Fong Qin is not his match at all. It's not too late to apologize now. If you really wait for 3 days, everything will be over. However, after hearing these people's words, Sun Han shook his head. I believe in Lord. After saying that, Sun Han turned and entered the 100th courtyard. 3 days was neither long nor short. During this time, everyone's gaze was on the 100th courtyard. They were waiting, as if they were thinking of how to deal with it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Finally, under everyone's gazes, Fong Chan walked out of the 100th courtyard. Sun Han followed, closely behind him. He's out. Many sparring partners instantly widened their eyes as they looked at Fong Qin. The time is up. I did not see Ding Mu come with 1,000,000 star stones to apologize. Fong Qin grinned. In that case, I'll go find him. With that, Fong Qin left the sparring area with Sun Han. At the same time, in the official disciple area square, Ding Mu was waiting quietly. Senior brother Ding Mu, I heard that Fong Qin has come out. He seems to be coming for you. I told you that guy was just trying to please the crowd. Once the 3 days are up, he will definitely apologize to senior brother Ding Mu. What a foolish fellow. You were so arrogant back then. Don't you still have to lower your head now? Many people sneered and mocked Fong Qin. Ding Mu raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. I'd like to see what sort of excuse you have. Everyone thought that Fong Qin was here to apologize to Ding Mu, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. On the square, Fong Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly walked forward. Every step he took attracted the attention of countless people. When he arrived in front of Ding Mu, they looked at each other across the air. Ding Mu sneered and looked at Fong Qin, waiting for the latter to speak. I told you to bring 1,000,000 star stones to apologize within 3 days, but you didn't come, Fong Qin said calmly. So what? Ding Mu asked disdainfully. Back then, I told you to bring 100,000 star stones and apologize within a month, but you refused, Ding Mu said. Now, even if you take out 1,000,000 star stones, you will die without a doubt. Ding Mu already had killing intent in his heart, wanting to kill Fong Qin. As a core disciple, it was normal for him to kill a sparring disciple. You killed Fatida, right? Fong Qin wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, Do you know that he was my subordinate? That kind of blind guy deserved to die, Ding Mu cursed. Fong Qin nodded and stretched out his hand. Ding Mu was stunned. He didn't understand Fong Qin's meaning. What about 1,000,000 star stones? Fong Qin asked. Whoosh! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators widened their eyes. Is he crazy? After a short commotion, someone finally couldn't help but cry out. They couldn't understand. How could a sparring disciple be so confident in front of a core disciple? What did you say? Even Ding Mu thought that he had heard wrongly. 1,000,000 star stones, Fong Qin said calmly, ignoring the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. Everyone was discussing. Many people were mocking Fong Qin, thinking that he was overestimating himself. Stupid guy. He actually dares to ask for 1,000,000 star stones in front of senior brother Ding Mu? Who does he think he is? What a joke. After killing a few official disciples, he started to become arrogant and thinks that he is invincible. Just watch. Senior brother Ding Mu isn't someone to be trifled with. 1,000,000 star stones? Why doesn't he go to heaven? Even for a core disciple like Ding Mu, 1,000,000 star stones was an extremely huge sum. However, Fong Qin was asking for such an exorbitant price. Moreover, looking at his serious expression, it seemed that he was determined to ask for star stones. I asked you to bring 1,000,000 star stones to apologize within 3 days. Since you didn't come, I can only come personally, Fong Qin said with a shrug. Ding Mu pointed at himself and laughed out loud. His laughter was very crazy. You want to ask for star stones from me? Why, can't I? Fong Qin asked. Finally, When Fong Chen's voice fell, Ding Mu stopped laughing. His expression gradually became gloomy. He opened his palm, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his palm. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chen. Originally, I thought that as long as you brought 100,000 starstones and kneeled down to beg for mercy, I would cripple your cultivation and get out of the ancient cold sect. Then this matter would be over. However, you don't know what's good for you. From now on, you will be my enemy. Ding Mu had never been soft-hearted towards his enemies. If I, Ding Mu, want to kill you, no one can save you. Ding Mu said coldly, So, are you sure you won't give me starstones? Fong Chen asked again, Do you have the qualifications? With a boom, Ding Mu made his move. His hands were constantly forming seals, and rays of dark light appeared in the sky. When these rays of dark light gathered together, they condensed into a shocking long rod. Ding Mu's big hand reached out and grabbed the illusory long rod in his hand. He swung it forcefully, and the long rod swept across the area. Even the void was trembling. Many cultivators in the surroundings retreated. The power that was emitted from the long rod made them feel extremely pressured. Some weaker cultivators couldn't even withstand it and directly prostrated themselves on the ground. Die. Ding Mu let out a low growl. His long staff carried an unparalleled force as it pressed down on Fong Chen. A powerful force swooped down and surrounded Fong Chen. Seeing this, Ding Mu sneered. Under his all-out attack, Fong Chen would definitely die. Just a half-step star venerable. Originally, people thought that Ding Mu had already stepped into the star venerable realm. However, judging from the aura that he released, he was just a half-step star venerable. Simply speaking, his current realm should be between the life ancient realm and the star venerable realm. He was a half-step star venerable, who was much stronger than the peak life ancient realm experts. The gap between a half-step star venerable and a true star venerable was too big. Fong Chen had been able to kill early-stage star venerables, let alone a mere half-step star venerables. Whoosh! Seeing that the long rod was about to fall, Fong Chen flicked his finger. Starlight lingered on his fingertip. Everyone was dumbfounded as the starlight on his fingertip blocked Ding Mu's long rod attack. Dong! The entire space trembled. The long rod's falling path was blocked. A wild aura burst out. No matter how hard Ding Mu tried, the long rod could not fall. Damn it! Ding Mu cursed. Killing intent surged all over his body. Puchi! The starlight lingering on Fong Chen's fingertip entered the long rod. With a boom, the long rod exploded from the inside and shattered. Dang! 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 Ding Mu quickly retreated. At the same time, Fong Chen took out the hidden star sword and slashed out calmly. Rip! Above the sky, a dazzling sword light appeared. The extremely powerful power of the way of the sword enveloped the entire world. Everyone's hearts trembled, and a storm was set off. Press down! After Fong Chen said this word, the majestic sword light pressed down rapidly. Scram! Ding Mu roared and threw out a punch. Crack! Chapter 2843. Fong Chen suppressed Ding Mu with a single sword strike. No words could describe how stunning Fong Chen was. It was too shocking. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out. Ding Mu was a core disciple of the ancient cold sect. Although he had not truly stepped into the Star Venerate realm, he was at least a half-step Star Venerate. However, he had no power to resist an ancient life realm cultivator. The entire square was dead silent. Everyone stood in their original spots, not moving at all. Only the piercingly cold sword chi in the air proved that they had just gone through a great battle. Even Ding Mu himself had forgotten about the pain. His eyes were cloudy as he stared at the hidden star soared above his head. His heart was in turmoil, and his body was trembling nonstop. Wong! In the void, the sharp and domineering sword chi whizzed over, and the entire world was in a state of oppression. Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked coldly at Ding Mu. Heavens! Dingmu was actually suppressed by him. Is this real? What did I just see? A sparring partner actually suppressed a core disciple? After a while, a thunderous roar erupted from the plaza. Countless cultivators were shouting hysterically. A sparring partner suppressing a core disciple. From a certain perspective, Fong Qin had created a record that no one in the future could reach. He is too strong. No wonder he dared to ask for 1,000,000 star stones from Dingmu. If I were him, I would do the same. A half-step star venerate was suppressed by a single sword strike. If he wanted to kill Dingmu, Dingmu would have died long ago. That's right. This person's strength has exceeded everyone's expectations. His strength has already surpassed that genius from 10,000 years ago. Dingmu kicked an iron plate this time. Let's see how he deals with this. The hearts of many people were filled with shock. However, they endured it and looked at Fong Qin with sparkling eyes. Around the hidden star sword, there was an extremely powerful sword chi. As long as Fong Qin willed it, the sharp blade would cut open Dingmu's head and kill him. However, at this moment, Fong Qin stopped his attack. The sword chi pressed down on Dingmu. How is this possible? After Dingmu recovered from his shock, a bitter smile appeared on his face. His heart was filled with fear as he looked at Fong Qin with dread. He was too strong. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He could feel that if that sword had continued to press down, he would have died without a doubt. Right now, he could only place his hopes on the rules of the ancient frigid sect and hope that this sparring partner would stop attacking. You win. Dingmu shrugged and said helplessly. However, I am a core disciple. If you are to kill me, it will bring you trouble, Dingmu said. He emphasized that he was a core disciple in order to intimidate Fong Qin. Are you threatening me? Fong Qin sneered. I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating a fact. The core disciples are the most elite disciples of the ancient frigid sect. Every death of one is a great loss. Dingmu said calmly. So you're saying that our sparring partners deserve to be killed? Fong Qin asked. For a moment, Dingmu was speechless. Before the battle, you said that you were going to kill me. You even asked me to bring 100,000 star stones to accept your death. You were so arrogant back then. Why are you so scared now? Fong Qin sneered. Fatty was my man, but you killed him mercilessly. From that moment onwards, we will not rest until one of us is dead. Are you really going to attack me? Hearing Fong Qin's words, Dingmu's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice. Bang! The hidden star sword smashed Dingmu with force and sent him flying. A miserable shriek came from his mouth. His head was covered in blood. Dingmu climbed up from the ground in a sorry state and glared at Fong Qin. Of course, I won't let you die like this. Fong Qin sneered. If I don't see 1,000,000 star stones in 3 days, you can wait for death. After speaking, Fong Qin added, Don't think of asking others for help. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying your body and soul. Whoosh! As he spoke, Fong Qin flicked his finger, and a ray of light entered Dingmu's body at lightning speed. Dingmu's face turned hideous, and his body trembled. What did you do to me? Dingmu roared in anger. If I don't see the star stones in 3 days, your body will completely rot and your primordial spirit will gradually dissipate. Fong Qin said, Don't think of asking others for help. No one in the ancient cold sect can cure my poison. After swallowing the poisonous calamity divine pill, Fong Qin's body had become poisonous. His blood contained extremely strong poison. Even a supreme god expert couldn't cure his poison. You! Dingmu roared in anger. He was shocked to find that the poison in his body had begun to spread and his internal organs were being corroded. What kind of poison is this? Why is it so powerful? Dingmu's heart was filled with fear. He glared at Fong Qin fiercely and then turned to leave. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause resounded in the square. Fong Qin's performance had completely conquered all the official disciples. At this moment, Even the official disciples who were filled with resentment towards Fangchen were willing to applaud him. An early life ancient realm sparring partner was actually able to suppress a core disciple with a single sword strike. This method was enough to go down in history. Fangchen returned to the sparring area under the support of all the sparring partners. The entire sparring area was in an uproar. They gathered the star stones they had accumulated over the years and held a luxurious banquet for Fangchen. Elder Tianhan also came to the banquet. He nodded at Fangchen with a smile on his face. Fangchen also felt the change in Elder Tianhan's attitude towards him, but he didn't say anything. Fangchen, let me toast you. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that a peerless genius like you would appear in our sparring area. Yeah, today is the happiest day I've had in the sparring area for countless years. In the past, I was always looked down upon by the ancient Frost sect disciples. Today, I can finally hold my head up high. Even that person from 10,000 years ago can't compare to you. At the banquet, countless sparring partners came to drink with Fangchen. Fangchen didn't refuse any of them and smiled brightly. After 3 rounds of drinking, Elder Tianhan came to Fangchen and said, "The higher-ups have already noticed you. They are very satisfied with your performance." Fangchen nodded. Elder Tianhan continued, "It won't be long before you can shake off your status as a sparring partner and become a true core disciple. Let me congratulate you first. I didn't expect that you would be able to achieve this in such a short time." "Thank you, Elder Tianhan," Fangchen said. "Right, what are you going to do with Dingmu?" Elder Tianhan suddenly asked. "I went out to do a mission and missed my appointment with him. Then I vented my anger on the sparring partners in the sparring area. This person is too evil and likes to bully the weak. Also, Fatty can't die for nothing," Fangchen said in a low voice. "You want to kill Dingmu?" Elder Tianhan was a little surprised. He originally thought that Fangchen would let Dingmu go after getting 1,000,000 star stones. 1,000,000 star stones isn't a small amount. If Dingmu can get it, I suggest that you let him go, Elder Tianhan said. Dingmu also has an elder behind him. It won't be easy to deal with this matter if it gets out of hand. Fangchen shook his head. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. I'm just reminding you. After Dingmu returned to the core area today, he immediately found the elder behind him and asked him to expel the poison from his body. Once the poison in his body is expelled, he definitely won't give you any star stones. You have to plan well. After Elder Tianhan finished speaking, he turned and left. Fangchen watched him leave and grinned. It's a pity that my poison isn't an ordinary poison. Even if the elder behind him attacked with his full strength, I'm still confident. In a courtyard in the core area, Dingmu's internal organs were severely corroded. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and there was an elder behind him. The elder's hands were on his back, helping him expel the poison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A vast power rushed into Dingmu's body and fought against the poison. Kacha! However, this power was devoured by the poison in just one move. Then, the poison spread throughout Dingmu's body without any restraint. Puchi! Suddenly, the elder suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed. Elder! Dingmu opened his eyes and hurriedly called out. The elder's eyes were filled with fear. I've never seen such a domineering poison. It's too powerful. Hearing this, Dingmu was very anxious. Could it be that even the elder can't do anything? The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lightly shook his head. I can't do anything either. The poison is spreading in your body, and it will corrode your entire body in a few days. Prepare the star stones. There's no other way. Chapter 2844. In fact, it wasn't just the official disciple area. The core area was also in an uproar. Many cultivators who had a good relationship with Dingmu were puzzled when they learned that he had been heavily injured by a sparring partner. However, when they understood the ins and outs of the matter, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine how an ancient life realm sparring partner could be so powerful. At this moment, they all thought of the sparring partner who had appeared out of nowhere a few years ago. Now, he had become a legendary expert of the ancient frigid sect. Could it be that another Emohong has appeared? Even the Emohong from 10,000 years ago couldn't have such terrifying battle prowess in the same realm, right? That's right. Although Ding Mu hasn't stepped into the Star Venerate realm, he's still a half-step Star Venerate. He's invincible in the ancient life realm. Yet he was heavily injured by this sparring partner called Fangchen. How terrifying! Just what kind of person is he? For a time, the core area was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing Fangchen. Time passed. 3 days later, Ding Mu appeared in the official disciple area, causing a huge commotion. What's going on? Isn't that Elder Ding? He's bringing Ding Mu to the sparring area. Is he looking for Fangchen to ask for an explanation? This is too much. Is he using an elder to suppress Fangchen? When many official disciples saw this scene, they all followed Elder Ding and Ding Mu to the sparring area. Where is Fangchen? Elder Ding stopped an ordinary sparring partner and asked in a deep voice. The sparring partner stammered and pointed at the 100th courtyard where Fangchen was. Fangchen. Ding Mu's voice reverberated through the entire sparring area, sounding mighty and mighty. Immediately, all the sparring partners gathered in front of the 100th courtyard. Elder Ding? Why has he come here? Elder Ding stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his pitch-black eyes staring at the 100th courtyard. Beside him, Ding Mu's face was pale as he nervously waited for Fangchen to appear. Creak! The door opened and Fangchen strolled out. He glanced at Elder Ding. Then his gaze landed on Ding Mu. Did you bring the Starstone? Fangchen asked. Ding Mu's eyes were filled with madness. Flames of fury burned in his heart, but in the end he forced himself to suppress it. I brought it. Ding Mu said, remove the poison in my body first. Then I will give you the Starstones. As Ding Mu spoke, he took out a spatial ring from his chest and shook it in the air. Are you negotiating with me? Fangchen frowned, somewhat displeased. Ding Mu instantly became anxious. He turned his head and looked at Elder Ding for help. The latter stepped forward and grinned. Young man, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. You and Ding Mu are both members of the ancient cold sect. Why must you hurt each other? Elder Ding's words were flawless, but to Fangchen's ears, they were exceptionally harsh. Take out the antidote. I'll give you the Starstone, Elder Ding said slowly. Fangchen shrugged and said nothing. A cold-killing intent flashed in the depths of Elder Ding's eyes. The surrounding disciples felt their hearts tremble. What sort of poison was this that even Elder Ding was helpless against? It had to be known that Elder Ding was a true god. As for Fangchen, he was only an ancient life realm martial artist. There's nothing to say. I'll only take out the Starstone if I see it. Otherwise, with that, Fangchen turned around and prepared to enter the courtyard. Elder Ding's expression changed. Then he nodded at Ding Mu. Here. The spatial ring instantly shot out. Fangchen stretched out his hand and caught it. He opened it and saw a total of 1,000,000 Starstones. With a thought, he stored these Starstones in Dark Cave Mountain. Then he flicked his finger and a beam of light shot out. Ding Mu hurriedly reached out and caught it. This is the antidote. Ding Mu looked at Fangchen in confusion. The latter ignored him. Although he was suspicious, he still swallowed it. Whoa! After the pill entered his mouth, the medicinal effects quickly spread. His corroded organs began to heal. Seeing this, it wasn't just Ding Mu who was shocked. Even Elder Ding was shocked. A moment later, Ding Mu's injuries were completely healed. The poison in his body had also been completely expelled. He was in high spirits and had regained his usual vigor. After carefully examining Ding Mu and confirming that he was fine, Elder Ding smiled at Fangchen. Little friend, this old man is very interested in this poison of yours. I wonder if you can tell me about it? Don't worry. This old man will definitely thank you. Fong Qin shook his head, refusing Elder Ding's request. How could he not know what Elder Ding was thinking? Seeing how overbearing his poison was, Elder Ding wanted to take it for himself. Unfortunately, he didn't buy it. You don't need to worry. I'm just studying it. Elder Ding waved his hand and smiled. However, Fong Qin still refused. Cupping my fists, this is my unique skill. I won't pass it on to outsiders. Hearing this, Elder Ding's face completely darkened. Kid, don't be so shameless. As an elder of the ancient cold sect, I have a high status. Talking to you is already lowering my status. How can you be so ungrateful? Elder Ding said coldly. Ding Mu, who was at the side, also clamored. Humph, ignorant fellow. You even dare to offend Elder Ding. You're dead meat. In Ding Mu's eyes, sparring partners had the lowest status in the ancient cold sect. They should selflessly contribute to him. Ha! Fong Qin sneered. Since that's the case, I won't force you. Elder Ding's expression changed. He said meaningfully, this old man has been researching a secret skill recently. I've consumed a large amount of star stones and am a little short on money. I wonder if you can lend me some star stones. Don't worry. After I've researched the secret skill, I'll definitely return it double. The surrounding disciples rolled their eyes. Wasn't this too shameless? How could he ask for star stones so brazenly? Sorry, I'm not lending, Fong Qin replied cleanly. Don't go overboard. Do you believe that I won't kill you in front of everyone? Ding Mu roared angrily, threatening Fong Qin. Fong Qin spread out his hands and said disdainfully, You think you can do that? Ding Mu was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move. After all, he was very clear about how terrifying Fong Qin's strength was. The reason why he dared to challenge Fong Qin was because Elder Ding was backing him up. His gaze fell on Elder Ding. Elder Ding, a mere sparring partner dares to treat you like this. Can you tolerate it? If I remember correctly, sparring partners are the lowest in the ancient cold sect. Even if you kill them, the higher-ups won't say anything. This kid is arrogant and has provoked Elder Ding time and time again. He even threatened to wipe out all the disciples in the core area. It's simply unreasonable. The existence of such a person has seriously destroyed the order in the ancient cold sect. Elder Ding, please kill this kid and return peace to the ancient cold sect. Everyone was completely speechless at Ding Mu. They couldn't imagine that a human could be so despicable to such an extent. Elder Ding, who was standing at the side, stared at Fong Qin without blinking. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura was emitted from his body. The entire area became extremely oppressive. Fong Qin felt that his body was restrained and he couldn't move. Is this the power of a divine sovereign? Fong Qin murmured. He was shocked. According to his estimation, Elder Ding's cultivation should have reached the legendary Holy Sovereign realm. He wasn't someone a star sovereign could compare to. In front of Elder Ding, he didn't even have the chance to make a move. However, he wasn't afraid of Elder Ding. He had already guessed that such a situation would happen. When he detoxified Ding Mu, he held back. Elder Ding, are you sure you want to make a move? Fong Qin asked calmly. You asked for it, Elder Ding said. Fong Qin pointed at Ding Mu and said, If you want to see him die with your own eyes, then do it. As soon as Fong Qin finished speaking, Ding Mu started foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. He fainted instantly. What's going on? Elder Ding hurriedly checked Ding Mu's body. Soon his face became gloomier. What did you do to the elixir? Elder Ding asked angrily. Take out the real antidote. Elder Ding's body exuded an unparalleled power, forcing Fong Qin. Chapter 28:45. What do you want? Elder Ding, who was burning with rage, originally wanted to attack and kill Fong Qin. However, he stopped his attack in the end. His aura fluctuated, and a wild gust of wind blew past. His robes fluttered in the wind. He looked at Ding Mu anxiously. You should be asking what Elder Ding wants, right? Fong Chen shrugged and smiled at Elder Ding. Elder Ding's expression changed. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the poison in Ding Mu's body was. Just now, he thought that he could force out half of the poison with his powerful strength, but he failed. Moreover, every time he forced the poison out, the poison would spread faster. This made him very anxious. Hand over the antidote, and I can guarantee that I will not cause trouble for you in the future. In such a short period of time, Ding Mu was already foaming at the mouth, as if he was about to die. His origin spirit was also dispersing. This made Elder Ding even more anxious. Right now, he did not have the time to think about the 1,000,000 star stones. He only wanted to save Ding Mu. Whoosh! Elder Tian Han appeared out of thin air and nodded at Fong Chen. Hand over the antidote. Elder Ding has already promised that he will not cause trouble for you. With Elder Ding's status, he will not lie to you. Elder Tian Han's words were no different from saying that he was present and could be a witness. If Elder Ding turned hostile, he could definitely step forward to protect Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded and directly handed over the other half of the antidote. After all, Elder Tian Han was an elder, and his status was rather high. If he really turned hostile, he would not gain any benefits. After obtaining the antidote, Elder Ding hastily fed it to Ding Mu, and the latter fell unconscious. However, his expression eased a lot, and the poison in his body was quickly dispersing. After a while, his aura stabilized. Seeing this, Elder Ding let out a sigh of relief. He glared fiercely at Fong Chen, and with a flick of his sleeve, he left with Ding Mu. He left behind many cultivators looking at each other in shock. In the 100th courtyard, Fong Chen and Elder Tian Han sat on the stone bench while Sun Han stood beside them and poured tea for them. Elder Tian Han sighed and said, "You've completely become enemies with Elder Ding this time. With his vengeful nature, he will definitely not let this matter rest. It doesn't matter. As long as I don't give him another chance, he won't dare to do anything to me in the ancient frigid sect," Fong Chen said. Elder Tian Han shook his head. "You've underestimated Elder Ding's methods. There's a huge reason why he's able to establish himself in the ancient cold sect. Moreover, you're about to enter the core area and will often see Elder Ding. If he wants to do something to you secretly, he can do it without anyone knowing. However, the identity of a core disciple might be able to intimidate Elder Ding." Fong Chen was stunned. Could it be that the upper echelons of the ancient frigid sect had been paying attention to him and wanted him to become a core disciple? "Listen to me slowly," Elder Tian Han said. At the same time, in the clouds of the void, Ancient Han and Ancestor Han looked at each other and laughed. This guy actually still has such a trick up his sleeve. Ancestor Han laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he laughed so happily because of a junior disciple. He could suppress Ding Mu with one strike. His attacking power is already comparable to a star venerate. Even among the core disciples, he's one of the best, Ancient Han said with a smile. 10,000 years ago, Mo Hong had appeared in the sparring area. 10,000 years later, Fong Chen, who was far more powerful than Mo Hong, had appeared. Ancestor Han was very excited. Back then, Mo Hong had relied on his monstrous talent and used the ancient frigid sect as a springboard to soar into the sky. Now he'd already become a famous expert in the 99 continents under the ancient frigid sect. Moreover, he was quite famous in the immemorial chaotic world. After a period of observation, Sect Master Han Gu believed that whether it was potential or strength, Fong Chen was far superior to Mo Hong. He could imagine how terrifying Fong Chen would be in the near future. Now, it seemed that Ancestor Han's decision back then was really wise. There aren't many people in the younger generation who can make the absolute star sector lord call his brother, Ancestor Han said. Ancestor Frost said, "This guy's potential is monstrous. He needs to experience life and death situations to grow. I'm going to send him to the border continent to train himself." "Isn't it too early?" Ancient Han asked. No, it's not. He can fight across realms, so he has the ability to protect himself. If he can come back alive, he'll definitely be famous, Ancestor Han said. On a certain day, a mysterious phenomenon appeared in the sky of the core region. Deafening thunder resounded throughout the land. Wang Heng had successfully come out of seclusion. He'd broken through the last bottleneck and successfully entered the star, Venerate realm. Congratulations, Wang Heng. Many core disciples came to congratulate him. Even some of the higher-ups and elders had come. Wang Heng's face was full of smiles. He received everyone one by one. After returning to the courtyard, he heard news about Fang Qin. Even though he's just a sparring partner, he's still so outstanding. Wang Heng sighed. The reason he'd been able to break through to the Star Venerate realm was all because of the Wang family's accumulation and the Ice Ancestors' inheritance. However, Fang Qin was different. He'd been alone for so long. He'd overcome many difficulties and obstacles to reach this step by step. It was really not easy. Only he knew how difficult it had been. Wang Heng believed that if the two of them exchanged identities, Fang Qin might have already reached the Saint Venerate realm. From this, it could be seen how monstrous Fang Qin's potential was. With such a big commotion, I think the higher-ups of the ancient Han sect are already paying attention. It won't be long before we can see Brother Fang in the core area, Wang Heng said with a smile. Indeed, half a month later, a piece of news spread throughout the ancient Han sect. Sparring partner Fang Qin had been successfully accepted into the core area because of his outstanding performance. From now on, Fang Qin had transitioned from a sparring partner to a core disciple. This was a qualitative leap. When Fang Qin headed to the core area, many sparring partners were reluctant to part with him. Many official disciples were filled with fear. They even thought that they couldn't casually kill ordinary sparring partners in the future. If Fang Qin turned hostile, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. In short, in less than a year since he'd arrived at the ancient Han sect, Fang Qin had reached this step by step. After arriving at the core area, Fang Qin met an acquaintance. Humph! When Ding Mu saw Fang Qin, he snorted and turned to leave. Knowing Fang Qin's terrifying strength, Ding Mu didn't dare to make a move. However, this didn't stop him from reporting to Elder Ding. Soon, Elder Ding hurried over. A vast aura came from the void. An entire sky froze instantly. Fang Qin. Elder Ding stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Fang Qin. Elder Ding, what can I do for you? Fang Qin asked. Do you still remember what happened in the sparring area? Elder Ding asked. Fang Qin nodded. Elder Ding's face was ferocious as he said coldly, I'm in charge of the daily lives of core disciples. You've offended me. From now on, don't think you'll have a good life. Elder Ding, are you threatening me? Fang Qin frowned. Threatening? Are you worthy? Elder Ding said disdainfully. He had been brooding over the loss of 1 million starstones. Moreover, in front of so many people, this guy actually didn't give him any face at all. This made Elder Ding extremely furious. Even for a paragon like Elder Ding, 1 million starstones wasn't a small amount. In order to cheat the antidote, he took out all his savings and borrowed some starstones from his friends. Only then did he have 1 million. He originally wanted to find an excuse to take the antidote back by force after getting it. However, he failed, so he was very angry. Elder Ding, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Fang Qin directly ignored Elder Ding's threat and turned to leave. Looking at his back, Ding Mu was anxious. Elder Ding, this guy is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him leave like this? That's 1 million starstones. Idiot, if it weren't for you, would this have happened? Elder Ding scolded. Don't think about this. Cultivate properly. Of course, this matter won't end here. My 1 million starstones aren't that easy to get. Chapter 2846. Elder Ding was in charge of the daily life of the core disciples. In the eyes of many core disciples, he had a lot of power. To Elder Ding, Secretly dealing with a core disciple was as easy as flipping his hand. Therefore, when he learned that Fong Chen had become a core disciple, he was secretly delighted. Recently, because of the matter of the 1,000,000 starstones, his old friend also showed faint signs of falling out with him. Now it was finally good. Not only could he take out the 1,000,000 starstones, but he could also get the poison in Fong Chen's hands. It was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Elder Ding was secretly delighted. It was night and the stars were shining. In a courtyard it was brightly lit. Fong Chen and Wang Heng were talking by candlelight. The two talked and laughed. They were in a good mood. After all, it was fate that they met in the ancient cold sect. Ha ha ha! I knew that with Brother Fong's strength you would become a core disciple sooner or later, Wang Heng said with a smile. If Elder Chang and Elder Tianhan hadn't been selfish, Fong Chen would have become a core disciple long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. I'm not as good as Brother Wang Heng, Fong Chen said modestly. He was also surprised to find that Wang Heng had become a star venerable. Wang Heng waved his hand. Brother Fong, don't you know what I'm capable of? If it weren't for the inheritance left by the ancestor, I wouldn't be able to become a star venerable even if I had 100 years. The star venerable was the first stage of the God realm. This stage was mysterious. It was fundamentally different from the life ancient realm. Since ancient times, many geniuses had failed to cross the final mountain and become a God Highness realm expert, even after spending their entire lives trying. Brother Wang, you're too modest. Being able to become a star venerable means that Brother Wang Heng has great potential, Fong Chen said with a smile. Wang Heng grinned and stopped talking about this topic. He changed the topic and asked, Brother Fong, I heard that you cheated Elder Ding of 1,000,000 starstones? That's really satisfying. Elder Ding was in charge of the core disciples' daily lives. Usually, many core disciples were dissatisfied with him. However, because he was an elder, they didn't dare to say anything. After learning that Fong Chen had cheated him of 1,000,000 starstones, they were secretly delighted. Fong Chen and Wang Heng talked a lot that night, about the present and the future. However, early the next morning, Elder Ding suddenly came to Fong Chen with an expressionless face. The sect has issued a mission to send you to the Nile continent, Elder Ding said. What? Hearing this, Wang Heng's face suddenly changed. Elder Ding, is there a misunderstanding? Why would the sect send Brother Fong to the Nile continent? Wang Heng stopped Fong Chen. The Nile continent was simply a wasteland. If a life-ancient realm martial artist went there, they would die in a matter of minutes. This must be Elder Ding's doing. Wang Heng thought to himself. He pulled on Fong Chen's clothes and winked. After the mission was delivered, Elder Ding turned and left. Soon the news spread. Many core disciples were surprised. They didn't expect the sect to give such a dangerous mission to a new core disciple. What was going on? In the end, they thought that Elder Ding must be taking revenge on Fong Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent him to the Nile continent. The Nile continent was just a piece of land for the ancient frigid sect. The level of brutality there was unimaginable. Humph, a mere life ancient realm cultivator. He thinks he can compete with Elder Ding just because he has great potential and won the attention of the upper echelons? What an idiot. Yes, Elder Ding is an elder. He dared to cheat Elder Ding of 1,000,000 starstones. He's simply lawless. Who asked him to be so smug? Now that he's gone to the Nile continent, I'm afraid he'll never come back. It seems that Elder Ding's power is much greater than we thought. He can actually send a core disciple to the Nile continent. For a time, many core disciples in the core area were whispering. Some were worried for Fong Chen, thinking that there must be a conspiracy. Some were gloating. For example, Ding Mu, who was defeated by Fong Chen, was secretly delighted when he heard the news. He even thought that all of this was secretly arranged by Elder Ding. "Kid, you're dead." In the huge core area, everyone's expression changed when they talked about the Nile continent. I didn't expect the competition in the Nile continent to be so cruel. Fong Qin grinned. However, such a cruel environment could stimulate his fighting spirit even more. Along the way, he had squeezed out his potential on the edge of life and death, constantly moving forward and breaking through. Strictly speaking, he liked this feeling very much. "However, I like it very much," Fong Qin said with a smile. Elder Ding thought that his scheme had succeeded, but he didn't know that Fong Qin couldn't wait to go to the Nile continent. Through the historical records in the ancient Cold Sect, Fong Qin already had a deep understanding of the Nile continent. The Nile continent was located at the edge of the ancient Cold Sect's territory. It didn't belong to the 99 continents under the ancient Cold Sect and was considered a continent without a ruler. It was very chaotic. Many powerful sects in the surrounding area wanted to control the Nile continent, but no one wanted to give in. For countless years, there had been constant fighting. Because there were no rules and it was very chaotic, it became a paradise for those outlaws. Over there, as long as your fist was big, you could suppress everything. In the afternoon, Fong Qin received the details of the mission. The sect considered his potential and allowed him to cultivate in the Nile continent for 100 years. Then he took the teleportation array and left the ancient Cold Sect. On a towering mountain peak, Ancestor Han and Sect Leader Han stood with their hands behind their backs, looking into the distance. "I don't know if this is right or wrong." Sect Leader Han muttered with a complicated expression. After all, no matter how monstrous Fong Qin's potential was, he was only an ancient life realm cultivator. Facing the outlaws of the Nile continent, it was difficult for him to protect himself. Even if he could fight those above his level, it would be useless. The difference in level was difficult to make up for with divine techniques. "Don't worry, my judgment won't be wrong," Ancestor Han said with a smile. As the ancestor of the ancient Cold Sect, he had lived for countless eras and had seen many geniuses. He believed in his judgment. Moreover, before I made the decision, I had already discussed it with the Empyrean Star Realm Master. He also agreed to my plan, Ancestor Han said. Hearing this, Sect Leader Han didn't say anything else. Even the Empyrean Star Realm Master agreed. What else could he say? In the core disciple area, Elder Ding's residence. "Elder Ding is amazing. I admire you so much." Ding Mu flattered. "I really want to see that guy die with my own eyes. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance." After entering the Nile continent, Fong Chen would never have the chance to come out again. Ding Mu thought that he would definitely die. "By the way, Elder Ding, what about the 1,000,000 star stones?" Ding Mu asked. "What can we do? There's no need to be so calculative with a dead person, right?" Elder Ding took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Although the 1,000,000 star stones makes my heart ache, as long as I think of this guy dying in the Nile continent, I'm very happy. As for the star stones I owe my old friend, I'll think of a way." Hearing this, Ding Mu's face revealed a trace of a smile. In a mysterious place, the bald old man was guiding Butian in his cultivation. With a flick of his finger, rays of light shot into Butian's body. Then Butian suddenly opened his eyes. "Not bad, you can already completely control the ice demonic puppet." The bald old man smiled and said, "During this period of time, I have already repaired the ice demonic puppet. Now, when you activate the ice demonic puppet, you can already use 50% of its power." "Thank you, Master," Butian thanked. "By the way, Fong Chen went to the Nile continent," the bald old man suddenly said. "What?" Hearing this, Butian's eyes widened, but soon he felt relieved. With his understanding of Fong Chen, there was nothing strange about going to the Nile continent. It was Ancestor Han who arranged for him to go. "The main purpose is to train him," the bald old man said. Butian already knew that his master was entrusted by Ancestor Han to let him get close to Fong Chen. "Ancestor Han is so assured?" Butian asked. Chapter 2847. The ancient cold sex territory was located in the southern part of the primordial chaos. The Nile continent was located in the northern part of the ancient cold sect. There were many experts there, and martial artists died all the time. Of course, many sect secretly fought for it, and it was extremely cruel. The ancient cold sect had once sent Changzhe to the Nile continent, wanting to suppress all the chaos there with his unparalleled strength. But in the end he failed. The reason was simple. The Nile continent was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were even experts comparable to the ancient cold sect master living in seclusion. The ancient cold sect suffered heavy losses in that battle. 2 paragons even died. This directly caused the ancient cold sect to hide in this world for countless years. The 99 continents under their command never increased. On the contrary, the other surrounding factions kept expanding, increasing the number of continents under their command one after another. After recuperating, the ancient cold sect master believed that the ancient cold sect had recovered to its peak strength. He wanted to invade the Nile continent again, but he was stopped by Ancestor Cold. The current situation was very balanced. Once the ancient cold sect entered, it would definitely break the balance, and it would be difficult to clean up. Moreover, Ancestor Cold had already touched the threshold of a world god. The more so, the more reverence he had for the supreme laws. He came into contact with more and more secrets, and he paid more attention to the cycle of karma and reincarnation. He believed that the ancient cold sect hadn't reached the time to expand yet. Everything had to be done step by step. Otherwise, it was very likely that the ancient cold sect would be destroyed. In a mysterious place in the primordial chaos, Fire Demon, Perfected Lord, Zeo, and the others had nothing to do. So they sat together and played chess. Ha ha ha! This guy actually became sworn brothers with Empyrean Realm Lord, Zeo said with a smile. Empyrean Realm Lord is smart. He knew that he was one of the candidates for Bloodline King, so he directly became sworn brothers with him. This time, he was sent to the Nile continent. I wonder if this guy can withstand the test. Only Fire Demon, Perfected Lord, hadn't said anything. Actually, what he really cared about wasn't Fong Qin, but Xiaohua in Cave Ming Mountain. Ever since Xiaohua completely awakened his fire seed, he was extremely excited. Finally, someone among his descendants had awakened a fire seed. In the future, his fire lineage would definitely rise again. Buzz! Just as Fire Demon True Monarch was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Immediately, he looked at the others with a grave expression and said, "The Bloodline King has encountered some difficulties and needs our help." What? Many experts, including the disheveled old man, turned pale with fright. Let's go. As soon as True Monarch Fire Demon finished speaking, many experts instantly vanished. The ancient Frost sect had a teleportation array that led directly to the Nilua continent. Voila! With a flash of white light, Fong Chen walked out of the teleportation array. Immediately he heard an incomparable clamor, as well as the biting cold murderous intent in the air. Is this the Nile continent? Fong Chen looked around in shock. Any random warrior on the street had an ancient god cultivation base, even venerables who were rarely seen, were as common as cabbages here. As expected of the Nile continent, the city of chaos, a smile of excitement appeared on Fong Chen's face. Get out of the way. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind him. Immediately after, Fong Chen felt a huge force attacking him. He dodged in a flash. "Miss, let's go." A tall and sturdy man glared at Fong Chen. Immediately, he spoke to a black-clothed lady beside him. The black-clothed woman had 2 small braids on her head. She didn't look old, but Fong Chen vaguely sensed a familiar aura from her. The woman in black seemed to have noticed Fong Chen as well. She blinked and ignored the burly guard's obstruction. She walked to Fong Chen's side and asked with a smile, "Big brother, is this your first time in the Nile continent too?" Fong Chen nodded and looked at the woman in black calmly. "It's my first time here too. Can we be friends?" The woman in black looked mischievous. "I'm Lingshan. What about you, big brother?" "I'm Fong Chen. Miss, we should go. The butler is already waiting for us," the burly guard urged. The woman in black curled her lips and said, "Big brother, I'll go first. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Under the protection of the burly guard, the woman in black quickly disappeared into the crowd. "Miss, that guy is just an ancient god. With your noble status, you don't need to make friends with that kind of person," the burly guard said. He did not have a good impression of Fong Chen. Seeing the miss talking to that guy, he was a little displeased. He's not simple. At this time, the mischievous expression on the woman in black's face disappeared and was replaced by a dignified look. "I sense the blood of the heavenly dragon in him." "What?" Hearing this, the burly guard's face suddenly changed. "Really? Then why didn't Miss tell me earlier?" The woman in black waved her hand and said, "He came to the Nile continent alone. He must be here to gain experience. We'll have a chance to meet sooner or later." Looking at the back of the woman in black, many thoughts flashed through Fong Chen's mind. Could it be that the blood of the heavenly dragon also flows in the body of the woman in black? Or could it be that she also came out of the bloodline boundary? Fong Chen was very puzzled. He sensed a subtle aura that flashed by. Interesting. After a while, the corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. He did not expect to meet such an interesting girl as soon as he came to the Nile continent. Fong Chen remembered her name, Lingshan. After asking around, Fong Chen learned that this city was called Nishua City. In terms of prosperity on the Nile continent, it was ranked third. Temporarily staying here, Fong Chen had a lot of starstones on hand, so he directly bought an independent courtyard. He did not want to be disturbed by others. It's really shady. In the courtyard, Fong Chen could not help but sigh. Such a small courtyard actually cost 100,000 starstones. It was simply robbery. However, what he did not know was that because the Nile continent was very chaotic, many vicious people came here to hide after burning, killing, and robbing. The courtyards here were the most popular. Every courtyard was surrounded by powerful formations. Even tribulation supremacies were unable to see through the formations to see what was going on inside. That was also why the monastery was so mysterious. There were many extremely vicious people who loved this kind of place. Over time, the price of independent courtyards was inflated. On the day Fong Chen came to Nishua City, an important thing happened. All the cultivators in the entire Nishua City were shocked, because young Master Songshan actually came out of seclusion, and it was said that he came out because of a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, he was heartlessly rejected by the woman. The entire Nishua City was talking about this matter. "Did you hear? Young Master Songshan came out of seclusion. Of course I heard about such an important matter. Young Master Songshan actually came out of seclusion. It's really surprising." Yes, it said that it's because of a woman. Many people were very surprised. They really could not imagine that young Master Songshan would actually come out of seclusion for a woman. At the same time, their hearts were also filled with panic, because every time young Master Songshan came out of seclusion, he would capture a large number of ancient god cultivators and absorb their life force. In the tallest building in Nishua City, young Master Songshan, dressed in blood-red clothes, had a faint smile on his face. "Young Master, how many do you need this time?" asked an old servant. Young Master Songshan licked his dry lips and said sinisterly, "First capture 3,000 ancient gods. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I can't use too much for the time being." "Okay, I'll do it right away." The old servant nodded. "Right, young master, that girl of the Ling family is not giving young master face. She actually refused young Master's request in public. Young Master Song Shan waved his hand. You don't need to worry about this matter. One day, that girl Ling Shan will come to find me. Seeing this, the old servant did not say anything else and hurriedly left to prepare ancient god cultivators for young Master Song Shan. Young Master Song Shan's matter was of the utmost importance. It's been a long time since anything sensational happened in Nishua City. Young Master Song Shan muttered, Since it's like this, then let me do it. From now on, the world will remember my name. Chapter 2848. Soon, all the ancient gods in Nishua City fell into a state of panic. Young Master Song Shan had come out of seclusion and wanted to capture 3,000 ancient gods. This made many ancient gods tremble in fear, afraid that they would be captured. Young Master Song Shan's old servants were extremely strong. They were star venerables. When they attacked, many ancient gods had no power to resist. Moreover, they represented young Master Song Shan in carrying out the mission, so no one dared to speak out. In the elegant courtyard, Fong Qin sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. Heavenly law power surged around him, and sharp and domineering soared Qi sword into the sky. Whew! He took a deep breath and stopped cultivating. My invincible sword principle has reached a bottleneck. If I can't cross it, I'll be stuck here forever, Fong Qin murmured. However, he wasn't worried. He was very confident in his sword principle. Since ancient times, there were very few sword principles that could compare to the invincible sword principle. Fong Qin believed that if the invincible sword principle was cultivated to the peak, it would definitely be able to suppress the immemorial chaos. I can't be impatient when it comes to cultivation, especially when it comes to comprehending the invincible sword principle. One wrong step will lead to many wrong steps, Fong Qin said. In his mind, there were many paths for the invincible sword principle. He had to carefully consider and choose the most suitable path for himself. Otherwise, the invincible sword principle would never reach its peak. Creak! Just as he was thinking, a servant quickly walked in. Lord, something big has happened, the servant said anxiously. His face was full of worry. It's best if you don't leave the courtyard in the near future. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Fong Qin had spent some star stones to buy this servant in Nishua City. The servant was responsible for gathering information for Fong Qin and passing on information. Why? Young Master Song Shan has come out of seclusion. His subordinates are wantonly capturing the ancient gods of Nishua City. The servant continued, I heard that a total of 3,000 ancient gods will be captured this time, according to their strength. Lord, an ancient god of life realm like you will definitely be their primary target. Young Master Song Shan, capture 3,000 ancient gods. The servant's words made Fong Qin even more confused. Young Master Song Shan is not very strong. He has just become a star venerate. However, there is a huge figure behind him. The servant rested for a while before continuing. His father is a famous tribulation supremacy in the Nile continent, known as the Tribulation Supremacy Crossing Evil. He is very powerful and can cover the sky with one hand. He dotes on young Master Song Shan very much. In the past, there were martial artists who were unfriendly to young Master Song Shan. The next day, their corpses were hung at the city gate as a warning to others. From then on, no one dared to be disrespectful to young Master Song Shan. Then why did he capture the 3,000 ancient gods? Fong Qin asked. He secretly remembered young Master Song Shan, but he didn't understand what this had to do with capturing the 3,000 ancient gods. We don't know the specifics either. The information I've gathered is basically hearsay. The servant said, It is said that young Master Song Shan is raising a pure-blooded demon beast descendant from ancient times. For this pure-blooded demon beast to grow, it must devour human martial artists so. A pure-blooded demon beast descendant from the primordial era? Fong Qin frowned and thought to himself, Every time young Master Songshan comes out of seclusion, the entire Nishua city will be in a state of panic. But there is no other way. His father, the Tribulation Supremacy Crossing Evil, personally said that Nishua city will be given to his son. This is young Master Songshan's territory. Since he is here, he must abide by the rules and regulations here, the servant said helplessly. In the following time, the entire Nishua city was in a state of panic. Young Master Songshan's subordinates wantonly captured the ancient gods. In just 3 days, they had captured 1,000 ancient gods. Moreover, the targets they chose were basically life ancient gods. Only when they couldn't capture life ancient gods would they lower the requirements and capture star ancient gods. This also caused many ancient gods to be uneasy and try all means to escape from Nishua city. However, young Master Songshan's subordinates had captured ancient gods countless times and had long since experienced it. They set up an inescapable net at the city gate, waiting for them to jump in. In an instant, Nishua city was filled with whales. But to young Master Songshan, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with him. He was like a high and mighty emperor, and the ancient gods he had captured were like ants. On this day, young Master Songshan once again arrived in front of a mansion. A golden plaque hung above the gate with the words Ling Mansion written on it. Under the protection of many people, young Master Songshan swaggered to the front of the Ling Mansion. This is an important place of the Ling Mansion. Leave quickly. 2 guards scolded loudly. Young Master Songshan frowned, very displeased. Boom! Behind him, a star venerable servant attacked with lightning speed and killed the 2 guards on the spot. How dare you speak rudely to young Master? You deserve to die. After killing them, the servant flicked his sleeves and walked behind young Master Songshan. On the street, the martial artists passing by were so scared that their legs went soft. At the same time, they also recognized young Master Songshan's strength. Creak! The gate opened, and a burly guard walked out. So it's young Master Songshan. Please come in quickly, the burly guard said with a smile. He didn't take the death of the 2 guards seriously. What could he do? The other party was young Master Songshan. Even the Ling family didn't dare to provoke tribulation Lord Duxi on the Nile continent. Where's Lingshan? Young Master Songshan asked indifferently. Miss is in seclusion. Before the burly guard could finish his words, he was interrupted by young Master Songshan. Tell her to come see me when she comes out, young Master Songshan said and turned to leave. Looking at his back, the burly guard sneered in his heart. If it weren't for my powerful father, I would have killed you long ago. There was no other way. The reason why many martial artists didn't dare to offend young Master Songshan was because of his father, Tribulation, Lord Duxi. Young Master, that guy is obviously lying. Why don't you just barge in? The old servant asked. It doesn't matter. One day, she will come and beg me in person. Time passed quickly. About half a month had passed. The storm of capturing the ancient gods gradually passed. It was said that the 3,000 ancient gods had been captured, and Nile City was peaceful again. Young Master Songshan still went to the Ling Mansion every day to look for Lingshan. Everyone's heart trembled. They didn't know when young Master Songshan would lose patience with the Ling Mansion. After cultivating for more than half a month, Fong Chen's cultivation was completely stuck at a bottleneck. He wanted to go out and walk around. It's said that the Nile continent is full of treasures. Many treasures that people don't dare to take out in the outside world can be found in the Nile continent as long as you can afford it. Fong Chen said to himself. Soon he made a decision to go out and walk around. He had less than 1,000,000 starstones on him. If he liked something, he could buy it. After asking the servant a little, he knew that the largest chamber of commerce in Nile City was called the Nile Chamber of Commerce. Let's go to the Nile Chamber of Commerce. The Nile Chamber of Commerce was not too far from Fong Chen's courtyard. Soon, Fong Qin saw the towering pavilion. As expected of the largest chamber of commerce in Nile City, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. On the way to the Nile Chamber of Commerce, he could often hear people discussing what kind of treasures appeared inside. There are so many people. As soon as he entered the first floor of the Nile Chamber of Commerce, he saw a dense crowd. The things on the first floor were the most ordinary. Fong Qin just took a simple look and felt that there was nothing interesting. He went up to the second floor. The things on the second floor are not bad. Unfortunately, I can't use them, Fong Qin said. His main purpose of coming here was to find a sword treasure and make a breakthrough in the invincible sword Dao. I wonder what's on the third floor. Passing through the second floor, he came to the entrance of the third floor. 2 guards stopped Fong Qin. If you want to go up to the third floor, you need to prove your strength or financial resources. Fong Qin just released a little aura and passed the test and went up to the third floor. Red flower, diamond, fiery dragon ball. As soon as he went up to the third floor, Fong Qin felt a little surprised. What he saw were treasures that were almost impossible to see in the outside world. He looked around the counters, carefully looking for them. At this moment, a black-clothed woman came to the third floor. See if there are any sword, dusk, path understanding grass, the black-clothed woman said to the burly guard beside her. Chapter 2849. The Nishuet Chamber of Commerce had a total of 5 floors. The first floor only had the most ordinary items, while the second floor had some treasures. Only a small number of people could enter the third floor. The items here would definitely be snatched by the outside world. As for the fourth floor, it was said that only venerable god powerhouses were qualified to enter. As for the fifth floor, so far, no one in Nishua City was qualified to enter except for young Master Songshan. Lingshan's trip was to find the sword evening, path understanding grass. It was a very powerful herb that contained a very strong sword chi. For sword cultivators, it was very effective. The third floor was very wide and had countless counters. Soon, Fong Chan walked around. Although the things here were precious, there was nothing he wanted. He curled his lips and shook his head, preparing to leave. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a herb placed in the corner of a remote counter not far away. The reason why it attracted his attention was because the appearance of this herb was like a long sword soaring into the sky. What kind of herb is this? Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked to the counter. This counter was in the innermost area and was very remote. Very few people came here. He carefully sensed for a moment and did not find any power emerging from the inside of the herb. Is it really just an ordinary herb? Fong Chen muttered to himself, "Young master, may I ask what you need?" The staff member arrived in time and asked Fong Chen about the situation. When she noticed that Fong Chen's gaze fell on the herb in the corner, she introduced with a smile, "Young master, you have a good eye. This herb is called the Demon Sword Herb. It is very beneficial for sword cultivators." Demon Sword Herb? It was the first time Fong Chen heard of the Demon Sword Herb. The origin of this demon swordgrass is very great. It once grew beside a powerful swordsman and accompanied him every day. Over time, its body was tainted with an extremely powerful sword intent. The reason why it is called the Demon Sword Herb is because the sword cultivator was called the Demon Sword. The staff member spoke with assurance. If a sword cultivator obtains the Demon Sword Herb, it is very likely that they can comprehend the sword intent of Lord Demon Sword from it and break through themselves in the sword Dao. But why don't I sense any sword chi from this Demon Sword Herb? Fong Chen asked. This, the staff member said, because Lord Demon Sword is too strong. The sword chi he emitted imperceptibly hurt the foundation of the Demon Sword Herb, causing internal damage. After our blood chamber of commerce obtained it, we used special means to seal it. Otherwise, it would have withered long ago. So, other than the illusory sword intent of the Devil Sword, This is no different from a piece of useless grass. Fang Qin shrugged. The staff member was talking about how powerful it was, but in his opinion, this demon sword grass was simply a useless grass. Just by looking at its position, one could tell that this herb was not popular. Fang Qin glanced at it. The price of the demon sword herb was 200,000 starstones. Obviously, no one was willing to risk 200,000 starstones. This was also why it had not been sold, even though it had such a powerful origin. Usually, no one would come to inquire. Now that there was one, the staff naturally would not give up. Young master, think about it. How strong is the demon sword's sword intent? Even if there is only a 1% chance, it is enough to cause a huge sensation. The staff member continued, if you can comprehend the demon sword's sword intent, soaring into the sky is not a dream. Simply put, it was a gamble with 200,000 starstones to see if there was still any demon sword's sword intent left inside the demon sword herb. This deal was not worth it. Fang Qin shook his head. It's too expensive. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Young master, if you really want it, the price can be discussed. The staff member hurriedly stopped Fang Qin with an anxious look on his face. 50,000 starstones. Otherwise, it's off the table. Fang Qin gave the price he had in mind. Young master, it's too little. How about this 100,000 starstones and you take it away? The staff member argued. Fang Qin shook his head and pretended to leave. The staff member continued to negotiate the price with Fang Qin. In the end, he sold it to Fang Qin at the price of 50,000 starstones. After packing it up and storing it in Dark Cave Mountain, Fang Qin turned around and left. I finally caught an idiot. The staff member looked at Fang Qin's back and secretly rejoiced. This demon sword herb has long been judged as a useless herb by the president. The demon sword intent is too strong and has completely destroyed its foundation. Ha ha ha. After leaving the counter, Fang Qin also secretly asked the hidden star sword, are you sure it's worth this price? The hidden star sword said, the inside of this demon sword herb has been completely destroyed. The staff member was right. It should have been destroyed by the powerful demon sword's sword intent. However, I can vaguely feel that there is a vague sword intent hidden in the depths of the demon sword herb. Maybe we can force it out. The sword spirit continued. The demon sword intent is very strong. If we can force it out, we will benefit greatly. On the contrary, even if we fail, we will only get 50,000 starstones. Fang Qin was speechless. It turned out that the hidden star sword was not very confident. Just as he was about to reach the door, he suddenly heard a noise. It seemed that someone was quarreling. Why is this voice so familiar? Fang Qin stopped in his tracks and looked back. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure. Ling Shan and the burly guard were standing in front of a counter. Beside them was a man in a brocade robe. Many servants were standing behind him. One of them had a strong aura. He should be a star venerable. Ling Shan, I told you long ago that I like you. If you agree to follow me, I can give you this sword evening, path understanding grass. Young Master Song Shan played with the herb in his hand and grinned. My father has a lot of this sword evening, path understanding grass. I can give you as many as you want. Humph! Ling Shan snorted with disdain. When did the Nishue Chamber of Commerce become young Master Song Shan's lackey? Ling Shan turned to look at the staff member. First come, first served. Customers come first. I bought this sword evening, path understanding grass first, and paid enough starstones, but now you are going back on your word and selling it to him. What is this? Ling Shan was relentless. The staff member didn't know what to say. After all, if this matter spread out, it would have a great impact on the reputation of the Nishue Chamber of Commerce. But there was no other way. The other party was young Master Song Shan. The Nishue Chamber of Commerce couldn't afford to offend him. Ling Shan, it's useless no matter what you say. Without my order, they dare not sell anything to you. Young Master Song Shan said with a smile. Mississippi, the burly guard wanted to say something, but stopped. Ling Shan glared fiercely at young Master Song Shan and turned to leave. Ling Shan noticed Fang Chen and quickened her pace, walking to Fang Chen's side. Why are you here? After seeing Fang Chen, Ling Shan's face eased a lot, revealing a faint smile. I'm here to see if there's anything I need, Fang Chen said, seeing Ling Shan and Fang Chen talking and laughing. Young Master Song Shan's face turned completely gloomy. Who is he? Young Master Song Shan asked. A staff member hurriedly ran over and whispered, Young Master, that person just bought the demon's sword grass from us. Humph! Young Master Song Shan snorted and stopped talking. The staff member knew what he meant. He walked to Fang Chen and apologized. Young Master, the Nishua Chamber of Commerce will not sell the demon sword grass you just bought. We need to take it back. I hope you can cooperate. Why? Fang Chen asked. Because. The staff member hesitated. Because I don't like you. Young Master Song Shan walked over at the right time and said, sarcastically, In Nishua City, anyone who I don't like will not have a good ending. Is this how the Nishua Chamber of Commerce does business? Fang Chen asked. It's useless to say this. I, young Master Song Shan, am standing here. They don't dare to sell you anything. Young Master Song Shan said extremely arrogantly. Fang Chen frowned and stared at young Master Song Shan, confronting him. Chapter 2850. Young Master Song Shan's attitude was extremely arrogant. Nishua City was his territory, and he was not afraid of anyone. Young Master, I'm really sorry. We'll make up for it. The staff wanted to buy the demon sword grass from Fang Chen for 100,000 star stones. However, all of this was because young Master Song Shan didn't like Fang Chen. Fang Chen sneered and looked at young Master Song Shan fearlessly. Kid, didn't you hear what my young master said? A star venerable servant behind young Master Song Shan threatened. Young Master Song Shan, don't go too far. Ling Shan also realized that they couldn't stay here any longer, so she pulled Fang Chen's arm and left Nishua Chamber of Commerce. Young Master, do you want to? The old servant made a throat-slitting gesture, but was stopped by young Master Song Shan. Find where he's staying and bring him to me alive. Don't worry, young Master. He can't escape. Ling Mansion. Young Master Song Shan is too arrogant. He's not afraid of anyone in Nishua City. Be careful. Ling Shan said apologetically, I'm sorry because Fang Chen waved his hand and didn't care too much. In order to not let young Master Song Shan find the place to stay, Ling Shan deliberately brought Fang Chen to the Ling Mansion. In a very dignified courtyard, young Master Song Shan stood quietly with a cold face. He didn't come out for the whole night? Young Master Song Shan asked. Ling Shan brought that guy into the mansion and never came out again. The old servant said, But don't worry, young master. We've been watching. As soon as he comes out, we'll immediately take action. Damn guy. Young Master Song Shan said coldly. Suddenly, a palm-sized demonic beast appeared in his sleeve. This was the rumor that it was the descendant of a pure-blooded beast from ancient times. You want to eat him? Young Master Song Shan gently stroked the little guy's head and asked. The latter nodded and sent a thought into young Master Song Shan's mind. You mean you sense the aura of a special bloodline on him? Young Master Song Shan asked. The pure-blooded beast cub quickly nodded, as if it couldn't wait. Don't worry. A mere life ancient realm cultivator won't be able to escape from me. Once you've sucked all the blood out of his body, I'll kill him myself. Recalling the way Ling Shan and him chatted happily, young Noble Song Han was furious. At night, Fang Chen secretly left the Ling Mansion. As soon as he came out, he felt the fluctuations in the dark. He sneered and used the space-time escape technique to escape into the void. Today, Fang Chen's comprehension of the space-time Tao had reached an extremely high level. If he wanted to escape, even star venerables would not be able to track him down. After Fang Chen left, the old servant appeared. He frowned and looked around. Trying to play tricks with me? The old servant sneered and quickly drove into the darkness. Hoo! Along the way, Fang Chen deliberately released a faint trace of aura to lure the old servant. Soon, he arrived at a desolate suburb. You've been following me all the way. Why haven't you come out yet? Fang Chen said. You can find me? The old servant was surprised. However, he coldly looked at Fang Chen and released his aura, locking onto Fang Chen. Kid, you can only blame yourself for offending my young noble. The old servant directly attacked. A large black hand fell from the sky, trying to capture Fang Chen. However, at this moment, Fang Chen disappeared in front of him. Oh no, it's an illusion. The old servant fell into the illusion and attacked it madly. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes. The powerful power of his ancestral eye merged into the illusion, increasing its power to the maximum. Kill! Fang Chen wanted to kill. He took out the hidden star sword and used the invincible sword principle. Furthermore, he immediately used his strongest move, the illusory sword, right from the start. Whoosh! Between heaven and earth, an illusory sword light appeared out of nowhere. When it merged with the illusion, its attack power suddenly increased. Damn it! The old servant shouted angrily and used all his strength to resist. However, after the illusion and the illusory sword merged, he was firmly restrained. No. When the old servant realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The illusory sword light fiercely pierced into his body. With a puff, his chest exploded. Go! The old servant felt that his life was threatened and wanted to escape. Bang! He leaped into the air. However, at that moment, a boundless power ruthlessly slammed into his body, forcibly smashing him to the ground. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from his body. He was severely injured and spat out blood. In the illusion, sword chi raged. A snow-white puppet stood proudly. It was the ice demonic puppet. Fang Chen activated the ice demonic puppet at the critical moment and blocked the old servant's escape route. Kill! Fang Chen controlled the ice demonic puppet and used the invincible sword principle. In the end, a scream was heard. The star venerable old servant was killed by Fang Chen. After that, Fang Chen activated the divine fire and burned the old servant's body. At the same time, the remaining aura in the air was also burned away. Whoosh! After doing all this, Fang Chen waved his hand and removed the illusion. His figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. In the yard, Fang Chen opened the old servant's summer ring. As soon as he opened it, Fang Chen was stunned. Sword evening, path understanding grass? After being stunned, his face was full of surprise. He didn't expect that the old man's summer ring would have such a treasure. This is great. He tried to suppress his excitement and put the sword evening, path understanding grass into his bag. After that, he checked carefully. There was nothing else except some starstones. It seems that young Master Songshan has accumulated a lot of wealth in Nishua City. An old servant's summer ring could carry 500,000 starstones at any time. After putting away the 500,000 starstones, Fang Chen happily threw the summer ring into dark Cave Mountain. After all, this was young Master Songshan's territory. If he sensed the summer ring, he would definitely find him. To be safe, he threw it into dark Cave Mountain and isolated it from the outside world. The next day, when young Master Songshan learned of the old servant's death, he was furious. Find the murderer at all costs. The anger in young Master Songshan's heart soared. He wanted to turn the whole Nishua city upside down. The old servant had been with him for a long time. Although they were master and servant, the latter was more like an elder taking care of him. Young master, could it be that guy? The other servants asked in a low voice. Young Master Song Shan shook his head. Impossible. He's just an ancient life realm martial artist. Then it's very likely that the Ling Mansion did this. One of the servants said, Ling Shan has a good relationship with that guy. She knew that young master would definitely attack that guy. So she secretly sent the Ling Mansion's experts to kill him without anyone knowing. Bang! Young Master Song Shan clenched his fist and crushed a small doll in his palm. He was furious, and his eyes were scarlet. A mere Ling Mansion dares to go against me? Young Master Song Shan, you're courting death. If this was outside the Nile continent, he naturally wouldn't dare to provoke the Ling Mansion. But this was the Nile continent's Nishua city, young Master Song Shan's territory. Here, the Ling Mansion was just a dragon crossing the river. But although he wanted to directly destroy the Nishua City Ling Mansion branch, he still held back. Don't act rashly for the time being. The Ling Mansion still has value. Moreover, Ling Shan hasn't submitted to me yet. Young Master Song Shan said, but that guy, I'll find him even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. The death of the old servant had completely enraged young Master Song Shan. Although Fong Qin didn't go out, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere in Nishua City was very oppressive. It was like the feeling before a storm. Young Master Song Shan was brewing a shocking war. Once he completely erupted, Nishua City would be flooded with blood. He shouldn't be suspicious of me. Fong Qin muttered. Young Master Song Shan's biggest suspect was probably the Ling Mansion. With the Ling Mansion's strength, young Master Song Shan wouldn't dare to act rashly. Thinking of this, Fong Qin couldn't wait to increase his strength. If he was strong enough, he could directly crush young Master Song Shan without any scruples. However, if he was really forced into a corner, he didn't mind killing young Master Song Shan. Chapter 2851. Nishua City, Ling Mansion. The lights were waning, illuminating the dark night sky. People were coming and going in the mansion, and the guards were patrolling. In the study, Ling Shan was in a black outfit, sitting on a wooden armchair, reading a book with her head lowered. Opposite her, the burly guard was reporting what had happened in Nishua City. Miss, do you think it was Fong Qin who did it? The burly guard asked doubtfully. Ling Shan shook her head. Fong Qin is strong, but not strong enough to kill a star venerable. Ling Shan thought for a while and said, it could also be the expert behind him. Hearing this, the burly guard's face changed. If what Ling Shan said was true, that there was a mysterious expert behind Fong Qin, then their plan could go smoothly. Miss, should we change our plan? The burly guard asked. Ling Shan shook her head and closed the book. A mysterious smile appeared on her beautiful face, and her red lips moved slightly. No, his heavenly dragon bloodline is also very important to us. Then the burly guard wanted to say something, but Ling Shan stopped him. In 3 days, Fong Qin had completely refined the sword Evening, Path Understanding Grass. Buzz! Sword Qi surrounded him, and the sword Evening, Path Understanding Grass surged with majestic sword principle aura, which was all absorbed by him. It is indeed the sword Evening, Path Understanding Grass. Fong Qin curled his lips and said, unfortunately, there is only one. If there were more, I would definitely be able to comprehend the higher level of the invincible sword principle. There was only one sword Evening, Path Understanding Grass in the old servant's summer ring, and Fong Qin felt it was a pity. However, even so, one sword Evening, Path Understanding Grass had made Fong Qin's strength improve, and his invincible sword principle became more powerful. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a strange movement in a mortal cave mountain. Then he flashed and entered a mortal cave mountain. Buzz! Inside Immortal Cave Mountain, extremely powerful sword Qi kept raging in the void. In the middle of the dense sword Qi, the hidden star sword stood proudly. What happened? Fong Qin asked hurriedly. Master, I've tried countless times, but all of them failed. In the end, with the courage to cut off all means of retreat, I urged my own origin energy and poured it into the devil's sword grass. In the end, I successfully stimulated the trace of devil's sword intent hidden in the depths of the devil's sword grass. The hidden star sword artifact, Spirit, said joyfully, "Success." Fong Chen stared blankly for a moment before he became ecstatic. He didn't expect that the star-concealing sword would really succeed. Voila! The star-hidden sword issued a loud and clear sword cry. Then the vast sword chi in the sky crazily drilled into his body. Then a little light appeared on the tip of his sword. The light grew brighter and brighter, and the sword chi grew more and more powerful. In the end, it enveloped the entire immortal cave mountain. That is, Fong Chen's heart trembled. The invincible sword chi in his body resonated and was automatically released. Devil's sword intent. Fong Chen exclaimed. He could clearly feel that the sword intent on the tip of the star-hidden sword contained an incomparably ancient sword intent. If this sword intent was at its peak, it could destroy him with a single thought. Master, the devil's sword intent is very weak. Try to absorb it. The star-hidden sword turned into a stream of light and arrived in front of Fong Chen. Fong Chen placed his hands on the star-hidden sword and used it as a carrier to absorb the devil's sword intent. Buzz! When the invincible sword chi came into contact with the devil's sword intent, it trembled violently and released a strong repulsive force. But soon, the invincible sword chi completely enveloped the devil's sword intent. Absorb. The invincible sword chi gradually gained the upper hand. Fong Chen suppressed the devil's sword intent with his absolute strength and then absorbed it. Dong! The energy in his body vibrated and the sword chi was rampant. As the devil's sword intent was absorbed by the invincible sword chi, the sword chi around Fong Chen shot up into the sky and shone brightly. He felt that the energy in his body had accumulated to a certain extent and needed to be released. Let's break through. Fong Chen growled. His body underwent a huge transformation. His chaotic origin sword body was pushed to the limit, and his cultivation base was also undergoing a transformation. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Thunder rumbled in the sky as the heavenly Tao energy poured into his body. When the last strand of devil's sword intent was refined, Fong Chen's cultivation base naturally reached the middle stage of the life ancient realm. When the sky regained its calm, Fong Chen heaved a sigh of relief. What a powerful sword intent! Fong Chen felt a little dizzy. The impact of the devil's sword intent on his body was too strong. I wonder if the legendary Lord Devil Sword is still alive in this world. Fong Chen muttered. An expert who could comprehend the sword Tao to such a high level was something Fong Chen respected. The invincible sword Tao seems to have become stronger. Fong Chen tried slashing out with his sword. Unexpectedly, the effect was surprisingly good. Kacha! A single slash flattened a mountain peak. Fong Chen looked into the distance in surprise at the powerful sword chi that filled the sky. What he used just now was the Sword of Annihilation, the first move of the invincible sword Tao. Its power has increased by at least 30%. Fong Chen was very excited. He did not expect that just a strand of devil's sword intent could increase the overall power of his invincible sword Tao by 30%. This was too exaggerated. What a pity. There is too little devil's sword intent in the devil's sword grass. Fong Chen said with some regret. If the Nishua Chamber of Commerce knew about this, they would definitely regret it. Just the devil's sword intent alone would cause a huge commotion if it was spread out. Unfortunately, no one could appraise the true situation of the devil's sword grass, and Fong Chen took advantage of the loophole. Of course, after a comprehensive analysis, it was not without reason that Fong Chen was able to obtain the devil's sword intent. Firstly, he had the invincible sword Tao, one of the strongest sword Taos in the myriad heavens. Secondly, he had the hidden star sword and sensed the extraordinariness of the devil sword grass. Combining all these, he spent 50,000 star stones to buy it. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen was overjoyed and very happy. His overall strength had been greatly improved. Just as he was excited, suddenly the communication jade pendant rang. Come to the Ling Mansion, quickly. I have something to discuss. The message was from Ling Shan, and it seemed to be an urgent matter. Fang Chen thought for a moment and finally escaped into the void. Ling Mansion Meeting Hall. Don't worry. Young Master Song Shan won't find this place. Ling Shan said with a smile, as if to dispel Fang Chen's scruples. Fang Chen nodded and asked, Why are you in such a hurry to find me? What's the matter? Do you know why I came to Nishua City this time? Ling Shan asked with a bright smile. Fang Chen shook his head. Ling Shan continued, According to our Ling family's intelligence investigation, there is a broken relic in the depths of Nishua City. That relic is very likely related to our Ling family's ancestors. I would like to invite you to explore that place with me. Me? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Ling Shan to invite him. I'm just an ancient god of life, ancient realm. Your guards are much stronger than me, Fang Chen said. Nishua City is young Master Song Shan's territory. Our Ling family is also weak here, so we must be careful. As for your strength, you don't need to worry at all. I have confidence in you, Ling Shan said. Obviously, Fang Chen wasn't easily moved by Ling Shan's words. He didn't say anything and fell into silence. Seeing this, Ling Shan's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she said, Actually, the reason why I invited you is because I want to borrow the power of the Heavenly Dragon bloodline in your body. Heavenly Dragon bloodline? Fang Chen looked at Ling Shan in surprise. How did she know that he had the Heavenly Dragon bloodline in his body? Could it be, speaking of which, our Ling family's bloodline is very closely related to the Heavenly Dragon bloodline. If you are willing to help me, this operation will definitely succeed. Ling Shan's beautiful eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. If you are willing to help, from now on you will be an honored guest of our Ling family. Our Ling family will not let you suffer losses. Ling Shan said, If I'm not wrong, you should be a sword cultivator. As long as you are willing to help, our Ling family will find some sword evening path understanding grass for you. To a sword cultivator, the sword evening path understanding grass was an irresistible temptation. If you want me to help, I can, but I must first understand this relic and then make a decision. Fang Chen said, No matter what, first determine the level of danger. There was also one thing he was curious about. What was the Ling family's bloodline? Before, he had guessed that it was the Heavenly Dragon bloodline. But now that Ling Shan said this, it seemed to be even more confusing. Chapter 2852. Not only Fang Chen, but any sword cultivator could not resist the temptation of the sword evening path understanding grass. This time, Ling Shan actually used it as a condition to invite Fang Chen to explore the ruins together. This made Fang Chen restless. Moreover, he was quite curious. What was the bloodline in Ling Shan's body? Why did it resonate with the Sky Dragon bloodline in his body? Not only that, other than the things left behind by my ancestors, you can take everything else. Ling Shan looked at Fang Chen with a smile. She knew that no one could resist such temptation. As expected, Fang Chen pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Tell me the specific plan. Fang Chen said. Ling Shan was secretly delighted when she heard this, and her face was filled with joy. Ever since the mysterious death of young Master Song Shan's old servant, the entire Nishua city fell into a state of depression. Young Master Song Shan's heart was filled with rage. He ordered that the murderer be found at all costs, even if it meant digging 3 feet into the ground. At the same time, he also sent his subordinates to secretly monitor the movements of the Ling residents. Under the dark night sky, young Master Song Shan stood with his hands behind his back, His body emitted a strong fluctuation as his dark eyes looked into the distance. Squeak! Suddenly, a fiend the size of a palm appeared on his shoulder, squeaking nonstop. Young Master Songshan turned his head, and after seeing the pure-blooded cub, a smile appeared on his serious face. "Wait here," young Master Songshan said calmly. The pure-blooded cub jumped from young Master Songshan's right shoulder to his left shoulder, dancing with joy. "I know you are anxious, but don't worry, I will definitely catch that guy." Young Master Songshan comforted. The pure-blooded cub heard this and quickly nodded. This pure-blooded cub was obtained by its father, Tribulation's Supremacy Evil, in an ancient ruin countless years ago. This was a true pure-blooded cub from the ancient times. The ancient bloodline flowing in its body was very powerful. Once it grew up, it would shock the entire primordial chaos. Over the years, every time young Master Mount Song came out of seclusion, he would capture a large number of ancient gods to find food for the pure-blooded beast cubs. As time passed, the pure-blooded beast cubs' appetite grew stronger and stronger. Each time, it had to devour a large number of human warriors before it could enter a dormant state. Only when it was in a dormant state could it grow rapidly. Young Master Mount Song valued pure-blooded beast cubs very much. Over the years, he had personally witnessed the pure-blooded beast cub's growth process and felt incomparably shocked. He reached out his hand and gently patted the pure-blooded beast cub's head. At this moment, a servant hurried over from the darkness. "Young Master." The servant cupped his fists towards young Master Songshan and whispered, "Our men have already discovered that fellow. He is in the Ling residence." Hearing this, young Master Songshan's eyes flickered, and a hint of fluctuation appeared on his face. "He's been discussing something with Ling Shan. Should we barge into the Ling residence and capture him?" the servant asked. Young Master Songshan waved his hand. His pitch-black eyes were filled with coldness. "Keep an eye on them first." 3 days later, Ling Shan was ready. On a certain dark night, she secretly left the Ling residence with Fong Qin and headed towards the depths of Nishua City. However, as soon as she left, she was discovered by young Master Songshan's servants. They reported the news to young Master Songshan. The latter sneered in his heart and personally led the pure-blooded beast cub to chase after them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the darkness, a cold wind blew past. Young Master Songshan's speed was extremely fast. He was like a stream of light cutting through the sky. Not long after, Fong Qin and Ling Shan arrived at the depths of Nishua City. "It's just ahead," Ling Shan whispered. "According to our Ling family's intelligence, the broken ruins are on a high mountain in the depths of Nishua City. Since this ancient ruin is related to your Ling family's ancestor, why doesn't the Ling family take action directly?" Fong Qin asked, puzzled. Ling Shan shook her head. "Although our Ling family's influence is strong, it's all outside of the Nile continent. The Nile continent is at the intersection of many factions, and it's very chaotic. Once our Ling family arrives, we'll definitely break the balance of the Nile continent. At that time, the ancient ruin will definitely be discovered. And most importantly, once young Master Songshan knows, he'll definitely inform his father, the Tribulation Lord Demonic." Ling Shan's expression changed when she mentioned the Tribulation Lord Demonic. Even if she was the princess of the Ling family, when she heard the words Tribulation Lord Demonic, her heart trembled. "We'll act in secret so that we won't attract attention." Ling Shan said, "I was a little worried at first, but after meeting you, I've become more confident." "Heavenly Dragon bloodline?" Fong Qin murmured. Ling Shan nodded lightly and leaped to the peak of the mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind blew past, blowing on Ling Shan's face and rustling her black clothes. "Where is the ruin?" Fong Qin asked. "Let me sense it." Ling Shan closed her eyes and activated the bloodline power in her body. beginning to sense the location of the ruin. At the foot of the mountain, young Master Songshan looked coldly at the peak and said, "Humph, Nile City is my territory. Even if there is a ruin, it's still my private property." Seeing Lingshan and Fong Qin standing side by side, young Master Songshan was furious. At this time, the pure-blooded beast poked its head out of his sleeve and licked its lips impatiently. Young Master Songshan patted its head and said, "There will be fresh food soon." As soon as he finished speaking, young Master Songshan leaped and traveled through the void, arriving at the peak of the mountain. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw a golden light wrap around the two of them, and then they disappeared from the peak of the mountain. Young Master Songshan frowned and spread out his divine sense, but found nothing. "I don't believe that you can hide anywhere." Young Master Songshan was furious and began a large-scale search. Lingshan sensed the existence of the ancient ruin and activated it with her bloodline. Golden light appeared and wrapped the two of them, and they entered the ancient ruin. Fong Qin felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes and stabilized his body, he found himself in a dark place. "There's a palace in front." Fong Qin saw the palace in the dark. At this time, Lingshan flicked her finger, and two flames burst out, igniting the two sides of the palace door and illuminating the place. "Is this the ancient ruin you were talking about?" Fong Qin asked. Lingshan shook her head, but there was uncontrollable excitement in her eyes. "I can sense the Ling clan's bloodline aura surging in the palace. Now I can basically confirm that the Ling clan's ancestors must have been here." Lingshan said excitedly, "This is not the real ancient ruin, just an independent space inside the mountain. We need to open the palace to enter the real ancient ruin." "How do we open it?" Fong Qin asked. Lingshan quickly made her way to the front of the palace gates, and was surprised to see lines of small words floating on top of the gates. "Good technique." Fong Qin couldn't help but exclaim. This door contained a very powerful talisman technique. When it sensed the aura of a warrior, the words would automatically appear. "At least Star Venerables and even Saint Venerables can't do this," Fong Qin said. He had done some research on talismans and had even cultivated it. He knew quite a bit about talismans, so he could see the power of the talisman technique on the door at a glance. According to his guess, these words were at least 100 million years ago. After the baptism of time, they could still appear in front of them so vividly. He couldn't help but be amazed. The techniques of the ancient people were not something they could compare to. Memory talisman? Just as Fong Qin was thinking, he suddenly heard Lingshan's exclamation. Her eyes widened and her mouth dropped open, as if she had discovered something. Memory talisman? Fong Qin looked at Lingshan. Lingshan quickly shook her head, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "The legends are true. How is this possible?" Lingshan said, "In the ancestral records of the Ling family, the love of our ancestor's life was a talisman master. But because of various reasons, she couldn't be with our ancestor. In the end, our ancestor chose his wife and built the Ling family. But even so, our ancestor still couldn't forget her. After the rise of the Ling family, our ancestor's wife died. After that, our ancestor never returned. It was said that he went to find his love. Later, news spread that our ancestor found his love. He wanted to protect her and help her break through the bottleneck." "You're saying that the talisman technique on the door was left behind by the Ling family ancestor's love?" Fong Qin was surprised. Lingshan nodded. She bit her finger and dripped a drop of essence blood on the densely packed words. Then something amazing happened. The small, densely packed characters suddenly became exceptionally clear. This, Fong Qin was shocked. Could it be that the Ling family ancestor had predicted that a descendant of the Ling family would come to this place billions of years ago? After a moment of shock, Fong Qin sighed. It seemed that the Ling family ancestor had been prepared and had left behind a backup plan. Only Star Venerate, Fighting Strength, and Ling family bloodline can push the door open. The engravings on the door flashed, and the small words were clearly imprinted into his eyes. But the next sentence shocked Fong Qin. Only with the protection of the heavenly dragon bloodline can the door be opened. The meaning was clear. Star Venerate, Fighting Strength, and Ling family bloodline could only push the door open, but not completely open. If one had the protection of the heavenly spirit bloodline, they could easily enter the ancient ruin. Seeing this, Fong Qin and Ling Shan looked at each other. In his heart, he vaguely guessed some things related to the heavenly dragon bloodline, but he didn't ask. He believed that the truth would be revealed once they entered the ancient ruin. Chapter 2853. Ling Shan closed her eyes and activated the Ling family bloodline in her body. The red aura circled around the palace gate and was absorbed by the gate. With the influx of the Ling family's bloodline power, the words on the door became brighter and brighter. Faint sounds of thunder could be heard, causing even Fong Qin to be a little surprised. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He felt that the sky dragon bloodline in his body seemed to be resonating. Fong Qin frowned and stared at the gate. At this moment, Ling Shan suddenly shouted, "Infuse the sky dragon bloodline into the gate." Hearing Ling Shan's words, Fong Qin didn't hesitate. He slammed his palm forward, and the heavenly dragon bloodline's power burst out. It rushed to the door of the palace and merged with the Ling family bloodline's power. When the two bloodline powers completely fused together, an unimaginable power erupted, causing the palace doors to shake. At this moment, Ling Shan clenched her fist and swung it. Dong! The majestic fist radiance smashed onto the door of the palace. Creak! The gate slowly opened. Seeing this, Ling Shan's face was filled with joy. When the gate opened to a certain extent, she quickly walked into the palace. Fong Qin followed closely behind and entered the palace. However, they did not expect that at this critical moment, a black figure would suddenly appear out of thin air. His body was surrounded by extremely powerful energy as he forcibly charged into the palace. Boom! The black shadow attacked Fong Qin fiercely as soon as it came in. The vast fist light danced in the void and blasted toward Fong Qin. Dong! Caught off guard, Fong Qin didn't have time to dodge. His body took the sudden punch. "Young Master Song Shan!" Ling Shan exclaimed. Her face darkened. She was ready to join forces with Fong Qin to fight against young Master Song Shan. You blocked it? Even young Master Song Shan didn't expect Fong Qin to block his attack with pure physical strength. The chaotic origin sword body was automatically released from Fong Qin's body. Layers of sword chi halos enveloped his entire body. His defense was raised to the maximum. Over these years, under Fong Qin's hard work, his chaotic origin sword body had reached the pinnacle. As long as he took another step forward, it would evolve into the primal chaos sword body. However, this step was too difficult. The chaotic origin sword body could only be said to be one of the strongest sword bodies in the primal chaos realm. As for the primal chaos sword body, it could be said to be an unparalleled sword body in the primal chaos realm. The strongest sword body and the invincible sword body were fundamentally different. One could imagine how difficult it was to evolve them. However, even so, Fong Qin's defense had already caused martial artists of the same realm to despair. Die. Young Master Song Shan didn't believe in heresy and continued to increase the intensity of his attacks. His palms suddenly waved and two black rays of light burst out from his sleeves. Be careful. This is young Master Song Shan's poison dart. Ling Shan reminded him. Fong Qin had an indifferent expression as he stood quietly on the ground until young Master Song Shan's poison dart struck his body. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. After the poison dart struck Fang Chen's skin, it couldn't move an inch further. "You're dead." Young Master Songshan sneered. The poison on his poison dart was something that even Star Venerables couldn't resist. How could a mere life ancient realm martial artist resist it? However, out of his expectations, Fang Chen raised his palm and gently grasped the poison dart. With a slight force, the poison dart instantly turned into powder. The pitch-black poison sprayed out, but Fang Chen simply ignored it. "You have the nerve to call such a small amount of poison." Fang Chen shook his head and curled his lips. As the successor of the Poison Disaster Pill Association, he was truly immune to poison after consuming the pseudo-poison Disaster Divine Pill. Only the poison in his body could be called a poison. "Since you've poisoned me, have a taste of my poison." With a swoosh, Fang Chen flicked his finger. A bright light burst out from his finger and formed a line in the air. It carried a horrifying poison as it rushed towards young Master Songshan. The latter sneered and struck out with his palm. "You're courting death." Young Master Songshan was too confident. He was so arrogant that he thought Fang Chen's poison couldn't harm him at all. Because of this, he could only watch as the line in the air pierced through his palm and shot into his chest. Pucci! He felt the power in his body rapidly dissipating as his body was suddenly sent flying. Dong! Leaning on the wall, he barely managed to stabilize his body. He felt the terror of the poison. How is this possible? He felt the power in his body spreading too fast. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he lost the ability to fight. What kind of poison is this? Young Master Songshan didn't dare to imagine. The more he checked his body, the more fear came from his heart. He raised his head and glanced at Fang Chen. In a trance, he had the thought of retreating. At the same time, he was more and more convinced that his old servant was most likely killed by Fang Chen. Damn it! Young Master Songshan was furious. He clenched his fist and cursed in his heart. Fang Chen walked towards young Master Songshan step by step. His palm contained an extremely powerful force. Lingshan, who was about to make a move, was completely stunned. What kind of poison is that? Even young Master Songshan couldn't resist it? Lingshan cried out involuntarily. According to legend, young Master Songshan's poison dart was given to him by his father. Even a saint venerable wouldn't dare to resist it directly. However, it was blocked by Fang Chen's physical strength. Of course, this wasn't the most shocking thing. What really shocked Lingshan was that Fang Chen's poison could actually hit young Master Songshan. This is unbelievable. Lingshan shook her head hard. You've been hiding your strength. Young Master Songshan glared at Fang Chen and said, My old servant was also killed by you, right? Looks like you're not that stupid. Fang Chen smiled. Those who offend me, young Master Songshan, will never have a good ending. The same goes for you. Even at this point, young Master Songshan was still threatening Fang Chen. However, the latter didn't fall for it. If I kill you, who will know? Even your almighty father won't know. Fang Chen smiled playfully. At the same time, he struck out with his palm. Boom! Young Master Songshan used all his strength and punched out, barely blocking Fang Chen's attack. At the same time, young Master Songshan took out a bead and smashed it on the ground. Boom! After the bead hit the ground, it instantly exploded. The wild explosive force quickly swept across the entire ground. Smoke shrouded Fang Chen. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the smoke dispersed, Fang Chen looked around. Young Master Songshan was long gone. What is this? The explosive force made me feel danger. Fang Chen murmured. This is the exploding earth bead. It was refined by a subordinate of Tribulation Lord Evil and given to young Master Songshan. Lingshan walked over and explained, This bead contains a powerful force. If it explodes at full strength, even Star Venerables will be injured. I see. Fang Chen nodded. Unfortunately, young Master Song Shan escaped. This is troublesome. Ling Shan smiled bitterly. However, at this point, he didn't think too much. Obtaining the inheritance was the most important thing. This was an empty valley. According to Ling Shan's guess, this should be where the ruins were. We've entered the palace. This is where the ancestors' ruins are. Ling Shan glanced at Fong Chen and said, if she had invited Fong Chen for the heavenly dragon bloodline in his body before, she had changed her mind now. Perhaps Fong Chen's strength could really help her obtain the inheritance in the ruins. I can't see through this guy anymore. Looking at Fong Chen's back, Ling Shan's heart was filled with complicated thoughts. In a dark place in the valley, young Master Song Shan dragged his battered body and hid in the dark. Damn it, I must take revenge. Young Master Song Shan screamed in his heart. How many years had it been since someone dared to treat him like this? Both of you must die. Everything in this ruin belongs to me. Young Master Song Shan. Young Master Song Shan's eyes were scarlet. He said coldly, not only you, but the Ling family branch will also be wiped off the Nile continent. This time, young Master Song Shan was completely enraged. Chapter 2854. In the calm and peaceful valley, lush greenery could be seen at first glance. Moreover, the air was humid, as if it had just rained. Not a sound could be heard in the vast valley. Fong Chen and Ling Shan looked at each other, confused. The heavenly energy here was so thin that it was almost non-existent. Was there really an ancient ruin left behind by the Ling clan's ancestors? Dong dong dong. Suddenly, Ling Shan's body trembled. She became stiff and her eyes blurred. Like a zombie, she walked into the depths of the valley. Fong Chen was confused. He followed Ling Shan, wanting to see if she had found the inheritance left behind by the Ling clan's ancestors. Soon, Ling Shan arrived at the center of the valley. Then, something happened. When Ling Shan's foot stepped on the empty ground in the center of the valley, the entire valley shook as if it was about to collapse. A large amount of talisman aura appeared in the sky. What's going on? Fong Chen looked around. His powerful emperor-level primordial spirit was fully released, covering the entire valley. Right at this moment, his pupils constricted, and his heart trembled to the extreme. How is this possible? Fong Chen exclaimed in his heart. He widened his eyes and looked around the valley. Then he looked at the center of the valley. No. Fong Chen shook his head, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. A talisman. The entire valley was made into a talisman. This discovery completely shocked Fong Chen. How strong must one be to be able to make such a talisman? Needless to say, this talisman must have been made by the beloved of the Ling clan's ancestors. That's a big deal. After a moment of shock, Fong Chen calmed himself down and sighed. At the same time, he also noticed Ling Shan's abnormality. Since entering the valley, Ling Shan's behavior had been very different from before. Just now, Fong Chen was sure that Ling Shan's abnormality had something to do with the Ling clan's bloodline. And just now, she walked to the center of the valley like a zombie. When she stepped on the ground, she probably activated the talisman restriction. The wild power of talismans surrounded the entire valley. This is a spatial talisman, and it's a slaughter talisman. Fong Chen felt the powerful killing power contained in the talisman power in the valley. He was extremely surprised. Since this place was related to the ancestors of the Ling family, why would it be a talisman of slaughter? Could it be? Thinking of this, Fong Chen took a deep breath as a crazy and bold idea appeared in his mind. Let's go. Without a second thought, Fong Chen grabbed Ling Shan, wanting to leave this place as quickly as possible. Bang! Ling Shan's palm landed on Fong Chen's arm, forcing him to retreat. Ling Shan, on the other hand, danced in the wind, her robes fluttering as they wrapped around her body. Whoosh! In the center of the valley, a beam of light broke through the ground and shot up into the sky. Lingshan's body was swallowed by the light. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. Immediately, he jumped on the tip of his foot and activated the power of talismans around him. He pushed his emperor-level primordial spirit to the extreme and could barely see the trajectory of the talismans. Based on the trajectory of the talismans, he could barely avoid the powerful killing moves. Whoosh! After a few jumps, Fang Chen jumped onto a blue stone protruding from the cliff. In the process of avoiding the talismans, he found that this blue stone was the only safe place in the entire valley. The killing power filled the valley, but it could not get close to the blue stone. What's going on? Fang Chen's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. Could it be that the beloved of the ancestors of the Ling family is taking revenge on the Ling family? The person who left the words on the palace gate was obviously the ancestor of the Ling family. His meaning was clear. He wanted to guide the descendants of the Lin family to enter the ruins and obtain the inheritance. As for the talisman on the door, it was left behind by his true love. Logically speaking, there should be no conflict between the two of them. Moreover, the ruins here should have been left behind by the two of them together. But why did this space talisman want to kill everyone who entered, especially the descendants of the Ling family? Why did it activate the space talisman as soon as they entered and lose themselves like walking corpses? Fang Chen was sure that the beloved of the ancestors of the Ling family had done something to the space talisman. Buzz! Fang Chen stood on the blue stone and looked down. He gradually saw through the trajectory of the space talisman. Profound. Fang Chen whispered. Crash! On the blue stone, a dark green light suddenly broke out of the stone and floated in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen instantly sensed a thought from the dark green light. Young friend, a hoarse and ancient voice came from the dark green light. Fang Chen was shocked. You are the ancestor of the Ling family? Fang Chen asked tentatively. He didn't expect that the other party was really a trace of the Ling family ancestor's thought. This made Fang Chen very shocked, but soon he understood why the killing power that filled the entire valley couldn't affect this blue stone. Perhaps it was because of the Ling family ancestor. Yes, I am the ancestor of the Ling family. However, I am ashamed to face the Ling family. It was clear that the voice of the Ling family's ancestor contained a tinge of shame. Senior, what's going on? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. It's a long story. Listen to me. The dark green light flickered as if responding to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and listened quietly. I think the descendants of the Ling family should have told you how I came here, right? I won't talk about this. The Ling family ancestor said slowly. Everything starts from Yunling. Fang Chen guessed that Yunling should be the true love of the Ling family ancestor, the powerful talisman puppet. Yunling and I loved each other. We were childhood sweethearts and originally planned to become Dao companions. However, I let her down. In order to obtain the support of a powerful force, I chose my wife. After obtaining her family's support, the Ling family was gradually established and then started to rise. For countless years, I have always felt guilty towards Yunling, and missed her all the time. Until one day, my wife died of a serious illness. This made me even more determined to make it up to Yunling. After that, I settled the rising Ling family and wandered the world in search of Yunling. In the end, I found her here. The time we spent together was very beautiful. I also thought that the two of us would become a beautiful couple. However, I was wrong. I was very wrong. One day, I made an appointment with Yunling to create an ancient ruin here. We have been cultivating here and will not come out until we become world gods. At the same time, it will be convenient for the descendants of the Ling family to come here to find opportunities. However, just after we built the palace gate together, a sudden change occurred. Yunling plotted against me and destroyed my physical body. I risked my life to escape. She refined this valley into a space-type talisman and even used all her methods to severely injure my primordial spirit, causing my lifespan to come to an end. Only then did I know that she was with me and had been scheming to take revenge on me. I couldn't stand her harming the descendants of the Ling family, so I used the self-destruction of my primordial spirit to completely destroy the valley. At the same time, she was also severely injured. She dragged her injured body and refined the valley again. Because she consumed her origin, she fell into a deep sleep. All these years, I could see the descendants of the Ling family dying in the valley all the time. My heart ached. At this point, the dark green light kept shaking as if it would fall at any time. Feng Chen's heart moved slightly. He didn't expect things to be like this. Yunling, Er's desire for revenge was too strong. Not only did she plot against the ancestor of the Ling family, but she also schemed to destroy all the descendants of the Ling family. Her vicious mind was shocking. The remnant consciousness of the Ling family ancestor remained on this bluestone, hoping that the descendants of the Ling family who entered the valley would come here one day. Sigh. The Ling family ancestor sighed, full of helplessness. Then, why do you need the heavenly dragon bloodline to enter this place? Feng Qin asked the question in his heart. The heavenly dragon bloodline? Chapter 2855. Feng Chen was stunned. The Ling family bloodline originated from the heavenly dragon bloodline? Speaking of which, the Ling family originally belonged to the heavenly dragon bloodline, said the Ling family ancestor. Feng Chen listened attentively as the Ling family ancestor slowly explained. After listening to the Ling family ancestor's explanation, Feng Chen finally understood. All his doubts had been solved, and the truth was revealed. The Ling family ancestor was once a member of the heavenly dragon bloodline, but for various reasons, he withdrew from the bloodline. After that, he wandered the world, raised his cultivation, and gradually became a powerhouse that everyone respected. At this time, the Ling family also emerged spontaneously. After that, with the support of the powerful force behind his wife, the Ling family quickly rose and completely established a foothold in the ancient chaos. No wonder. Feng Qin shook his head. When he first met Ling Shan, he felt a familiar aura in her body. He didn't expect things to be so complicated. At the same time, he could see that Yunling Er's thoughts were vicious. Not only did she want to destroy the Ling family, but she also wanted to destroy everyone or anything related to the Ling family. Feng Qin spread his hands. He couldn't say who was right and who was wrong. From Yunling Er's point of view, it was naturally the Ling family ancestor's fault. He first wronged Yunling Er, which caused the latter's personality to change greatly, resulting in a strong desire for revenge. From the Ling family ancestor's point of view, it was understandable. Everything was for survival, and there was no other choice. After hearing the Ling family ancestor's words, Feng Qin fell into silence. He didn't know what to say. The Ling family ancestor was only left with a trace of remnant consciousness, and he couldn't help him. If he wanted to escape danger, he still had to rely on himself. My remnant consciousness has been here for countless years, silently watching everything in the valley. I have seen many descendants of the Ling family, and even innocent members of the heavenly dragon bloodline, die in the hands of that vicious woman, Yunling Er. I am extremely regretful. The Ling family ancestor said in a deep voice, if given another chance, I will kill Yunling Er with my own hands. Hatred born from love, and madness born from hatred. Senior, do you know where Ling Shan went when she was swept away by that beam of light? Feng Qin asked. That light beam was personally set up by that evil woman, Yunling Er. Among the descendants of the Ling family, those with outstanding talent would be taken away by the light beam. She personally said that she would turn them into killing machines and then personally slaughter the Ling family. Fortunately, that evil woman is still asleep. In the battle back then, the primordial spirit of the Ling family's ancestor exploded. The power was so strong that the spatial talisman was almost destroyed. Yunling, I even exhausted her origin to barely repair the spatial talisman. However, she also fell into a deep sleep because of this. In other words, Ling Shan's life isn't in danger for now. Feng Chen asked, but once Yunling wakes up from her slumber, not only will Ling Shan be in danger, but the entire Ling family will suffer as well. The ancestor of the Ling clan said, Yunling has completely gone mad. If she wakes up, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering, so we have to stop her. Young friend, you have the bloodline of the heavenly dragon, so we can be considered to be of the same clan. Are you willing to help? Feng Chen fell into deep thought. In fact, he just wanted to escape from this place. He didn't want to be involved in the battle between the Ling family and Yunling. Spatial talismans are very mysterious. Without my help, you can't leave at all. The ancestor continued. Moreover, since you can come to this blue stone, you should know something about talismans. Yunling, talisman skills are superb. If you can obtain her talisman inheritance, your strength will definitely skyrocket. Feng Chen was really tempted by the ancestor's words. However, he also had his own worries. What if Yunling woke up during the process of receiving the talisman inheritance? Don't worry, I know what you're worried about. Yunling's origin foundation is damaged. It's impossible for her to wake up without an era, the ancestor said solemnly. Feng Chen knew that an era was 10 billion years. Furthermore, if you help me, I can give you a supreme treasure. The ancestor pondered for a moment before making a decision. This supreme treasure was originally intended to be left for the descendants of the Ling family. But now I have no other choice. After waiting for so many years, someone has finally appeared. I can't miss this opportunity. The ancestor said solemnly, you have the chaotic origin sword body, and it has reached the pinnacle. If you can obtain this supreme treasure of mine, your chaotic origin sword body will have a huge chance of evolving into the primal chaos sword body. Hearing that, Feng Chen's heart stirred. He exclaimed in surprise, What supreme treasure? He subconsciously asked. After all, this supreme treasure was related to the evolution of his chaotic origin sword body into the primal chaos sword body. Even though Feng Chen was calm, he was still excited. Have you heard of the reincarnation sword shuttle? Feng Chen shook his head. The ancestor explained, the reincarnation sword shuttle is a space-type supreme treasure. It contains a strand of sword intent left behind by the reincarnation sword emperor. As long as a sword cultivator enters it, he would be able to experience 100 reincarnations. Every reincarnation would cause a huge change to the sword body. If one could experience 100 reincarnations in one go, the chances of the chaotic origin sword body evolving into the primal chaos sword body would be more than 50%. 50% was already high enough. If this supreme treasure were to be placed in the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and blood would flow like a river. Back then, when I was roaming the underworld, I accidentally discovered an inheritance left behind by the reincarnation sword emperor. Furthermore, I was fortunate enough to obtain the reincarnation sword shuttle. The ancestor said, What a pity. I have also entered the reincarnation sword shuttle but failed in the end. I did not manage to pass through 100 reincarnations. In order to pass through 100 reincarnations, one had to be sufficiently monstrous in the sword Tao. If you agree, I can give you the reincarnation sword shuttle right now, the ancestor said. Feng Chen's mind was filled with complicated thoughts. He had heard of the reincarnation sword emperor before. He was an unparalleled expert from the antiquity era. Furthermore, he was one of the strongest experts in the immemorial primal chaos. Even the Sky One Sword Emperor was slightly inferior in front of him. After thinking about it, Feng Chen finally agreed to the Ling clan's request. Xiao, a black shuttle shot out from the dark green light. Feng Chen held it in his hand. Immediately, a mysterious sword chi escaped from it and drilled into his body. What a mysterious feeling. It's as though I am in the world of reincarnation. Fang Chen's face was filled with an excited smile. It seemed like this reincarnation sword shuttle was real. After dripping his blood on it, all the information about the reincarnation sword shuttle was imprinted into his mind. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He kept the reincarnation sword shuttle into his spatial ring before looking at the dark green light. At this moment, the dark green light seemed to have dimmed a lot and was about to dissipate. Fang Chen was a little puzzled. All these years, the reason why I was able to maintain this remnant of consciousness and wait for the successor to come here was all because of the reincarnation sword shuttle. Now that I have given you the reincarnation sword shuttle, I naturally can't hold on for too long. The ancestor of the Ling clan didn't waste any more time and told all the key points to Fang Chen. Listen, the place where Yunling is sleeping is under the ground in the center of the valley. You have to find a way to go underground. The ancestor of the Ling clan said, "As for me, I will use this last remnant of consciousness to draw all the killing power of the space talisman to buy you time." The only problem now was how to enter the underground. "How long can you draw it?" Fang Chen asked. 3 seconds at most, the ancestor of the Ling clan said. After 3 seconds, his remnant consciousness would explode and completely disappear from this world. 3 seconds. Fang Chen murmured, thinking and calculating quickly in his mind. Soon he nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, "I am confident that I can break the talisman and go underground within 3 seconds. But don't worry about me. As long as you remember your promise to me, save the descendant of the Ling clan and destroy Yunling, Er's vicious plan, it will be the greatest respect for me," the ancestor of the Ling clan said bleakly. "Remember, after going underground, don't release the aura of the talisman, otherwise it will cause trouble," the ancestor of the Ling clan exhorted. "Lingshan is bound by the light beam. This is the way to break it. After you go in, save her first, and then give these things to her." A ray of light shot out of the dark green light and disappeared into Fang Chen's forehead. There was a way to break the light beam, as well as the inherited secret method left by the ancestor of the Ling clan. "Young friend, everything depends on you." Chapter 2856. After everything was arranged properly, the dark green light suddenly began to shake, as if it would collapse at any time. At the same time, the last words of the Ling family ancestor were transmitted into Fang Chen's mind. "Do it!" The Ling family ancestor shouted in a low voice. The dark green light suddenly soared and then swept across the entire valley. Rumble! The deafening sound resounded through the sky. All the killing power of the space talisman was attracted by the Ling family ancestor. A huge amount of energy swept over and attacked the dark green light crazily. This is it. Fang Chen had been waiting for an opportunity. Finally, after a short wait, the opportunity came. The Ling family ancestor used his last bit of strength to pull the space talisman. A second later, Fang Chen jumped to the center of the valley. 2 seconds later, Fang Chen used the invincible sword principle as an attack. At the same time, he waved his hands and constantly patted every corner of the ground. "Open!" Fang Chen roared furiously, and a crack appeared on the ground from the force of his roar. Boom! The dark green light exploded. The last trace of the Ling family ancestor's consciousness completely disappeared. The space talisman returned to its original state. After sensing Fang Chen's aura, all the killing power blasted toward Fang Chen. At this critical moment, Fang Chen broke a flaw in the space treasury and drilled into the ground. Dong! Just as he disappeared, a wild killing energy fiercely smashed into the ground, causing the entire mountain valley to tremble. Whoosh! The cold wind blew and rustled. Faint sounds of mourning could be heard in the air, as if the ancestors of the Ling family were repenting for their sins. Crack! After drilling into the ground, Fong Qin was completely free from the restraint of the space talisman. He sped up and kept diving. Finally, after diving for half an hour, he came to the bottom of the ground. Dong! Fong Qin landed on the dark ground. Suddenly, dust flew up. He looked around vigilantly. Voila! A flame appeared in his palm and lit up the dark ground. Over there. He immediately noticed Lingshan, who was bound by a powerful beam of light, unable to move at all. Her pretty face was contorted as if she was in great pain. I'm here to save you, Fong Qin called out softly. Then, with a leap, he arrived in front of the light beam. However, before he could approach the beam of light, he felt a resplendent power erupting from the beam of light and colliding with him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and blocked the beam attack, retreating a few steps. Whoa! Around the beam of light, beams of lasers flickered and intertwined, surrounding the beam of light. What happened? Fong Qin frowned. When he first came down, there were no lasers. Why did it become like this now? After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin understood that it must be his aura that triggered the automatic protective consciousness of the light beam. He turned his head to look in other directions and suddenly discovered that there were many faintly discernible beams of light that formed a long line. And in those beams of light, there were many white skeletons that were particularly eye-catching. Lingshan, who had fallen into despair, suddenly noticed some movement outside. Her eyes widened as she looked outside. Fong Qin. After seeing Fong Qin, Lingshan's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement, her heart pounding. She actually came to save me? No one knew better than Lingshan how dangerous this place was. However, a person she had only met a few times was risking so much to save her? Be careful. Just as he was thinking, the beams of light intertwined and forced Fong Qin back. She screamed hysterically, but unfortunately, her voice was blocked by the beam of light. Fong Qin couldn't hear her at all. Outside, Fong Qin was deep in thought. How could he break through the intertwining beams of light without hurting Lingshan? Intertwining beams of light. Pull one hair and the whole thing will be affected. Fong Qin pondered. If we use force to attack, unless we can destroy the laser or even the light beam, Lingshan will die for sure if we make the slightest mistake. With Fong Qin's means, he could also perform the invincible sword principle with all his strength. However, he didn't want to take the risk easily. The intertwining beams of light seem chaotic, but in fact, their operation is traceable. Fong Qin's dark eyes flickered and said in a deep voice, "This should be a small talisman method." Fong Qin shook his head and finally decided to break the beam of light with force. In terms of talisman methods, he didn't think that he could compare to Yunling. Sword chi circled around Fong Qin's body. The powerful sword will soar into the sky. Fong Qin held the hidden star sword and performed the fifth move of the invincible sword principle, which was also the strongest move so far, an illusory sword. When the hidden star sword was swung out, the whole space seemed to become distorted, and an extremely wild and hallucinatory aura instantly filled the air. At that moment, the operation of the intertwining beams of light seemed to have paused for a moment and fell into an illusion. Break! With Fong Qin's roar, the hidden star sword cooperated with its master and exerted its strongest power. The illusory sword turned the world into an illusion, and even the intertwining beams of light were powerless to resist. Crack! When the tip of the hidden star sword pierced the beam of light, Fong Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the beam of light shattered and the laser collapsed. Fong Qin jumped and appeared beside Lingshan, then stretched out his hand, grabbed her slender waist, and took her to a safe place. Whoosh! The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Lingshan didn't even have time to be shocked when she found that she was free. Lingshan's beautiful eyes were full of shock, and she looked at Fong Qin blankly. She had never thought that Fong Qin's strength was so strong. The sword just now had been reverberating in her mind. It was too shocking and too powerful. With such swordsmanship, so what if it was young Master Songshan? Now, Lingshan finally understood why Fangchen was so calm when facing young Master Songshan. He was not afraid of young Master Songshan at all. Genius. Lingshan, who was gradually recovering, thought highly of Fangchen, life ancient realm cultivation, but he could exert the strength of a star venerable. If he wasn't a genius, then what was? Thank you. Lingshan cupped her fists and nodded slightly to Fangchen to express her gratitude. Whoosh! Fangchen flicked his finger, and all the things that the Ling family's ancestors asked him to give to Lingshan were handed over. Lingshan's delicate body trembled, and then her face was filled with disbelief. Inheritance? The more information she received, the more excited she became. In the end, she jumped up in excitement. Lingshan suppressed her excitement and hurriedly asked, "How did you get the inheritance of my Ling family's ancestors?" "After you were swept away by the light beam, the murderous aura in the valley kept attacking me. I unintentionally hid on a blue stone and accidentally met a trace of your Ling family's ancestors' remnant soul. He told me the ins and outs of the matter and asked me to save you. As a trade, he gave me a supreme treasure." Fangchen explained briefly. "I see." Lingshan was a little sad after hearing that. Her ancestor was so powerful, but in the end he ended up like this. However, in her heart, she hated Yunling even more. "Yunling must be here. Let's look for her," Lingshan said. She had completely accepted the inheritance of her ancestor and couldn't comprehend it in a short time. Instead of wasting time, it was better to find Yunling and ruin her plan. Okay, Fangchen and Lingshan split up and began to search. "Master, I sense an extremely obscure aura in front of us," the hidden star sword suddenly said. "Oh, Yunling, eh?" Fangchen immediately let the hidden star sword lead the way, and he followed closely behind. Not long after, the star-concealing sword brought him to a vast dark plain. He saw Yunling, who was in a deep sleep. In the wilderness, Yunling was sleeping. Around her, the powerful talisman power and the power of the heavenly law intertwined to form the strongest defense. What a strong defense! What a powerful technique! Seeing this scene, Fangchen exclaimed. He didn't expect Yunling to have such a backup plan. "Master, with our current strength, we can't break through Yunling's defense," the hidden star sword said. "But our goal is to get the talisman inheritance and ruin her plan." "You have a way?" Fangchen asked. "Master, did you notice the stone platform on Yunlinger's arm?" Chapter 28:57. After the hidden star sword's reminder, Fangchen noticed that the place where Yunling was lying was very special. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a golden throne. Yunling was lying on the golden throne in a sitting posture. However, the throne showed signs of cracking, causing Yunling to lie directly on the ground. However, there was a square stone platform at the position of her arm. If my guess is correct, the dark green bead on the stone platform should be the heavenly talisman pearl, the hidden star sword said. Fangchen was stunned. Soon after, he stared intently at the jade green bead on the stone platform. The bead looked ordinary and quietly placed on the stone platform, but in fact, it had been revolving at a high speed. Its revolving speed was so fast that its trajectory could not be seen with the naked eye. Around the bead, there was a faint talisman power spreading. I understand. Fangchen was once a talisman master, so he quickly understood the mystery. Moreover, after the hidden star sword's reminder, he also confirmed that the dark green bead should be the legendary heavenly talisman pearl. What was the heavenly talisman pearl? Every talisman master would accumulate endless talisman power throughout their lifetime of cultivation. The strength of the talisman power also represented the strength of the talisman master. The heavenly talisman pearl was the treasure that every talisman master stored talisman power. This was recognized in the talisman master world. Talisman power was special and could not be stored in the body, so it could only be stored with the help of the heavenly talisman pearl. Only those who truly stood at the peak of the primordial chaos could store the power of talismans in their every move. You mean we only need to find a way to take out the heavenly talisman pearl and we can complete the task? Fong Qin said, the heavenly talisman pearl must contain Yunling, Ori's talisman inheritance, and her powerful talisman power. It is simply killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, I found that the heavenly talisman pearl is the source of power supporting the defense of the talisman power around her. If the source of power was removed, the defense would naturally collapse. But if we attack forcefully, it will definitely not work. Fong Qin was a little worried. Actually, there's no need to attack forcefully. Master, you can try using the space-time escape technique, the hidden star sword reminded. Fong Qin touched his chin and quickly thought in his mind. Very soon, he came up with a plan that wasn't perfect. Fong Qin had already completely comprehended the space-time evasion art to this day. With a single thought, he could create tens of thousands of clones. Although the strength of each clone was not as strong as the main body, their battle prowess was at least comparable to the Star Ancient Realm. He could use the human wave tactic to attract the defensive power of the talisman, and then take the opportunity to penetrate the gap and enter. At the critical moment, I can also share the burden of my master. The hidden star sword said, All right, it's settled then. Fong Qin nodded. No matter what, he had to try. What if he succeeded? The Ling family's ancestor had said that Yunling, Er's origin was damaged, and she would be in a deep sleep for at least an epoch. Thus, there was no need to worry about her waking up for the time being. After quickly adjusting his body, Fong Qin instantly condensed thousands upon thousands of clones with a thought. He pushed the space-time escape technique to the extreme, and all of his incarnations rushed toward the defense in front of Yunling. Crack! The first incarnation to arrive suffered the fiercest attack and was blasted away in the blink of an eye. The following incarnations came one after another. Because there were too many of them, the defensive power of the talisman was also a little weak. Buzz! After a long while, some cracks appeared in the fusion of the talisman power and the heavenly way power. Fong Qin seized the opportunity and controlled the 5 incarnations to rush toward the cracks, ready to enter the defense. Swoosh! When the 5 incarnations arrived, a stronger power suddenly emerged from the heavenly talisman pearl, and at the same time, the defensive power of the talisman power was greatly strengthened. Crack! 3 of the incarnations were instantly crushed. Invincible sword principle. It was the hidden star sword's turn to attack. It turned into a stream of light, carrying an unparalleled sword intent, and rushed toward the defense. In an instant, the hidden star sword attracted all the firepower of the talisman power, which also bought Fong Qin enough time. Go in. The 2 incarnations successfully entered the defense. Heavenly Talisman Pearl. Fong Qin stared at the Heavenly Talisman Pearl, and at the same time controlled the 2 incarnations to quickly approach the Heavenly Talisman Pearl. Crack! At this moment, there was a sudden change. Yunlinger's body emitted a powerful aura, and one of the incarnations was crushed. Oh no! Fong Qin cursed and forcibly controlled the last incarnation to grab the Heavenly Talisman Pearl. However, just as he was about to succeed, a vast aura emerged again. The atmosphere within the defense was extremely oppressive, and the incarnation turned into nothingness inch by inch. Bang! Many incarnations were destroyed, and the power of the heavenly way and the talisman power merged again, perfect and flawless. Fong Qin sighed. His attempt this time had ended in failure. Buzz! The hidden star sword was hit by a powerful recoil, and the tip of the sword was inserted into the ground. The sword shook and let out a loud sword hum. Master. The hidden star sword said, Yunlinger used to be a talisman master after all. Even if she is asleep, the aura she naturally emits is not something we can resist. Yes, I underestimated the means of a talisman master. Fong Qin curled his lips and said, Fortunately, it's just an incarnation. If my original body rashly entered, I'm afraid I would have died. The more it was like this, the more anxious Fong Qin was. Yunlinger, who was in a deep sleep, emitted such a powerful aura. What if she really woke up? It would definitely be a disaster. Fong Qin. In the distance, Ling Shan quickly rushed over. She discovered the sleeping Yunlinger, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't be impulsive. The defense around her is too strong. Attacking rashly will only lead to death, Fong Qin reminded. Then what should we do? Ling Shan asked. Wait, I'll think of a way. Underground, in a hidden place, young Master Song Shan's pitch-black eyes had a hint of blood in them. He looked into the distance and took in Fong Qin's actions. Damn it! Young Master Song Shan clenched his fists and said coldly, He's just a life-ancient realm cultivator. Once you get Yunlinger's heavenly talisman pearl, killing him will be as easy as flipping your hand. Moreover, you will have the chance to become an expert, like your father. A voice sounded in young Master Song Shan's mind. I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, my father won't let you go. Young Master Song Shan said in a deep voice. He chased into the ruins and had a fierce battle with Fong Qin before fleeing. He was inadvertently attracted by a flickering light. He thought it was an inheritance treasure. Out of curiosity, he touched the flickering light with his palm. Who knew that there was an extremely evil Yuan spirit hidden in the flickering light? It instantly invaded his body, trying to devour his Yuan spirit and then take over his body. However, at the critical moment, the mark left by Tribulation's supremacy evil in young Master Song Shan's body burst out and defeated the evil Yuan spirit. In the end, the evil Yuan spirit and young Master Song Shan reached an agreement. The two of them coexisted. It would help young Master Song Shan obtain Yunlinger's heavenly talisman pearl. After leaving, it would find someone else to possess and be reborn. Don't worry, you saw it yourself. Even though Yunlinger is asleep, the aura she releases is still so powerful. Who knows how many people will fight for her heavenly talisman pearl? The evil voice laughed. When do we make our move? Young Master Song Shan asked. Wait a bit. That guy is quite interesting. It won't be too late to make our move after he exhausts the defensive power of the talisman. What if he snatches the heavenly talisman pearl? Young Master Song Shan asked. He couldn't wait to kill Fong Qin. However, for the sake of the heavenly talisman pearl, he forcefully restrained himself. How can the heavenly talisman pearl be so easily obtained by him? The evil Yuan spirit disdainfully said, Don't worry. I'll definitely do what I promised you. The heavenly talisman pearl is yours. No one can take it away. As for what you promised me, I hope you won't forget it. While the evil Yuan spirit and young Master Song Shan were talking, Fong Qin and the hidden star sword launched several waves of attacks. However, they all ended in failure. However, although they failed, they gained some experience. In addition, with Ling Shan's help, Fong Qin felt that breaking the talisman defense was just around the corner. Chapter 2858. The best way to break through a talisman's defense was to break through its surface. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to be strong enough. Otherwise, it would be too difficult. At this stage, Fong Qin's biggest problem was the powerful aura emitted by Yunling. After countless years of accumulation, the talisman's defense had formed an aura as domineering as the way of the heavens. This aura had been there all year round, subconsciously protecting Yunling. As long as it sensed someone approaching, it would launch its most powerful attack to destroy the enemy. I wonder if the ice demon puppet will work. Fang Chen was a little hesitant. There was only one ice demon puppet. If it was damaged, the loss would be too great. Let's try one last time. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen nodded heavily. He told Ling Shan his plan. Ling Shan happily agreed and expressed that she would cooperate with Fang Chen in all aspects. Buzz! Ling Shan's Ling family bloodline was completely activated. At the same time, Fang Chen's Sky Dragon bloodline also emerged and merged with the Ling family bloodline, forming a fierce attack. Space-time escape technique. At the same time, Fang Chen used the space-time escape technique. With a thought, tens of thousands of incarnations appeared. Crack! The fusion of the two bloodlines rapidly consumed the power of the talisman's defense. The heavenly talisman pearl trembled continuously, providing an endless amount of energy. Tens of thousands of incarnations also rushed to the talisman's defense at this moment and bombarded it continuously. Whoosh! Fang Chen controlled his 5 avatars and arrived at the crack in the talisman's defense. The other 4 avatars risked being destroyed to protect the avatar that carried the Ice Fiend puppet and successfully entered the talisman's defense. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. The heavenly talisman, Pearl, trembled faster and faster, as if it was about to shatter. At the same time, the incarnations also felt a powerful attack. With a thought, Fang Chen released the Ice Demon puppet and fully activated it. There were enough energy stones to unleash the full power of the Ice Demon puppet. You must block it. Fang Chen prayed in his heart. In the distance, when the evil primordial spirit saw the Ice Demon puppet, it panicked and said, "Quickly disrupt his plan." Although young Master Songshan was very annoyed, he still made a move. He opened his mind, and the evil primordial spirit temporarily took over his body. It traveled through the void and arrived in front of the defensive talisman. Go in. He had once fought with Yunling, so he was very clear about the defense of talismans. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the defense of talismans. Not good. Fang Chen exclaimed, "Young Master Songshan?" Fang Chen's face was filled with rage, but he couldn't be distracted. The Ice Devil puppet resisted the powerful pressure and was on the verge of collapsing. His incarnation was nearing the heavenly talisman pearl. Faster! Fang Chen was extremely anxious, but young Master Mount Song still attacked the Ice Fiend puppet. Break! A furious voice came from young Master Song Shan's mouth. Soon after, he gathered all of his strength into a punch and bombarded the ice demonic puppet. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the Ice Fiend puppet instantly exploded. It's over. Ling Shan's face was pale as she shook her head and mumbled to herself. Pucci! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of essence blood and circulated his strength to the extreme. He controlled his incarnation and arrived in front of the heavenly talisman pearl at lightning speed. As long as he picked up the heavenly talisman pearl, he wouldn't be afraid of the powerful aura emitted from Yunling. The heavenly talisman pearl is mine. Young Master Songshan roared. He stomped his feet, causing the ground to tremble. Yunling! Er's clothes fluttered in the wind as a vast power surged out. Condense! Young Master Songshan raised his finger and a brilliant light flickered. He used his absolute strength to resist the powerful force in the void for a short period of time. Whoosh! Young Master Songshan coldly looked at Fang Chen's incarnation. Then he flicked his finger and a brilliant light shot out. Retrieve! At the critical moment, Fang Chen's incarnation grabbed the heavenly talisman pearl. It was also at this moment that the brilliant light rushed over with boundless power. With a crack, Fang Chen's incarnation collapsed and the heavenly talisman pearl floated in the air. Crack! Without the support of the heavenly talisman pearl, the talisman defense was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without the obstruction of the talisman defense, Fang Chen stomped his feet and rushed towards the heavenly talisman pearl. The heavenly talisman pearl is mine. Young Master Songshan grinned and grabbed the heavenly talisman pearl. Invincible Sword Dao. An illusory sword was unleashed. The hidden star sword descended from the sky and slashed at the place where young Master Songshan had to pass. Fang Chen used the stellar transposition and arrived in front of the heavenly talisman pearl in an instant. He grabbed the heavenly talisman pearl in his hand. Buzz! At this moment, the entire ground seemed to revolve around him. The powerful talisman energy in the air endlessly drilled into the heavenly talisman pearl. Fang Chen stood on the ground with the hidden star sword in his hand. Cold killing intent filled the air as he stared at young Master Songshan. Today you must die. After saying that, Fang Chen used the invincible Sword Dao. Sword after sword, like a stormy sea, surged over violently. Let's go. Fang Chen's attack power was beyond young Master Songshan's tolerance. The evil primordial spirit was restricted and couldn't provide much help. Let's go. Although he was unwilling, young Master Songshan still made the decision. He threw a punch at Fang Chen and quickly retreated. You can't escape. Fang Chen chased after him with the hidden star sword. After a long while, Fang Chen helplessly returned to the place where Yunlinger was sleeping. Where's young Master Songshan? Lingshan asked. I chopped off his arms, but he escaped, Fang Chen said. There's an evil primordial spirit in his body. Otherwise he would have died. Although young Master Songshan wasn't a threat, his escape was still unfavorable to Fang Chen. Once he spread the news that he had the heavenly talisman pearl, the evil tribulation supremacy would definitely attack him. Forget it. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. Fang Chen shook his head and looked at the sleeping Yunling. It could be seen that Yunlinger was definitely a great beauty and a femme fatale. What about her? Lingshan was ready to kill Yunlinger, but she was stopped by Fang Chen. Not to mention other things, with Lingshan's current strength, it was impossible to kill Yunlinger. Yunlinger is sleeping, but she's a peerless powerhouse after all. With our strength, it's impossible to break her defense. Fang Chen said, Let me try and see if I can take her into Immortal Cave Mountain. Fang Chen communicated with Immortal Cave Mountain briefly, and then began to try. Immortal Cave Mountain opened, and a powerful suction force enveloped Yunling. Buzz! Yunlinger's body didn't move at all. No way! Fang Chen's eyes widened. Even Immortal Cave Mountain couldn't suck her away. Wasn't this too terrifying? Master, use the heavenly talisman pearl. The hidden star sword reminded. The heavenly talisman pearl was Yunlinger's pearl of life, and it was closely related to her. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes turned, and he quickly took out the heavenly talisman pearl and then activated it. Traces of talisman power emerged from the heavenly talisman pearl. When the talisman power came into contact with Yunlinger's body, the latter underwent a slight change. Her body is moving, Lingshan exclaimed. Did it work? Fang Chen was overjoyed. Under his gaze, Yunlinger entered Immortal Cave Mountain. Fang Chen hurriedly looked inside Immortal Cave Mountain and found that Yunlinger was still sleeping. Phew! After safely taking Yunlinger into Immortal Cave Mountain, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis here was finally resolved. But he still didn't know how to deal with Yunling. Forget it, let's not think so much. Let's take it one step at a time. Fang Chen said, We should leave too. Lingshan whispered. In the depths of Nishua City, a bloody light soared into the sky. Young Master Songshan was seriously injured, and blood was all over his body. His arms were cut off, and he was in a very sorry state. I will definitely take revenge for this. Young Master Songshan subconsciously wanted to contact the Tribulation Lord, but he was stopped by the evil spirit. He used his powerful divine sense to interfere with young Master Songshan so that he couldn't send a message. Possession. Taking advantage of young Master Songshan's injury, the evil spirit launched a new round of possession, and this time it succeeded easily. A moment later, young Master Songshan stood up, and his body was domineering. If it weren't for your father, I would have devoured your spirit. The evil spirit only suppressed young Master Songshan's spirit in the corner of his mind and didn't completely destroy it. Chapter 2859. In the underground wasteland, Fong Qin looked down at the broken ice demon puppet, feeling a little pained. This was his strongest trump card. As long as there was enough energy, it could explode with amazing power. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Yunling Er's aura. I wonder if it can be repaired. Fong Qin was unwilling to give up. He stored the broken ice demon puppet in dark cave mountain. Perhaps one day he would meet a powerful blacksmith who could repair it for him. After doing all this, Fong Qin brought Lingshan back to the surface. 1. Without the support of the heavenly talisman orb, the space talisman had completely stopped working. Ancestor. Lingshan bowed deeply in the direction of Qingshi. Her heart was very sad. She thought that her ancestor had found his true love, but who would have thought that he would be harmed by it in the end? Rest in peace, Lingshan said softly. When Fong Qin and her left the valley, they appeared in front of the palace gate. With a thought, Fong Qin placed the spatial talisman into his pouch. This was a good item. Then the two returned to Nishua City. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Fong Qin looked up at the twinkling stars and sighed. This trip to the ruins was very rewarding, but also experienced a lot. Are you okay? Seeing that Lingshan's mood was a little off, Fong Qin asked. I'm fine. Lingshan's face changed as soon as she said that. What's wrong? Lingshan's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. She was very angry. Young Master Songshan led his men and completely destroyed our Ling family's mansion in Nishua City. What? Fong Qin was also a little surprised. He didn't expect young Master Songshan to recover so quickly. He also said that our Ling family intended to invade Nishua City and is a sinner of Nishua City. Lingshan said in a low voice, and he also ordered a search for us. Let's leave here first. Fong Qin pulled Lingshan and disappeared into the darkness. The current Nishua City was bustling with activity. The destruction of the Ling family was a great blow to everyone. On this day, Butian leisurely came to Nishua City. That old man is so cruel. He actually made me come to the Nile continent, Butian said reluctantly. He knew the dangers of the Nile continent better than anyone else. When the old man learned that Ancestor Han had sent Fong Qin to the Nile continent, he immediately decided to let him come here to train himself and meet up with Fong Qin. I wonder where that guy is. After Butian entered Nishua City, he found someone to inquire about Fong Qin's whereabouts. However, it was to no avail. There are two possibilities. First, Fong Qin didn't come to Nishua City at all. Secondly, he did not cause any big commotion when he came, so no one knew about it. Butian slowly said. At night, Butian found a secluded courtyard to rest. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Butian opened his eyes. His face was overjoyed. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. Brother Fong, are you really in Nishua City? Brother Butian, why did you come to Nishua City? Fong Qin asked. Butian briefly explained and then asked Fong Qin. After learning that the latter had broken up with young Master Songshan, he was secretly speechless. This guy was not honest anywhere. He had just come to the Nile continent, but he had already offended young Master Songshan of Nishua City, and it was the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Don't you know that Guy's father is the Tribulation Lord of Evil? Brother Butian, young Master Songshan is looking for me all over the city. It's not convenient for me to show up. I came to you today because I have something to discuss with you. Fong Qin transmitted his voice. He was an ancestor-level powerhouse in the Tao of time and space. His concealment methods were even more unfathomable. As long as he was careful, no one would be able to find him. You have offended young Master Songshan. Why don't you leave Nishua City, quickly? Butian asked. Fong Chen was not surprised that he could find him. After all, the latter's primordial spirit had reached the emperor level. He was an out-and-out freak. I want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Fong Chen transmitted his voice. When Butian heard this, he was instantly stunned. After a long time, he recovered and asked again, Are you sure you want to kill young Master Songshan? That guy's father is the Tribulation Lord of Evil, who is famous in the Nile continent. As long as our hands and feet are clean, even the Tribulation Lord of Evil won't be able to find any clues. Besides, the Nile continent is so vast. After killing him, we can escape Nishua City and go to other places to cultivate. Fong Chen said. He was waiting for Butian's reply. If Butian was willing to join forces with him, they could definitely kill young Master Songshan without anyone knowing. Butian's eyes flashed with a complicated light, recalling what his master had said to him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Since Brother Fong wants to be crazy, then I, Butian, will accompany you this time. There was still madness hidden in Butian's bones. Okay, thank you, Brother Butian. Fong Chen thanked him. I will go back and prepare first. When the time is right, I will inform Brother Butian. What do I need to do? Butian asked. Young Master Songshan was different from ordinary people. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be well prepared. Otherwise, if they left any clues, they would definitely be discovered by the Tribulation Lord of Evil. Brother Butian, carefully inquire about where young Master Songshan appears in the next few days. If you can sneak into his mansion, that would be the best. Fong Chen said. Okay, no problem. Nishua City, a hidden place. Fong Chen and Ling Shan looked at each other. The latter's face was full of complicated expressions. Are you sure you want to kill young Master Songshan? Ling Shan asked in disbelief. Fong Chen nodded. You don't need to get involved. I will send you out of Nishua City. Quickly contact the Ling family's experts to escort you back to the Ling family territory. Ling Shan had just received the inheritance of the Ling family's ancestor and was the hope of the Ling family's rise again. He had promised the Ling family's ancestor to protect Ling Shan's safety. Naturally, he didn't want her to get involved. Ling Shan shook her head and stubbornly said, I can stay and help you. You can't help me. Fong Chen's attitude was very tough. In the end, Ling Shan compromised. Fong Chen sent Ling Shan out of Nishua City that very night. The latter disappeared into the darkness. Fong Chen believed that as long as Ling Shan left Nishua City, she could return to the Ling family territory alive. At that time, even the evil Tribulation Supremacy wouldn't be able to kill her. After sending Ling Shan away, Fong Chen began to wait for an opportunity. In the mansion where young Master Songshan was staying, the lights were bright. Bang! A heavy sound came from the study, followed by young Master Songshan's anger. Trash, a bunch of trash. How big is Nishua City? You can't even find 2 people? Young Master, Songshan cursed. Young Master, we are already doing our best. The servant whispered. I don't care. If they are alive, I want to see them. If they are dead, I want to see their corpses. Young Master Songshan said coldly, also, capture 10,000 ancient gods and send them to my mansion. Yes, young master. After the servant left, a gloomy expression appeared on young Master Songshan's face. It's useless even if you resist. I have already cut off your connection with the outside world. Don't think that your father will come to save you. As long as your primordial spirit is still here, your father won't know that you have been suppressed by me. The evil voice said disdainfully. At the same time, he patted his sleeves, and a palm-sized, pure-blooded beast cub appeared. When the pure-blooded beast cub saw young Master Songshan, it roared angrily and bared its fangs. Slap! Young Master Songshan slapped the pure-blooded beast cub away. A monster dares to point fingers in front of me? While occupying young Master Songshan's primordial spirit, the evil primordial spirit found the pure-blooded beast cub and was secretly delighted. You will definitely not be buried by following me. When you become the king of beasts, you will be grateful to me. The evil primordial spirit said coldly and then put away the pure-blooded beast cub. He looked at the dark, starry sky through the window. Just wait. One day in the future, I will definitely dominate the world again with a strong stance and shock the world. The evil primordial spirit said, given time, he would definitely recover to his peak. At that time, not to mention the evil tribulation supremacy, even if all the experts of the Nile continent were to join forces, they would still not be his opponent. But now he had just been reborn and his strength was too weak. He needed a long time to recuperate and heal. Therefore, he would not act rashly. I must get the heavenly talisman pearl. Young Master Songshan clenched his fists, his eyes burning. Chapter 2860. Young Master Songshan's cultivation was only at the Star Venerable realm. If Fang Chen attacked with all his strength, he could also kill him. However, it would cause a big commotion and be discovered by young Master Songshan's subordinates. Therefore, he chose to join forces with Butian. Butian attacked first, using his powerful strength to restrain young Master Songshan. Then, Fang Chen used an illusory sword to break young Master Songshan's armor defense. At this moment, the ice demon puppet appeared. Although Fang Chen's ice demon puppet was damaged, Butian's was intact. Crack! At that moment, the pressure that the ice fiend puppet exuded was in no way weaker than young Master Songshan's. It suddenly threw out a punch that froze space. Young Master Songshan was sent flying by the punch. The sound of bones breaking came from his body. The power of the ice demon puppet was too strong, completely crushing young Master Songshan. Damn it! As death approached, young Master Songshan could not care less. He waved his hand, and his body instantly shattered. Two primordial spirits floated in the sky. The evil primordial spirit sneered and threw the suppressed primordial spirit of young Master Songshan at Fang Chen. Whoosh! The illusory sword was used again, and it split open young Master Songshan's primordial spirit. At the same time, the ice demon puppet and Butian completely surrounded the evil primordial spirit. No. The evil primordial spirit let out a miserable cry. He wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he was killed by the ice demon puppet, and his primordial spirit was completely shattered. Let's go! Fang Chen pulled Butian and disappeared into the void in a flash. He pushed the space-time doctrine to the extreme, and his body flew rapidly like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the defense line of Nishua City and left the city. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended from the sky above Nishua City. A terrifying aura swept out. Many warriors who were sleeping felt tremors, and their eyes widened as they looked at the sky. In the dark sky, a huge head loomed, and an angry aura filled the earth. My son! As the voice fell, many warriors felt their primordial spirits tremble, as if they were about to shatter. It's the incarnation of tribulation, Lord Evil Crossing. Why would he come to Nishua City? Not good. Could it be that young Master Songshan has fallen? That must be it. Otherwise, why would tribulation supremacy be here? It's over. Nishua City is going to suffer. In the distance, many cultivators looked at the huge head in the sky with fear, their hearts trembling. They recognized the incarnation of Tribulation Master, Evil Crossing, and were terrified. Young Master Songshan was the only son of the Tribulation Supremacy. He doted on young Master Songshan very much. The latter's death would definitely cause him to be furious. The huge head released a powerful divine sense that enveloped the entire courtyard. Illusions, swordsmanship, frost aura, and evil aura. The huge head said in a low voice, His divine sense spread out and enveloped the territory within a radius of 10,000 miles around Nishua City, but he did not find any clues. "No matter who it is, I want you to pay the price." As it spoke, the huge head opened its mouth and scorching flames crawled down, instantly turning Nishua City into a sea of fire. Countless cultivators screamed miserably. They desperately fled out of Nishua City, but as soon as they got close to the city gate, their bodies would be torn apart. This scene shocked everyone. Does God want to destroy my Nishua City? Tribulation supremacy, aren't you afraid of God's wrath for such a large-scale massacre? I don't want to die, I want to go out. That night, countless miserable screams came from Nishua City. The huge head looked down. The sea of fire enveloped Nishua City, and the miserable screams were getting smaller and smaller. Powerful resentment gathered in the sky above Nishua City, wanting to ask for an explanation from Tribulation Supremacy, but the latter opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force came and directly swallowed these resentment. "You lowly people, all of you will be buried with my son." In his eyes, the entire Nishua City was not enough to exchange for the life of his son, young Master Songshan. "Illusory Swordlord, I hope you can give me an explanation." After a long while, Nishua City had been completely turned into ashes in the huge sea of fire and was removed from the Nile continent. Tribulation Supremacy said softly, and then his incarnation dissipated. Judging from the aura left behind at the scene, Tribulation Supremacy believed that the murder of his son was most likely related to Illusory Swordlord, because in the vast Nile continent, only Illusory Swordlord cultivated both the Tao of Sword and the Tao of Illusion, and his bloodline power was very evil and overbearing. Combining all kinds of clues, he was going to find Illusory Swordlord to ask for an explanation. In a barren land in the Nile continent, Fong Chen and Butian leaned against a blue stone, gasping for breath. Tribulation Supremacy's incarnation came so quickly. Butian couldn't help but sigh. Tribulation Supremacy was a Tribulation Supremacy, and his strength was so powerful that he could cover the sky with one hand. He was one of the most powerful people in the Nile continent, and even in the outside world he could become the master of a sect. At least, even if Ancestor Han of the ancient cold sect came in person, he couldn't do anything to Tribulation Supremacy. For such a powerhouse, killing the two of them would be as easy as flipping his hand. "Brother Fong, I was scared to death just now. When Tribulation Supremacy's incarnation appeared, I thought we would be discovered." Recalling the frightening moment just now, Butian admired Fong Chen even more. "How did you do it? How did you completely hide your body, and even Tribulation Supremacy couldn't find you?" Butian asked curiously. Fong Chen smiled slightly and didn't say anything. When it came to escaping and hiding, no one dared to say they were the best when it came to space-time. Although there was a big gap between his cultivation and Tribulation Supremacies, his achievements in space-time were unparalleled. Not long ago, he had a flash of inspiration and pushed space-time to a higher level, so he also comprehended a very powerful concealment secret technique. It was this concealment secret technique that allowed him to avoid Tribulation Supremacy's search. "Forget it, I won't ask." Seeing that Fong Chen was silent, Butian shook his head and said. Suddenly, Fong Chen raised his head, looked at Butian, and said seriously, "Brother Butian, to tell you the truth, I'm a successor of space-time, and the concealment secret technique I just used is a space-time secret technique." Chapter 2861. The second largest city on the Nile continent was Illusory Sword City, Luwin. In fact, this city was not as large as Nishua City, but the reason why it could become the second largest city was entirely because of Illusory Swordlord. Illusory Swordlord cultivated both sword principle and illusion principle, and the combination of the two made his attack power incredible. Although they were both Tribulation Supremacies, Tribulation Supremacy did not dare to provoke illusory Swordlord without special circumstances. It was only because his only son, young Master Songshan, died that Tribulation Supremacy was so angry. Tribulation Supremacy, what are you doing here? Illusory Swordlord asked in a deep voice. Lord of the Illusory Sword, my son was killed in Nishua City. I sense the way of the sword and the way of the illusion at the scene, as well as an evil aura. Let me ask you, other than the descendant of the Lord of the Illusory Sword, who else on the Nile continent can possess these 3 auras at the same time and dare to attack my son? Everyone knew that young Master Songshan was the only son of Tribulation Supremacy. Even Saint Venerables did not dare to kill young Master Songshan. After such a thing happened, Tribulation Supremacy's only suspect was Illusory Swordlord. Are you suspecting me? Illusory Swordlord frowned. After my son died, I rushed there immediately, but I did not find the murderer, Tribulation Supremacy said. Illusory Swordlord shook his head. Your son's death has nothing to do with my Illusory Sword City. Give me a reason, Tribulation Supremacy said sternly. There is no reason. Then let's fight. On this day, according to the warriors who saw everything with their own eyes, there was a burst of colorful light in the sky, and a vast power fell down as if the whole sky was about to sink. The power was so strong that the whole Illusory Sword City was shaking. If Illusory Swordlord had not covered the city with his illusion, the power of the battle alone would have been enough to completely raze the Illusory Sword City to the ground. As for the final result, no one knew. They only knew that the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, Illusory Swordlord returned to Illusory Sword City, and Tribulation Supremacy disappeared. News of this battle quickly spread throughout the Nile continent and caused a great sensation. Even Fong Qin and Butian, who were far away, received the news. Tribulation, Lord Demonic Tribulation, and Illusory Sword Master fought for 3 days and 3 nights? Butian's eyes widened and he was tongue-tied. Has the Tribulation Master gone mad? He actually dares to fight the Illusory Swordlord? Butian couldn't believe it and kept shaking his head. Although the Illusory Swordlord was at the same level as the Tribulation Master Evil Crossing, his strength was a notch higher. The Lord of the Illusory Sword was vaguely known as the strongest person on the Nile continent. It should be related to young Master Song Shan's death. Fong Chun muttered, I used my swordsmanship, and you used the ice fiend puppet. There was also the aura of the evil essence soul left at the scene. The combination of the 3 reminded Transcendence, Evil Tribulation, Lord of the Illusory Sword. Hearing this, Butian pondered and said, Indeed, in the entire Nile continent, I'm afraid only the Illusory Sword City dares to kill young Master Songshan so blatantly, right? Ha ha ha, what a pity. The Tribulation Master, Evil Crossing, never dreamed that it was the 2 of us who killed his son. Butian grinned. In the process of teaming up with Fong Qin, his heart was in turmoil. He was incomparably shocked. It had only been a short time since they parted on the Luo Bing continent, and Fong Chen's strength had grown to such a level. It was too incredible. This also confirmed his master's words. Fong Chen was extraordinary and would definitely be famous in the ancient chaos in the future. Thinking of this, Butian's heart was full of emotions. Brother Fong, what should we do next? Butian asked. The Nile continent was vast, and there were endless battles and opportunities here. Ancestor Han asked Fong Qin to come here for 2 reasons. One was to hone his cultivation, and the other was to distract the attention of the outside world. Now, as soon as he came to the Nile continent, he killed young Master Songshan. He had completely formed an irreconcilable hatred with the Tribulation Master, Evil Crossing. Let's go to the Nethermoon City, Fong Qin said. Okay. Butian didn't even think about it and directly nodded. Brother Fong, have you ever thought about establishing your own force and dominating the Nile continent? Suddenly, Butian asked. Fong Chen froze for a moment, then shook his head and continued to move forward. Looking at Fong Chen's back in the wilderness, Butian chuckled and quickly caught up with him. My master once said that a warrior who doesn't want to be an overlord isn't a qualified warrior. Since ancient times, which peerless powerhouse wasn't the leader of a region? With a single command, their subordinates could overturn one force after another. Butian continued, even the strongest martial artist would need some helpers. The Nile continent was extremely chaotic, and many forces were involved. Butian's heart moved slightly, and he had such a bold idea. Establishing a force is not something that can be done overnight. We can do it secretly. First, we can control some small sect, and then gradually develop. Butian said, one day when our force grows to the point where we can compete with the tribulation supremacy, we can announce it to the world. At that time, we can be considered one of the overlords of the Nile continent. Let's improve our cultivation first. Fong Chen shook his head. He didn't think too much about it for now. Looking at the Nile continent, the overlords of many forces were basically Saint Venerables or tribulation supremacies. As for him and Butian, they were at most equivalent to Star Venerables. It would be difficult to deal with powerful Star Venerables. Thinking about this now seemed a little too far away. The Ling family was an overlord of the southwest of the ancient chaos. They had 180 continents under their command, and their strength was at least twice as strong as the ancient cold sect. The Ling family was once one of the most glorious and powerful families, and they had a deep foundation. Even if they had declined now, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Ling family was still the absolute overlord of this area. Since the Ling family branch in the Nile continent was destroyed, the Ling family had been worried about Lingshan's safety. However, a few months ago, Lingshan had successfully returned, which made the Ling family members breathe a sigh of relief. The garden was lush and verdant. Lingshan, who was dressed in black, sat by the pond, looking at the fish swimming freely in the water. I wonder how Fong Chen is doing, Lingshan murmured. Lingshan murmured, her mind filled with images of Fong Chen. Shan. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. Without turning around, she knew it was her father, the current head of the Ling family. Father, Lingshan greeted. Chapter 2862. Every time he cultivated in the reincarnation sword shuttle, he could feel that he had benefited a lot. Moreover, every time he came out of the reincarnation sword shuttle, he could clearly feel that his understanding of the sword principle had improved sharply. However, what troubled Fong Chen was that he had not been able to pass the first reincarnation. The sword reincarnation was different from other reincarnations. If he wanted to pass it, he had to rely on his powerful understanding of the sword principle and his skills. However, although he failed every time, his invincible sword principle was getting more and more powerful. After comprehending something in the reincarnation sword shuttle, Fong Chen recondensed the first 5 moves of the invincible sword principle, and their power increased by 10%. On the way to Nethermoon City, Fong Chen and Butian were not in a hurry. They cultivated as they traveled. Butian became more and more interested in the way of time and space. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. He claimed to be a genius, but he still only knew a little about it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Finally, they approached the territory of Nethermoon City. Legend has it that the Lord of Nethermoon City is a beautiful woman, Butian said with a smile. I don't know if the rumor is true or not. Maybe she's a vicious woman. Fong Chen walked in front and shook his head. Among the 5 tribulation masters of the Nile continent, the Lord of Nethermoon City was ranked in the top 3, which was enough to show how powerful she was. There were many different legends about the Lord of Nethermoon City. The most credible one was that the Lord of Nethermoon City came from the remote, chaotic void. She had an underworld shadow body and obtained the inheritance of an ancient, powerful figure on the Nile continent. Butian talked to Fong Chen, but the latter ignored him. This made him a little confused. He looked up and saw that the latter had stopped and seemed to be a little serious. "Brother Fong, what's wrong?" Butian asked hurriedly. At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was full of shock. He looked inside Mount Dongming and suddenly found that, in the spacious space, a palm-sized demonic beast was running around randomly. "What's this?" Fong Chen was very puzzled. He knew everything about Dark Cave Mountain like the back of his hand, but he couldn't understand how this little guy had appeared. Fong Chen tried to communicate with the pure-blooded beast cub, but was met with a frantic counterattack. With no other choice, Fong Chen could only use Cave 2 Mountain to suppress the pure-blooded beast cubs. "Brother Butian, do you recognize this item?" Fong Chen opened the Dark Cave Mountain and pointed at the suppressed pure-blooded beast cub for Butian to see. Unlike demonic beasts, the blood and qi in their bodies are very vigorous. As he spoke, Butian's eyes widened and his heartbeat accelerated. "Brother Fong, you're rich." "What's going on?" Butian's sudden surprise made Fong Chen a little confused. "Do you know about the pure-blooded demonic beasts from the ancient times?" Butian asked. "Don't tell me you're saying that it's a pure-blooded demon beast from the ancient times?" Fong Chen had naturally heard that pure-blooded demon beasts had gone extinct after the Battle of the Gods in ancient times. Now, they only existed in legends. Butian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "No, to be exact, it should be a descendant of a pure-blooded demon beast from the ancient times. A pure-blooded beast cub." Fong Chen's head heated up as he stared at the little fellow. "Are you sure?" Butian carefully observed the little fellow and nodded heavily after a moment. "I once followed my master and was fortunate enough to see a dead, pure-blooded beast cub. It was about the same size and, most importantly, the blood and qi in their bodies were exactly the same." Fong Chen was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to imagine that he actually had a pure-blooded beast cub. "I've really hit the jackpot." It's said that after a pure-blooded beast cub reaches adulthood, its strength is comparable to a tribulation supremacy. With a little training, it can become a world deity. Butian sighed. In the ancient times, humans and demonic beasts coexisted. Only pure-blooded demonic beasts could be on equal footing with the strongest humans. The blood of pure-blooded demonic beasts was priceless. Simply put, the poisonous calamity divine pill was precious enough. But compared to the blood of pure-blooded demonic beasts, it was simply trash. Hoo-hoo! Fong Chen's breathing quickened as he stared at the pure-blooded beast cub. The latter raised its head and flaunted, as if to tell Fong Chen how powerful it was. "Little fellow." Fong Chen slapped the pure-blooded beast cub's head and immediately enveloped it with his powerful divine sense. Soon, he obtained a lot of information from it. This is fate. Young Master Songshan went through a lot of hardships and didn't hesitate to kill countless people to capture ancient god cultivators in Nishua City so that the pure-blooded beast cub could absorb their strength and grow. But in the end, I accidentally obtained it. Fong Chen felt like laughing. When he destroyed young Master Songshan's body, the latter was automatically taken away by Cave Dark Mountain. "Brother Fong, the pure-blooded beast cub is very important. You can't let others know about it," Butian warned, "especially Tribulation Supremacy Duxie. If he knows that you have the pure-blooded beast cub, he will definitely know that you are the murderer." Fong Chen nodded. Cave Dark Mountain was a spatial treasure personally refined by the great Emperor of Cave Ruins. Although its grade wasn't high, it contained a trace of the great Emperor of Cave Ruins' aura and could isolate all auras. The pure-blooded beast cub was safest in Cave Dark Mountain. Whoosh! Crazy flames soared into the sky, and a figure walked out of the sea of fire. The flames spread throughout Cave Dark Mountain, and the pure-blooded beast cub was also affected. It roared and pounced at Xiaohua. Scram! Xiaohua subconsciously punched out, and the flaming fist hit the pure-blooded beast cub. He thought that he could send it flying, but he didn't expect it to be safe and sound after taking his punch. Xiao Hu was a little surprised. At this moment, Feng Chun walked over. "Big brother, is this your new little brother?" Xiao Hu asked innocently. Feng Chen gently patted Xiao Hu's head and said with a smile, "You can say so. Xiao Hua, how's your cultivation recently?" "Big brother, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and the fire seed in my body is stagnant." Speaking of cultivation, Xiao Hua was a little depressed. "Don't be depressed. You are still young. I believe that one day you will stand at the top of the primordial chaos." Feng Chen said, "When we go to Nethermoon City, I will buy you some fire-type treasures for you to cultivate." "Thank you, big brother." Xiao Hu's face was full of smiles. "Little guy, have a taste of my flames." Not long after, Xiao Hua and the pure-blooded beast cub got along well. Feng Chen quietly left Cave Dark Mountain and continued forward with Butian. "Brother Feng, my admiration for you is like the water of the Yellow River." Stop, stop, stop. When did you learn to be so glib? Feng Chen couldn't stand Butian anymore. "I mean it. In my heart, you are the strongest prodigy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you are the strongest ancient god," Butian said seriously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew, and the sky changed. A cold voice was heard. "A firefly dares to say that you are the strongest ancient god? What a joke!" Feng Chen and Butian looked in the direction of the voice. In the void not far away, a beautiful woman in purple walked over. She had a strong aura on her body. "Who are you? What does my brother have to do with you?" Butian curled his lips and said, "Besides, I don't think I am wrong. My brother is the strongest ancient god. You are a frog at the bottom of the well. The primordial chaos is so big. With the passing of eras, experts have emerged in large numbers. You dare to say that you are the strongest at a certain level?" The woman in purple said coldly with a cold expression, "You're talking nonsense." Slap. As soon as Butian finished speaking, he was sent flying by a slap from the woman in purple. It hurt so much. Butian quickly got up and looked at the woman in purple with anger. Feng Chen pulled Butian's clothes gently and looked at the woman in purple in the void. "Senior, we are just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Since ancient times, experts have emerged in large numbers. I naturally don't dare to say that I am the strongest ancient god." Feng Chen's words made the purple-clothed woman's expression soften. "You are not bad. It is a pity that you are far from being the strongest ancient god. I know a few ancient gods. I am afraid you can't even defeat them." The woman in purple shook her head and disappeared into the void. "Brother Feng, why didn't you let me take action? This woman is too much." "Brother Butian, do you know who that woman is?" Feng Chen asked. "Who else could it be? It can't be the master of Bright Moon City, right?" Butian curled his lips and said. Feng Chen nodded. "You don't say. She could really be the master of Bright Moon City." "It can't be? Is the master of Bright Moon City so bored that she would argue with us about who is the strongest ancient god?" Chapter 2863. Looking from afar, Nethermoon City was magnificent and prosperous. "Nethermoon City, we've finally arrived." Butian laughed out loud. Along the way, he had been worried about being tracked by Tribulation Master Xia, so he walked carefully. Arriving at Nethermoon City, he could finally relax completely. "Let's go in." After Feng Chen finished speaking, he took the lead and walked towards Nethermoon City. However, at this moment, Butian called out to him. Feng Chen turned his head with some doubts, and suddenly found that Butian was rushing towards the wasteland not far away. "Brother Butian, what's wrong?" Feng Chen asked. Butian's face was gloomy, his dark eyes staring at the front of the wasteland, and murmured, "I just saw an acquaintance." "An acquaintance? Brother Feng, you go to Nethermoon City first. I'll find you later." After saying that, without giving Fangchen any chance to ask, his figure flashed and disappeared from the wasteland. Although he was very puzzled, Fangchen still turned and entered Nethermoon City. On the wide street, people came and went, and there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Looking at the bustling street, Fangchen couldn't help but sigh. Nethermoon City was indeed worthy of being called Nethermoon City. Even the Ice King city of Luo Bing continent couldn't compare with this level of prosperity. Suddenly, the cultivators on the street rushed forward. Fangchen was a little curious, so he stopped a cultivator and asked, "Little brother, what's going on ahead?" "You don't know?" The cultivator looked at Fangchen in surprise and then asked, "Are you new?" Fangchen nodded. The cultivator continued, "No wonder you don't even know about such a big thing. Let me tell you, today the two heavens prides of Nethermoon City are competing, and they are all going to watch the competition. I'll stop talking or I'll be late." Looking at the cultivator's back, Fangchen quickly followed. After a while, they came to a wide square. There was a sea of people around, and there were even venerable god masters watching. In the center of the square, there was a martial arts stage and two figures stood on it. Life Ancient Stage? Fangchen could feel the aura emanating from the two of them and knew that they were Life Ancient Realm martial artists. He couldn't understand why a battle between Life Ancient Realm martial artists could attract so many onlookers. "I think Yi Tsang has a higher chance of winning." "That's not necessarily true. Lin Hai is not weak either." Both of them are Nethermoon City's geniuses that appear only once every 10,000 years. Although their cultivations are only at the Life Ancient Realm, their battle prowess is no weaker than a Star Venerable. That's right. I heard that the two of them once had a glorious record of killing Star Venerables. In the surrounding crowd, people were discussing in low voices. After listening for a while, Fangchen finally understood. The strongest ancient god? In his mind, he recalled the purple-clothed woman he had met on the wasteland of Nethermoon City. The latter had said that in the vast primordial chaos, there were many geniuses and countless experts competing with each other. It was too difficult to become the strongest at a certain level. After this battle, no matter who wins, they will become the strongest ancient god of Nethermoon City. That's right. Moreover, they can represent Nethermoon City and enter the immortal divine mountain to cultivate. Speaking of the immortal divine mountain, everyone's expression became serious. Obviously, they also yearned to enter the immortal divine mountain. Unfortunately, they didn't have the qualifications to enter. What a pity. If we could enter the immortal divine mountain, our strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Stop dreaming. What kind of place is the immortal divine mountain? Do you think someone like you can enter? If everyone could enter, then Yi Tsang and Lin Hai wouldn't have to fight to the death. The sounds of discussion were endless. The words immortal divine mountain attracted Fangchen's attention. He calmly glanced at the surrounding martial artists, then asked in a low voice, "Brothers, may I ask what kind of place the immortal divine mountain is?" Seeing Fangchen's modest appearance, the martial artist slowly explained, "The immortal divine mountain is a divine mountain of laws. The laws contained within are completely different from those of our Nile continent. It is said that the immortal divine mountain was left behind by a peerless expert. Moreover, he himself cultivated there. However, for countless years, ever since the immortal divine mountain was discovered, countless people have tried to enter, but they all failed. Even tribulation supremacies were unable to force their way in." The person continued, "People slowly fumbled around and finally discovered some of the laws. That is, the strongest of each level can enter. It is said that the immortal divine mountain has supreme treasures, divine pills, and legacy cultivation methods. You can see them everywhere. As long as one can come out alive, their cultivation will definitely soar to the heavens. The dream of every martial artist in the Nile continent is to enter the immortal divine mountain to cultivate." One could hear that this person's heart was filled with sorrow. Feng Chen's heart trembled. The immortal divine mountain? Why hadn't he heard of it before? The strongest of each level? Feng Chen muttered, a crafty smile appearing in his eyes. Just as he was thinking, the battle on the martial arts stage had already begun. Yi Tsang roared and stomped his foot. Immediately, his body shot out like a cannonball, carrying a powerful aura as he charged towards Lin Hai. During this process, a spear appeared in Yi Tsang's hand. The life spear. Below, the crowd saw this and cried out in alarm. The life spear was Yi Tsang's personal weapon. Its name shook the entire Nile continent. Everyone's faces were filled with envy. The life spear? Let me see if the life spear is as miraculous as the legends say. After seeing the life spear, Lin Hai's expression changed. He clenched his hands into fists, and a vast amount of power gathered on his fists like thunder. He slowly raised his fists. They were as dazzling as the sun in the sky. So strong! Below the martial arts stage, cries of surprise could be heard. Legend had it that Lin Hai had once killed a star-venerable expert with a single punch. His body was unparalleled, and his strength was tyrannical to the extreme. Everyone's eyes widened, their hearts incomparably shocked. They urgently wanted to know if Lin Hai's iron fist could block Yi Tsang's life spear. Life spear art. Yi Tsang's body that was floating in the air suddenly moved. His legs formed a bow shape. At the same time, his wrist flicked, and the life spear emitted a resonant cry. He then ruthlessly stabbed the spear towards Lin Hai. Dong! The iron fist and the life spear collided. On the tip of the spear, a power that could crush everything appeared, directly pressing against Lin Hai's iron fist. Kill! Lin Hai's eyes were scarlet red. He roared in anger, and his body's strength increased. The power of his iron fist suddenly increased, and he forced the life spear back. Below, cries of surprise rang out. Heavens! Lin Hai's physical strength has already reached such a level. Too strong. A pair of iron fists forced the life spear back. After this battle, Lin Hai will undoubtedly be the strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City. Everyone was screaming. They all believed that Lin Hai could defeat Yi Tsang. However, Feng Chen didn't think so. His gaze was fixed on the two people on the martial arts stage. Lin Hai's physical strength is enough to crush Yi Tsang, but in the end, it hasn't reached the level of invincibility. On the other hand, Yi Tsang's life spear technique is incomparably mysterious. Feng Chen thought to himself. From the life spear technique, he actually saw a trace of the mysteries of the heavens. He even felt that the life spear technique and his invincible sword technique had some similarities. Thinking up to this point, Feng Chen's heart trembled. He secretly nodded. The current Yi Tsang might not be enough to convince others, but he should be enough to defeat Lin Hai. If he continued to study the life spear technique, then one day he would become a peak expert in the ancient chaos. Just at this moment, a change occurred on the martial arts stage. Yi Tsang, who had been suppressed all this time, suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. The life spear spun in the air, the spear tip and the spear hilt resonating with each other. A resplendent power erupted. Yi Tsang's body was like a rainbow, becoming one with the life spear. His attack power reached its peak. Whoosh! A spear light shot out from the life spear, directly towards Lin Hai. The latter had suppressed Yi Tsang from the start, causing Lin Hai's confidence to soar. Originally, he had planned to use the last of his strength to suppress Yi Tsang with absolute strength. However, when he saw Yi Tsang's counterattack, he was shocked. How is this possible? Even Lin Hai didn't expect Yi Tsang to have such a move. Ding ding ding. Chapter 2864. In reality, it was just as Feng Chen had predicted. Although Yi Tsang had been suppressed by Lin Hai's powerful attacks, he had still won in the end. Ordinary people only looked at the surface strength, but true experts looked at the inner strength. After seeing Yi Tsang's life spear art, Fang Qin concluded that this victory belonged to Yi Tsang. As for Lin Hai, his body was unparalleled, but that was only when compared to an ancient god-level martial artist. Against a supreme god, his body's advantage wasn't that obvious. Drip. The plaza was completely silent, so silent that it was frightening. The sound of sweat, dripping, could be heard. The two people on the stage looked at each other. The life spear was stabbed into the ground, standing beside Yi Tsang. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, but his eyes revealed a faint smile. Across from him, Lin Hai clenched his fists. The power in his body hadn't dissipated yet. A moment later, he slowly raised his fists, looking at them in disbelief. "I lost." A hoarse voice came from Lin Hai's mouth. "I'm sincerely convinced." Immediately, countless people below were stunned. They hadn't seen the final battle clearly. Lin Hai, who had always held the advantage, how could he lose? Just what was going on? "Lin Hai, your body is very strong. If you temper it, even my life spear won't be able to break through your defense." Yi Tsang slowly said. Lin Hai shook his head, knowing that Yi Tsang was comforting him. He turned and walked off the stage. "Yi Tsang!" In the plaza, countless people were shouting Yi Tsang's name. No matter what the process was, the final victor was Yi Tsang. Since ancient times, only the victors had the right to enjoy the cheers of the crowd, to leave their names in history. As for the losers, no matter how monstrous or heavenly they were, they wouldn't be remembered. Seeing the excited expressions of the people below, Yi Tsang was very gratified. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. "Everyone, I, Yi Tsang, am where I am today because of everyone's support. I thank everyone." Yi Tsang politely said, "I'll say it again. If anyone doesn't accept me, they can come up and challenge me. I, Yi Tsang, accept anyone's challenge." As Yi Tsang's voice fell, the entire plaza fell silent. Even Lin Hai wasn't his match. Who would dare to challenge him? Wasn't he just looking for a beating? "If I defeat Yi Tsang, will I be able to enter the immortal divine mountain?" Fang Qin asked in a low voice. "That's true, but who among the ancient gods can defeat Yi Tsang?" A martial artist beside him shook his head. "Got it." Fang Qin nodded and walked out of the crowd towards the martial arts practice platform. What is that guy doing? After seeing Fang Qin's abnormal behavior, everyone's eyes converged on him. Don't tell me he thinks he can defeat Yi Tsang. This fella must be crazy. He thinks he can enter the immortal divine mountain just by defeating Yi Tsang. Ha ha ha, he is destined to be a joke. Fang Qin ignored everyone's mockery and quickly walked onto the martial arts stage. He looked straight at Yi Tsang and said, "Are you the strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City?" After seeing Fang Qin, Yi Tsang frowned but still nodded. "At least for now, even Lin Hai has been defeated by me." Yi Tsang's meaning was clear. Even Lin Hai wasn't his match. Among the ancient gods of Nethermoon City, who would dare fight him? Fang Qin nodded. "So you're saying that if I defeat you, I can replace you?" "Of course." Yi Tsang shrugged and smiled. His smile contained a bit of disdain. "Then I want to challenge you." Fang Qin's voice spread through the entire square. Countless martial artists were dumbfounded. They thought that Fang Qin was crazy. He actually dared to challenge Yi Tsang. Did he not see how strong Yi Tsang was? Crash! Lin Hai, who had already walked out of the square, suddenly turned his head. With a stomp of his foot, he gracefully returned to the martial arts stage. Boom! His aura erupted. An unparalleled power pressed towards Fang Qin. "You want to challenge Yi Tsang?" Lin Hai said angrily, "Do you know that this is the greatest humiliation to me?" Although Lin Hai had lost to Yi Tsang, he was still the strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City. Yet this guy in front of him wanted to challenge Yi Tsang so brazenly. Wasn't this just humiliating him? To Lin Hai, A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated, let alone an unknown guy. What? You defeated Yi Tsang. Don't tell me you won't allow others to challenge you? Fang Chen asked. You can challenge Yi Tsang, but you'll have to get past me first. Lin Hai was expressing his stance. If he couldn't even get past him, what qualifications did he have to challenge Yi Tsang? Yi Tsang looked at Fang Chen mockingly, but didn't say anything. He clearly approved of Lin Hai's words. After all, only Lin Hai had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. As for the others, no one else could. I'm challenging Yi Tsang, not you. Fang Chen said calmly. You don't dare. Lin Hai asked. You've already lost to Yi Tsang. I don't need to waste time by challenging you. What? Waste time? Fang Chen's words completely enraged Lin Hai. The latter walked towards Fang Chen step by step, his eyes filled with anger. If you have the guts, fight me. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications to challenge Yi Tsang. Just then, Yi Tsang spoke. Brother Lin Hai is right. If you want to fight me, you'll have to defeat him first. Fang Chen shook his head. He simply wanted to enter the immortal divine mountain. That was why he wanted to challenge Yi Tsang, not to show off. But now Lin Hai was forcing him. Are you sure you want me to fight you? Fang Chen's gaze shifted from Yi Tsang to Lin Hai. If you don't dare, then scram. Lin Hai said. Then let's begin. Fang Chen said calmly. Sword chi faintly revolved around his body. The chaotic origin, sword body, instantly revolved and a powerful energy gathered in his palm. Lin Hai frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a mountain toppling and sea overturning power sweeping towards him. You're courting death. Lin Hai was enraged. He attacked with lightning speed. A vast iron fist fiercely collided with Fang Chen's fist. Stomp, stomp, stomp. A violent aura instantly spread out. Lin Hai couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for Fang Chen, he stood there without moving. Although your physical body is strong, it hasn't reached the true, unparalleled level. Fang Chen's voice resounded throughout the square. Everyone cried out in surprise. An unknown guy could actually compete with Lin Hai in terms of physical strength? Is that so? Lin Hai sneered. His figure flickered, and at the same time, he threw out countless punches, pushing his physical strength to the limit. On the side, Yi Tsang lightly shook his head. Your physical strength is not bad, but if you want to challenge me, you're still too far away. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a figure was sent flying. Everyone's gaze fell. When they saw the figure that was sent flying, their hearts were in a perilous situation. Fang Chen stood on the martial arts stage with his hands behind his back. As for Lin Hai, he was sent flying miserably. How is this possible? Many of the martial artists in the square couldn't accept the reality in front of them. Puchi! Lin Hai spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up with difficulty. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. You know better than anyone that the outcome of the battle was already decided before it even began. Fang Chen said. Lin Hai wanted to rush onto the stage several times, but in the end he gave up. He recalled the punch he had just exchanged with Fang Chen. It was simply earth-shattering. Even he felt it was inconceivable. How can there be such a strong physical strength in this world? Lin Hai murmured. Could it be that this is the true, unparalleled body? You pay too much attention to physical strength, causing your cultivation to deviate. Your physical strength is getting stronger and stronger, but it also leaves behind hidden injuries. Fang Chen's words hit the nail on the head, pointing out Lin Hai's hidden injuries. Immediately, Lin Hai's expression changed. His breathing became hurried. This is the biggest taboo for martial artists who cultivate their body. After speaking, Fang Chen turned and looked at Yi Tsang. Do I have the qualifications to challenge you now? Brother, Lin Hai was a bit anxious. Fang Chen's physical strength was unparalleled. Moreover, he could see his hidden injuries at a glance. On the path of body cultivation, his accomplishments were remarkable. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. "Please enlighten me, brother," Lin Hai respectfully said. After all, this was related to his future. How could he not be anxious? If he could really solve his hidden injuries, that would be great. Chapter 2865. Lin Hai's attitude changed very quickly. Everyone was stunned. Just a moment ago, he was furious and wanted to rush up to Fang Qin to fight to the death. However, in just a few seconds, Lin Hai changed his attitude and became incomparably respectful towards Fang Qin. Just what was going on? Could it be that Fang Qin was right about Lin Hai's hidden illness? If that was the case, then wasn't he too strong? No matter what, everyone suppressed their doubts and waited for the battle between Yi Tsang and Fang Qin. "Who are you? I don't fight with nameless people," Yi Tsang said in a low voice as he swung his sleeve and raised the life spear. "Fang Qin." Yi Tsang racked his brain, but couldn't remember when such a monstrous genius had appeared on the Nile continent. "All right, I'll remember you. No matter the result of this battle, you deserve my respect," Yi Tsang said in a low voice. Fang Qin was able to defeat Lin Hai. Just this point alone was enough to make Yi Tsang's expression change. However, Yi Tsang still believed that he could defeat Fang Qin. "Then let's fight." Activating the chaotic origin sword body, Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back. Sword chi surrounded his body and the entire world became oppressive. Seeing this, Yi Tsang's pitch-black eyes flashed with a cold light. Shortly after, he stomped his foot and his body flickered, whistling as he rushed out. At the same time, the life spear let out a series of cries. In the next moment, the tip of the spear emitted dots of light. The moment these lights appeared, the void distorted as if it was about to collapse. "Life spear art!" Yi Tsang shouted. The life spear suddenly flicked, directly shattering the void in front of Fang Qin. Then, with a thunderous momentum, it pierced towards Fang Qin. "Kacha!" The life spear was as fast as lightning. Before anyone could react, the tip of the spear had already pierced through Fang Qin's sword chi defense. A crisp sound rang out. Everyone thought that it would easily pierce through Fang Qin's defense. Who would have thought that the seemingly weak sword chi would actually block the life spear? Seeing this, Yi Tsang's expression changed greatly. He immediately activated all the power in his body. Break! With a furious roar, a violent power surged from the life spear, and the tip of the spear pierced towards the sword chi with unparalleled sharpness. Rip! Cracks began to appear on the sword chi defense. Fang Qin's body quickly retreated. As for the life spear, it missed. Yi Tsang didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he frowned as he looked at Fang Qin. "The physical defense you're so proud of has already been broken by me. What other moves do you have?" Yi Tsang thought that Fang Qin was about to admit defeat. After all, the only reason he could defeat Lin Hai was because of his powerful physical strength. But he was different. Once he used the life spear art, even Lin Hai would not be able to block it, let alone this person in front of him. Fang Qin gently patted the dust off his clothes. Immediately after, the sword chi around him vanished. A thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. "Admit defeat?" Fang Qin shook his head. "In my life, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. Since that's the case, then I'll beat you until you admit defeat." Yi Tsang's expression gradually became cold. The life spear in his hand also began to emit a shocking power. Yi Tsang is going to go all out. This guy called Fang Qin, where did he come from? Why is he so strong? Yeah, to be able to block Yi Tsang's life spear art, even among the Nile continent's ancient gods, it's rare. At this time, everyone's gaze fell upon Lin Hai. They wanted Lin Hai to comment on the two. Lin Hai pondered. Fang Qin's physical strength is very strong, But Yi Tsong's life spear art is unpredictable. If that's all he has, then I'm afraid he'll lose. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Lin Hai's words. Yi Tsong held the life spear in his hand, constantly rubbing it, causing sparks to fly everywhere. He suddenly swung his hand, and the life spear floated in the air, drawing a strange arc. At the same time, it constantly changed, shooting out dazzling spear lights. Not good. Yi Tsong used the strongest move of the life spear art. Too strong. Is this Yi Tsong's true strength? So when Yi Tsong fought Lin Hai, he didn't go all out. For a moment, everyone was shocked. They didn't think that Yi Tsong's strength could still continue to rise. The life spear pierced through the air, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire sky. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, even a star venerable expert was somewhat lacking in confidence when facing the life spear art. While everyone was pessimistic and thought that Feng Chen was going to lose, the latter smiled indifferently and took out the hidden star sword. I forgot to tell you, my strongest attack isn't physical strength, but sword arts. The moment his voice fell, the hidden star sword was waved unceasingly, and the blood soul sword burst out. Buzz! In the air, an unimaginably thick sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light was so powerful that it shocked everyone. Under everyone's gazes, the sword light collided with the life spear, easily breaking through the attack of the life spear art. At the same time, the life spear was knocked away. Some warriors at the tip of the sword noticed that there was a light-colored crack on the life spear. Crack! The moment the life spear was knocked away, Yi Tsong's internal organs were shaken. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! Yi Tsong's body heavily landed on the edge of the arena, his body swaying. The brilliant sword light was tangled and complicated. A figure descended from the sky, sword in hand, like an ancient war god. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Tsong's body. They were shocked to see that drops of blood were dripping from the corner of Yi Tsong's mouth. Everyone cried out in alarm, tongue-tied. Yi Tsong had once killed a star venerable expert, but facing Feng Chen, who was at the same level, he was actually defeated. One sword strike defeated Yi Tsong. At this point, Feng Chen had become the undisputed strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City. He stood on the arena with the hidden star sword in hand, glancing at everyone out of the corner of his eyes. Lin Hai's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He kept shaking his head, feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, Feng Chen hadn't used his full strength when fighting with him. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. He's too strong. His swordsmanship is more than 10 times stronger than his physical strength. Unknowingly, Lin Hai had already regarded Feng Chen as a peerless monster. One sword strike defeated Yi Tsong. What did I see? Heavens, Feng Chen is too strong, isn't he? That last sword strike was simply earth-shattering. I can't believe I've seen such a peak battle in my life. There was no lack of star venerable experts in the arena. After seeing Feng Chen defeat Yi Tsong, they all shook their heads. Even if they were to fight against Feng Chen, they didn't have full confidence. This battle shocked the world. I've lost, Yi Tsong said with a bitter smile as he put away the common life spear and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Feng Chen with a strange expression. He couldn't imagine what kind of environment could nurture such a peerless monster. He, Yi Tsong, thought he was already a monster. He had worked hard for countless years, but now he was defeated by a single sword strike. Sure enough, there was always someone better than you. Huh. Yi Tsong sighed and turned to leave. Your common life spear art is very profound. Feng Chen looked at Yi Tsong and calmly said, Unfortunately, in pursuit of power, you neglected the spear art itself. That's why your spear art hasn't improved. If you can carefully comprehend it, you will definitely become a warlord in the future. Feng Chen spoke frankly with assurance. In the eyes of everyone, he seemed to have a deep understanding of the common life spear art. Yi Tsang stopped walking and looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. If my guess is correct, the concept behind the common life spear art should be to use the power of the heavens as the foundation. Then, one's own concept of the way of the spear will be used. Unfortunately, Fong Chen gave Yi Tsang a simple explanation of his understanding of the common life sword style. In reality, he didn't know much about the common life spear art. He only saw the strange changes in it. It was exactly the same as his invincible way of the sword. Unfortunately, Yi Tsang took the wrong path. Comprehend it well. The common life sword art is much stronger than you think. Fong Chen said, "Sometimes if you walk the right path, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. But if you walk the wrong path, you'll never reach the peak." Chapter 2866. Yi Tsang left, but his expression was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people in the square. By now, everyone in the square was deeply interested in Fong Chen. Just where did he come from? Not only was he able to defeat Lin Hai and Yi Tsang with an ancient life realm cultivation base, but he was also able to point out the flaws in their cultivation. This kid isn't simple. Right? If you say he doesn't have an expert behind him, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. Could he be the disciple of Nethermoon City's lord? Everyone discussed in low voices, but Fong Chen ignored them. He walked to Lin Hai's side, reached out his hand, and lightly patted Lin Hai's shoulder. Lin Hai's body shook, and he looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. "I can't thank you enough. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." Lin Hai cupped his fists and thanked him, then left. The strongest ancient gods of Nethermoon City, Lin Hai and Yi Tsang, had been defeated by Fong Chen. This meant that from now on, Fong Chen was indisputably the strongest ancient god of Nethermoon City. In my opinion, Fong Chen is too strong. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent. Humph! Defeating Lin Hai and Yi Tsang was just a little trick. What's the big deal? If he has the ability, let him kill a Star Venerable. Some people supported Fong Chen, while others opposed Fong Chen. However, what they didn't know was that long ago, Fong Chen had already killed a Star Venerable. It was to the extent that even the young master of Mount Song, whose name shook Blood City, was killed by Fong Chen. That was the only son of the tribulation, Venerable Evil. If they knew, who knew what they would think? In the clouds, a purple-robed woman stood quietly looking down. "Humph!" she coldly snorted, recalling the conversation she had overheard in the wilderness outside Nethermoon City. "Your potential is not bad, but if you want to become the strongest ancient god of all time, wait until you come out of the immortal divine mountain." Although her expression was cold, the woman in purple began to pay attention to Fong Chen. In the square of Nethermoon City, many forces were vying to invite Fong Chen. Brother Fong, I wonder if you have the time to visit my Li clan's residence. My Li clan will definitely treat you with respect. Brother Fong, the Bai family congratulates you for defeating Yi Tsang. Ha ha ha. The first time I saw Brother Fong, I felt that you were a dragon among men. Sure enough, it was just as I expected. Everyone was praising Fong Chen, but he rejected their invitations one by one and left the square alone. Wang. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in Fong Chen's mind. Then he followed the voice and quickly disappeared into the sea of people. When he walked to a secluded place, a small white hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him. He didn't even have time to react before he found himself in a very elegant garden. Fong Chen steadied himself and looked carefully. Only then did he realize that the person standing beside him was actually the woman in purple he had met in the wasteland. "It's you?" Fong Chen was surprised. "Brat, not bad. You actually defeated Yi Tsang and Lin Hai." The woman in purple looked at Fong Chen with ridicule, her red lips lightly parted. "Not bad." Fong Chen scratched his head. "Senior, Could it be that you are the legendary Nethermoon City Lord? Facing Fong Chen's question, the woman in purple did not hide anything. You're very smart. The Nethermoon City Lord walked to the pavilion and sat on a stone bench. Carefully sizing up Fong Chen, he said, I've seen your battles with Lin Hai and Yi Tsong. You have the chaotic origin sword body, so it's not surprising that your fleshly body could crush Lin Hai. What really surprised me was your sword technique. Fong Chen did not speak, only quietly looking at the Nethermoon City Lord. The latter continued, I sensed a mysterious feeling in your swordsmanship that seemed both real and illusory at the same time. This feeling, I've once felt it from a world deity expert. Sir City Lord, don't tell me you suspect that I'm a world deity expert in disguise? Fong Chen shrugged and said. The Nethermoon City Lord showed a disdainful expression. A world deity expert in disguise? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Forget it. Let's get down to business. The Nethermoon City Lord waved his hand and said, Lin Hai and Yi Tsong's battle. I think you should know the reason, right? Since you defeated Yi Tsong, then you have the qualifications to represent Nethermoon City and enter the immortal Divine Mountain. Oh. Fong Chen's eyes flickered. The immortal Divine Mountain is a very mysterious mountain. It's said that it has existed since ancient times. No one knows exactly how dangerous it is inside. However, even if there is no chance of survival, the immortal Divine Mountain is still very attractive. The Nethermoon City Lord said, Countless martial artists have tried everything to enter the immortal Divine Mountain, but to no avail. Yet you easily obtained a spot. The news of you defeating Yi Tsong will soon spread. There will definitely be many ancient gods who want to kill you. Remember, the true danger doesn't come from the immortal Divine Mountain, but from outside the immortal Divine Mountain. Nethermoon City Master's tone became more serious as he spoke. Sir City Lord, you mean that before I enter the immortal Divine Mountain, there will be many people who will try to stop me? Fong Chen asked. The Nethermoon City Lord nodded. The immortal Divine Mountain is located in the northern part of the Nile continent. Every martial artist who enters the immortal Divine Mountain will pass by the Divine Altar. Standing on the altar, one can see the immortal Divine Mountain from afar. Therefore, every time the immortal Divine Mountain opens, countless martial artists from all over the Nile continent will gather on the Divine Altar. The Nethermoon City Lord said, The Divine Altar is a place one must pass to enter the immortal Divine Mountain. At this point, Fong Chen already understood. The Nethermoon City Lord was worried that he would be stopped by others. Will the Tribulation Venerables also make a move? Fong Chen asked. If Saint Venerables and Tribulation Venerables could also make a move at will, then there would be no need for him to throw his life away. In the Saint Venerable realm, the gap between each step was huge. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could easily kill an early-stage star Venerable Realm Martial Artist and fight against a mid-stage star Venerable Realm Martial Artist. If he used his full strength, he could also kill the other party. However, against a late-stage star Venerable Realm Martial Artist, he could only protect himself. As for Saint Venerables and Tribulation Venerables, they were existences that could only be looked up to. Don't worry, we 5 Tribulation Venerables have set a rule together. On the Divine Altar, only martial artists of the same realm are allowed to make a move. The Nethermoon City Lord said, I am looking for you to tell you that with your strength, you are not qualified to be called the strongest ancient god in the Nile continent. The one who should be worried is the ancient god of the illusory Sword City. Illusory Sword City. Fong Chen secretly remembered the Nethermoon City Lord's words. Xiao! The Nethermoon City Lord flicked his finger, and a scroll appeared in front of Fong Chen. The latter caught it and looked at it. It was information about the immortal Divine Mountain. This information was obtained by the previous Nethermoon City martial artists who entered the immortal Divine Mountain. It should be of some use to you. The Nethermoon City Lord said. Fong Chen put away the scroll, and carefully looked at the Nethermoon City Lord. The latter should not have looked for him, just to tell him this. "Lord, City Lord, if you have something to say, just say it," Fong Chin said. Hearing this, the Nethermoon City Lord was a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. "Do me a favor. If you succeed, I will give you 5 supreme ancestral eyes." "What?" Fong Chin exclaimed. "Supreme ancestral eyes? And 5 of them?" Seeing his surprised face, the Nethermoon City Lord said indifferently, "Supreme ancestral eyes are nothing to us. As for those who want the supreme ancestral eyes to comprehend the supreme laws, they are simply a joke. These 5 supreme ancestral eyes were taken from some people I killed. They have been frozen in Nethermoon City by me. Seeing that you have the supreme ancestral eyes, they should be of some use." The supreme ancestral eyes could comprehend the supreme laws. This was an illusory legend. However, the people of the immemorial chaos era did not take it seriously, because from ancient times until now, almost no one had succeeded. Over time, the supreme ancestral eyes were not recognized by them. It was the martial artists who came from the remote chaos void who regarded the supreme ancestral eyes as treasures. "What is it?" Fong Chin did not lose his mind because of the 5 supreme ancestral eyes and calmly asked. If the danger was too great, he would rather not have the supreme ancestral eyes. "In the immortal divine mountain, there is an imperishable calamity, Life Lotus. Help me get it back," the Nethermoon City Lord said. "If you are willing to help, not only can I give you 5 supreme ancestral eyes, I can also unconditionally agree to one of your requests." Chapter 2867. 5 supreme ancestral eyes, and one request could be unconditionally granted. If it were anyone else, Fong Chen might not be tempted, but the person in front of him was the legendary Nethermoon City Lord, a goddess of war who was both beautiful and intelligent. As a woman, she ruled Nethermoon City and became one of the top 3 powerhouses of the Nile continent. One could imagine how powerful she was. "I can try," Fong Chen said in a low voice. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Chen chose to agree. He was going to enter the immortal divine mountain anyway. If he could get the immortal calamity lotus, that would be great. But if not, it didn't matter. He definitely wouldn't risk his life to help Nethermoon City Lord. Everything was in his favor. "All right, I believe you." Nethermoon City Lord waved her sleeve, and 5 supreme ancestral eyes appeared in front of Fong Chen. Dong dong dong. His eyes pulsed continuously, resonating with the 5 supreme ancestral eyes. Fong Chen's face was filled with excitement. After all, every time he devoured the supreme ancestral eyes, his eye power would grow stronger. At the same time, it could also improve his illusions. In order to express my sincerity, take these 5 supreme ancestral eyes and use them first. If you succeed, you can make any request of me. Nethermoon City Lord pouted. Fong Chen put away the 5 supreme ancestral eyes and thanked Nethermoon City Lord apologetically. The news of Fong Chen defeating Yi Tsang and Lin Hai quickly spread. In the huge Nethermoon City, countless martial artists were talking about him. Even some saint venerables were restless, wanting to rope in Fong Chen. The potential that the latter had displayed was too heaven-defying. If there were no accidents, he would definitely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. He found out from Nethermoon City Lord that there were still 3 months before the immortal divine mountain opened. At that time, Nethermoon City Lord would personally send him to the altar. During this time, Fong Chen stayed in the city Lord's mansion. In a courtyard, Fong Chen sat cross-legged, devouring the supreme ancestral eyes. With his previous experience, devouring was very easy. Almost instantly, he devoured a supreme ancestral eye. His eyes flickered, and a vast amount of eye power surged. Fong Chen struck while the iron was hot and devoured the remaining 4 supreme ancestral eyes. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, it took a full 3 months for Fongchen to completely digest the power of the 5 supreme ancestral eyes. At a certain point, he opened his eyes. His eyes flickered and shot out a terrifying beam of light that locked down the void. So strong! Fongchen couldn't help but sigh. After devouring 5 supreme ancestral eyes, his eye power had risen to a whole new level. Now, even if he only used the supreme ancestral eye, he could instantly kill ordinary life ancient realm martial artists. If he used an illusion, even a holy venerate would not be able to escape in a short time. Whoosh! He slowly stood up and stretched his body. Time really flies. Fongchen's voice had just fallen when a cold aura rushed towards him. He didn't need to think to know that the Nether Moon City Master had arrived. City Master? Fongchen nodded. Not bad. You've completely digested the 5 supreme ancestral eyes in such a short time. The Nether Moon City Master smiled brightly. However, I have to remind you that since ancient times, no one has succeeded on this path. You don't have to worry too much and spend less time. I know. Fongchen nodded. Let's go. The Immortal Divine Mountain will open in a few days. I'll take you to the Divine Pedestal, the Nether Moon City Master said. In the northern part of the Nile continent, there was a vast wasteland with no end in sight. On this wasteland, there were 2 towering peaks. One of the peaks was called the Divine Pedestal. The other peak was shrouded in mist. Even tribulation venerates couldn't see through it. It was the legendary Immortal Divine Mountain. The Immortal Divine Mountain pierced through heaven and earth as if it had existed since ancient times. It was very shocking. As time passed, more and more experts came to the Divine Pedestal. The opening of the Immortal Divine Mountain shocked the world and affected the entire Nile continent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After traveling day and night, the Nether Moon City Master brought everyone to the Divine Pedestal. Is this the Divine Pedestal? Fongchen asked. Yi Tsang said softly, that's right. This is the Divine Pedestal. It is said that the Divine Pedestal is the gate to the Immortal Divine Mountain. If you want to enter the Immortal Divine Mountain, you must enter through the Divine Pedestal. The Divine Pedestal is already something we look up to. As for the Immortal Divine Mountain, it makes us even more pious. Lin Hai said, the opening of the Immortal Divine Mountain could be considered a grand occasion in the Nile continent. Therefore, almost all experts would bring their subordinates to gather here. Let's go to the Divine Pedestal. The Nether Moon City Master ordered. His purple robe fluttered as he stepped onto the Divine Pedestal. Nether Moon City Master. At the top of the Divine Pedestal, there were 4 figures. 2 of them were Illusory Swordlord and Tribulation Venerable Evil Crossing. The other 2 were also 2 of the 5 great experts of the Nile continent. Seeing the arrival of the Nether Moon City Master, the 4 of them nodded in greeting. Below the 4 of them was an open space. The people gathered here were basically the subordinates of the 5 great experts. Yi Tsang, Fongchen, and Lin Hai stood side by side. The other martial artists followed behind them. Yi Tsang, you're finally here. Someone recognized Yi Tsang and smiled. Humph, you're just a loser. You still have the face to come here? A discordant voice came from the crowd. Immediately, Yi Tsang's expression changed. I heard that Yi Tsang lost to an early stage life ancient realm guy. Also, I heard that even Lin Hai lost to that guy called Fongchen. I wonder if Fongchen is here? Many people were curious about Fongchen and asked one after another. Yi Tsang and Lin Hai's expressions were gloomy. Although they had lost to Fongchen, these people didn't have the qualifications to laugh at them. Enough nonsense. Let's start. Suddenly, a white-robed man stepped forward and said coldly. Immediately, everyone's eyes burned with passion. They opened up an open space and retreated to the side. The cities of the 5 great experts each have their own strongest ancient god. Each time, only one ancient god can enter the Immortal Divine Mountain. So, The 5 of you will have to compete. Only the winner can enter the immortal divine mountain." Yi Tsang came to Fang Chen's side and said in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded. His gaze swept over the other 4 strongest ancient gods. His expression was indifferent. Chapter 2868. The one who defeated Lin Hai was the follower of the calamity, Hornless Dragon. Hailed as the next calamity, Hornless Dragon. Lu Wen Xiao Shua, nicknamed Little Hornless Dragon. It had unparalleled potential. Most importantly, it was favored by the calamity, Hornless Dragon, who provided it with endless help. "What, you don't dare?" Little Hornless Dragon sneered. "If you don't dare, then get off the altar." Fang Chen was still calm, as if he did not put Little Hornless Dragon in his eyes. "I'll do it." Yi Tsang stood up, not only to fight for Fang Chen, but also for himself. "I, Yi Tsang, have nothing to say about losing to Fang Chen, but you don't have the right to mock me." "Don't." The spear of life suddenly appeared. Yi Tsang opened his palm and held it in his palm. Then, with great force, he stabbed the spear into the ground, making a clanging sound. Holding the spear of life, Yi Tsang's aura reached its peak. Seeing this, Little Hornless Dragon frowned, killing intent surging in its heart. "Yi Tsang, it's been 30 years since our last battle. Today, I'll let your spear of life be my stepping stone." As soon as it finished speaking, Little Hornless Dragon's body flickered, twisting in the air. With a flick of its finger, rays of light whizzed out, shooting towards Yi Tsang. "Spear of life!" Yi Tsang roared, pushing the spear to its limit. Countless rays of light flashed out. "Dong!" A deafening sound was heard as the two collided. A terrifying aura shrouded the entire altar. Yi Tsang and Little Hornless Dragon both took a few steps back. "Yi Tsang, looks like you haven't improved much in these years." Little Hornless Dragon sneered. "What do you have to fight me?" Little Hornless Dragon waved its palms, and an extremely violent energy surged around its body. The surrounding people were stunned. Amazing, really amazing. Little Hornless Dragon actually trained its glazed dragon steps to such a level. "Look, Little Hornless Dragon is moving. It's too fast, I can't even catch its trace." Little Hornless Dragon was proud of its movement. Once it used the glazed dragon steps, its speed would reach the extreme. Even a holy venerable would not be able to catch its trace in a short period of time. Rip! Little Hornless Dragon's figure changed continuously. Seeing this, Yi Tsang's expression turned gloomy. "Left." Suddenly he heard Fang Chen's voice. Without even thinking, Yi Tsang raised his spear and stabbed to the left. Puchi! The space on the left suddenly exploded, and a furious roar could be heard. Not long after, the Little Hornless Dragon walked out, glaring at Yi Tsang. His clothes were tattered as he did not expect Yi Tsang to notice him. "I don't believe that you can be so lucky every time," Little Qilong said in a cold voice. Then it performed the Hornless Dragon glazed steps again. Hoo! It was impossible for Yi Tsang to track down the Little Hornless Dragon. It was all thanks to Fang Chen's reminder. The more they fought, the more shocked Yi Tsang became. Little Hornless Dragon was so fast, yet Fang Chen could still track it. It was too scary. 45 degrees to the right. Following Fang Chen's words, Yi Tsang thrust out his spear. The power of the common life spear art was unleashed to its peak. The spear pierced through the little dragon's arm, sending it flying. Dong! Little Hornless Dragon fell to the ground, covered in blood. It roared angrily, its face full of unwillingness. "Come back!" A shout came from the highest level of the altar. Everyone was shocked because the owner of the voice was one of the 5 legendary experts, the Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon. "You're no match for him." The Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon said calmly. I, Little Hornless Dragon, could not accept it. Its hornless dragon glaze steps had reached this level. In the entire Nile continent, no one below the level of Holy Venerable could break it. It still wanted to try. Although you can defeat Yi Tsong, you can't defeat Fangchen. The Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon said, "He has seen through your hornless dragon glazed steps. Don't embarrass yourself." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What? Fangchen saw through the hornless dragon glazed steps? Is this a joke? The hornless dragon glazed steps is a mysterious, secret technique. How could it be seen through by an ancient god? It's unbelievable. Although everyone was unwilling to believe it, the one who spoke was the Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon. "Impossible!" Little Hornless Dragon cried out, but then quickly suppressed the shock in its heart. It looked at Fangchen with a complicated expression, and finally sighed and left the battle circle. "Yi Tsong, I didn't lose to you," Little Hornless Dragon emphasized. Yi Tsong did not speak. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Fangchen. Even the 5 strongest experts at the highest level of the altar were looking at Fangchen. This kid can see through the hornless dragon glaze steps? The fat Tribulation Venerable was a little surprised. He's just an early-stage life ancient realm martial artist. Everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. Nothing is impossible. The hornless dragon glaze steps is not flawless. It has flaws and can be seen through. It's not perfect. The Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon was open-minded. He looked at Fangchen with a smile, becoming more and more interested in the latter. Even so, there were only a handful of people in the entire Nile continent who could see through the hornless dragon glaze steps. Interesting. The Tribulation Venerable Hornless Dragon smiled. To the side, the illusory Swordlord nodded. According to the rumors, this kid can fight and defeat Yi Tsong head-on. It seems he is indeed a genius. Congratulations again, Nethermoon City Lord. Humph. The Tribulation Venerable Evil Crossing coldly snorted, his face gloomy. On the altar, the 5 Tribulation Venerables were chatting and laughing. The battle below was still ongoing. Yi Tsong knew his own strength. After defeating Little Hornless Dragon with Fangchen's help, he retreated to Lin Hai's side. Of the 5 strongest ancient gods, 2 had been eliminated. Fangchen still had 2 opponents left. One of them was the white-clothed man from before. He was the strongest ancient god of illusory Sword City. His name was Jianwu Huan, and he was said to have been personally taught by the illusory Swordlord. He was vaguely the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent. The black-clothed man beside him was the Tribulation Venerable Evil Crossing's 3rd disciple, ancient god Black Evil. Fangchen walked to the center of the battle circle, looked at the 2, and said something shocking. "You 2 come at me together." Crash! The entire divine altar was in an uproar. Even the 5 experts were slightly startled. Everyone stared blankly at Fangchen, their hearts filled with shock. Is he crazy? Does he think he's invincible just because he defeated Yi Tsong? Chapter 2869. Ancient God Black Evil was enraged. He had boldly declared that he alone could crush Fangchen. Thus, before Jianwu Huan could express his stance, Ancient God Black Evil had already taken the initiative. Everyone knew that Ancient God Black Evil's most formidable aspect was the Soul Tao, and the dreadful evil Soul Tao was one of his proudest techniques. Bzzz. One ripple after another began to rapidly spread out from his head. As these ripples appeared, the world dimmed, and an oppressive energy appeared out of nowhere. "I said before that you were no match for me." Fangchen's voice pierced through the many barriers and into everyone's ears. Everyone was flabbergasted, their hearts filled with excitement. This was because they were about to witness a clash of the apex. Evil Soul Guide, extinguish all souls. Ancient God Black Evil sneered and angrily roared. He spread open his hands, and a wild Soul Tao energy held out. Under his control, it transformed into a savage Soul Tao beast that lunged at Fong Qin. Scram! Fong Qin spat out a single word, and then his fists began to pound the Soul Tao beast. Crack! With a crisp crack, the Soul Tao beast was instantly obliterated, but large amounts of Soul Tao energy surged into Fong Qin's body. Everyone saw Fong Qin's expression flicker, and their hearts tightened. Had Fong Qin been hit? At this moment, ancient God Black Evil wildly laughed. Ignorant scoundrel, you think that just because you have an unparalleled physical body, you can block my Soul Tao attacks? Truly too naive. In ancient God Black Evil's view, his evil Soul Tao energy had already invaded Fong Qin's body, and it wouldn't be long before Fong Qin's origin spirit was completely corroded. Thus, in his view, Fong Qin was already a dead man. On the highest floor of the divine pedestal stage, the Tribulation Supremacy Evil Crossing slightly nodded at this sight, his eyes sweeping over the other four experts with disdain. As for the Nethermoon City Lord, she slightly frowned, her mind racing. She was confident that Fong Qin was not a reckless person and would not go so far as to directly clash with ancient God Black Evil. At this moment, Fong Qin was inspecting his mind, and a wild and evil Soul Tao energy was rapidly entering it and surrounding his origin spirit. Huh. Fong Qin softly chuckled, his face filled with disdain. With a thought, terrifying Emperor-level Soul Tao energy instantly engulfed the evil Soul Tao energy. Crack! Once the last sliver of evil Soul Tao energy was devoured, Fong Qin raised his head, his pitch-black eyes staring at ancient God Black Evil. Black Evil crossing its name, Ancient's origin spirit. The outcome was clear at a glance. If this battle continued, ancient God Black Evil would definitely lose. How could this be? Ancient God Black Evil's face was covered in shock, not daring to believe the reality before his eyes. He was keenly aware of how frightening his evil Soul Tao energy was. Once it invaded, no one would be able to stop it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ancient God Black Evil madly shook his head, believing that Fong Qin was just holding on. Humph, you want to deceive me? After calming himself down, ancient God Black Evil angrily glared at Fong Qin. Posturing. Watch how I defeat you. Ancient God Black Evil had barely finished speaking when his body floated in the air, his robes flapping in the wind as a wild Soul Tao energy surged out and engulfed the world. Die! Ancient God Black Evil angrily roared as he swung his palm, unleashing a vast wave of energy at Fong Qin. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being rude. Fong Qin took out the hidden star sword and used the fourth move of the invincible Sword Tao, the Blood Soul Sword. Dazzling sword light unstoppably pierced through ancient God Black Evil's evil Soul Tao energy. Upon seeing this, ancient God Black Evil grimaced and began to retreat. Damn it! The dazzling sword light continued to pursue his body, filling ancient God Black Evil's heart with rage. I can't take it head-on. At this moment, ancient God Black Evil finally realized just how powerful Fong Qin was. This sort of sword technique was far too profound, and he simply couldn't block it. I can't continue like this. With this thought in mind, ancient God Black Evil swung his hand, grabbing a weak martial artist in the crowd and throwing him at the sword light. Crack! With a crisp crack, the sword light scattered, and the weak martial artist was killed. You! Fong Qin's face chilled to the extreme. He hadn't expected ancient God Black Evil to use such a despicable method. Despicable, Fong Qin cursed. Ancient God Black Evil landed on the ground, his face savage as he furiously roared, Fong Qin, you're dead! At the same time, he turned to Jian Wuhuan. Brother Jian, let's work together and kill this scoundrel. After being dealt such a blow by Fong Qin, ancient God Black Evil had already descended into madness. He only had one thought in his mind, to kill Fangchen. Alas, Jian Wuhuan did not express his willingness to work together. He only slowly took a step forward and stared at Fangchen. Brother Fang's sword technique leaves me in awe, Jian Wuhuan said. Although I know that I'm no match for Brother Fang, I would very much like to experience Brother Fang's sword technique. Okay, Fangchen nodded in agreement. Just one attack. No matter the result, I will leave the divine platform, Jian Wuhuan said. Deish! Dazzling sword light came from the sky. Jian Wuhuan did his utmost to block, and even though he had combined his sword Dao and illusion Dao and pushed them to their limits, he was still unable to block Fangchen's attack. Thump! Thump! Jian Wuhuan was forced back, blood trickling out of the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Fangchen waved his sleeve and withdrew his attack. I lost, and I wholeheartedly accept my loss, Jian Wuhuan said with a bitter smile. Jian Wuhuan smiled bitterly and said, I never thought that there would be such an exquisite swordsmanship in the world. It's really amazing. If Brother Fang has the time, he can come to my illusory sword city as a guest and discuss the future of the sword Dao. After saying this, Jian Wuhuan turned around and left the divine platform without even turning his head. Jian Wuhuan, have you gone crazy? Are you really going to give up the spot to enter the immortal divine mountain to this scoundrel? Ancient God Black Evil's frenzied and hysterical cries came from behind him. However, Jian Wuhuan's reply made everyone's heart tremble. Compared to the spot to enter the immortal divine mountain, one's life is more important. After saying this, Jian Wuhuan vanished from everyone's sight. No, ancient God Black Evil still wanted to say something, but when he saw Jian Wuhuan vanish, he became completely dejected. The spot to enter the immortal divine mountain was right in front of him, and he didn't want to miss it. But after exchanging blows with Fangchen, his heart was filled with fear. If he worked together with Jian Wuhuan, he might have a chance of killing this person. But by himself, he was simply powerless. Let's go! On the highest level of the divine platform, Supremacy Evil Tribulation Transcending body flashed and landed next to Ancient God Black Evil. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fangchen, a hint of killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes, and then he left the divine platform with Ancient God Black Evil. There was only one condition for entering the immortal divine mountain. One had to be the strongest expert of each level. Ancient God Black Evil had failed and failed to become the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent, so he naturally lost the right to enter the immortal divine mountain. As for the god level, no matter how confident the demonic tribulation supremacy was, he knew that he couldn't enter with his own strength. In truth, every time the immortal divine mountain opened, the number of gods that entered was always fixed. The illusory Swordlord was an existence that reigned above the other four experts. He had always firmly held the title of the strongest tribulation supremacy of the Nile continent. The other experts had come partly to pay their respects to the immortal divine mountain, but also to interact and discuss the grand scheme of things. Now that the competition was over, the demonic tribulation supremacy angrily left. On the divine platform, countless people cheered, all of them shouting Fangchen's name. This battle had shocked the world. From now on, he had gone from being the strongest ancient god of Nethermoon City to being the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent. Wherever the sword light passed, it was incomparably powerful. Not bad. The Nethermoon City Lord's red lips parted into a faint smile. I'll say the same thing again. After entering the immortal divine mountain, you must be careful, the Nethermoon City Lord warned. Many thanks, City Lord. Fangchen cupped his fists in thanks. At this time, Yi Tsang and Lin Hai also walked up, grinning. Brother Fang, you're too strong. How could I, Yi Tsang, be stupid enough to fight with you back then? Yi Tsang shrugged. Chapter 2870. The battle for the strongest ancient god of the Nile continent had come to an end. No one had imagined that the final result would be like this. It was simply beyond everyone's expectations. Fang Chen had appeared out of nowhere, suppressing 4 ancient gods with his sword. At this very moment, all the cultivators gathered on the divine altar looked at Fang Chen with an abnormally serious expression. An early-stage life ancient realm martial artist could erupt with such fighting strength. If he survived the immortal God Mountain, just how strong would he be? For a moment, many guesses were raised. The 2 of you should cultivate well. Fang Chen smiled. When I come out of the immortal God Mountain, I hope you can step into the star sovereign realm. How could we dare compare to Brother Fang? But we won't be discouraged. We'll definitely work hard. Yi Tsang smiled. Ever since Fang Chen had pointed out his shortcomings in cultivation, Yi Tsang had been even more motivated to cultivate. He could feel that the power of the common life spear art was rapidly increasing. Let's go. Nethermoon City, Lord brought Fang Chen to the highest altar, where he stood shoulder to shoulder with the other experts. Below, everyone was shaken to the core by this scene. Only a peerless genius like Fang Chen had the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 ancient gods, right? Standing on the divine platform and gazing into the distance, he suddenly discovered that the immortal divine mountain on the other side was extremely shocking. From a distance, the immortal god mountain towered into the clouds, and standing on the altar, one could see that every region around the immortal god mountain was wrapped in a powerful energy. No wonder even tribulation's sovereigns don't dare to recklessly charge in. Fang Chen was shocked. He felt that the energy surrounding the immortal god mountain was too powerful, capable of instantly tearing him to shreds. Whoosh! A powerful pressure assaulted him. Fang Chen took a deep breath and activated the chaotic origin sword body. We still need to wait. Illusory sword master nodded. Tribulation, sovereign transcending evil, brought ancient god black evil back. Master, are we really going to give up just like that? Ancient god black evil was unwilling to give up. That scoundrel is extremely powerful and has unparalleled potential. If we don't kill him, he'll definitely become a major problem in the future. There's a high chance that he'll ruin Master's plan. Hearing this, the tribulation's supremacy stopped in his tracks. This time, I was unable to let you enter the immortal divine mountain. It was my mistake. However, don't worry. When we return this time, I will personally protect you and let you enter the evil spirit, heavenly lake, to cultivate, said the evil tribulation master. Really? Upon hearing the words, evil, soul, heavenly lake, ancient god black evil became extremely excited. At the same time, on the wasteland not far away, a man in plain clothes was moving forward quickly. I wonder if I can make it in time for the opening of the immortal divine mountain. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize this person as Butian, who had killed young Master Songshan with him. Previously, when the 2 of them came to Nethermoon City, Butian found an acquaintance and immediately chased after him, wasting some time. Once he came out, he heard that Fang Chen had defeated Lin Hai and Yi Tsang, becoming the strongest ancient god in Nethermoon City. Moreover, they had gathered at the divine altar and were preparing to enter the immortal divine mountain. Brother Fang, wait for me. Butian also knew of the legend of the immortal divine mountain. He wanted to see Fang Chen one last time. Butian, who was in the middle of moving forward, suddenly saw a black light shooting at him. Alarmed, he hastily took a detour. The tribulation's supremacy. Butian was somewhat worried. He hadn't expected to run into the tribulation's supremacy here. I'm just a passerby. He probably wouldn't attack me for no reason, right? Butian mused to himself. However, right at this moment, a terrifying soul Dao power pounced over, directly imprisoning Butian. Not good. Butian cried out, and then he used all his strength to resist. Crack! A gap was blasted open in Butian's soul Dao energy. He prepared to flee, but a massive hand suddenly swooped down, making it difficult for him to move. It's over. The tribulation supremacy had made his move. Bution cried out, but he didn't give up. He urged the ice devil puppet to resist the attack. As for himself, he took advantage of this opportunity to flee far away. Boom! As soon as the ice devil puppet appeared, it was directly detonated by Bution. A vast power swept across the sky, making the tribulation supremacy stunned. The tribulation supremacy instantly sensed the cold aura of the ice devil puppet. His eyes turned scarlet, and he roared towards the sky. Damn you, you killed my son? The tribulation supremacy sensed that the aura of the ice devil puppet was exactly the same as the aura left in the place where his son had died. His body trembled, and his massive hand suddenly pressed down. All the soil within 100 li instantly collapsed. I'm going to kill you. The tribulation supremacy's figure flashed, and he chased after Bution. In the blink of an eye, Bution's figure was exposed in front of the tribulation supremacy. Go to hell. The tribulation supremacy waved his hand, and a terrifying soul Tao power directly bombarded Bution's body. The latter's body instantly exploded, and his primordial spirit was almost destroyed. Crack! The tribulation supremacy attacked again, and Bution's primordial spirit shattered, turning into specks of light and dissipating on the ground. In a mysterious place outside the Nile continent, the bald old man leaned on his walking stick, and his dark eyes were looking in the direction of the Nile continent. After a long time he sighed and said, "A tribulation supremacy has made a move against my disciple. Interesting." His words were full of anger, but he didn't look for trouble with the tribulation supremacy. Instead, he muttered to himself, "There can be no construction without destruction. I hope you can seize this opportunity. Also, you have to avenge yourself. I believe in you." After saying that, the bald old man turned around and entered the thatched hut, Nile continent, on the platform in front of the immortal divine mountain. Fong Chen and the others waited quietly, especially Fong Chen. While waiting, he sat cross-legged and secretly absorbed the power of the heavenly talisman pearl. He used to cultivate talisman Tao, so he knew some of the abilities of talisman masters very well. Absorbing the power of the heavenly talisman pearl was very smooth. It had to be said that Yunling had once reached the peak of talisman Tao. Even the heavenly talisman pearl, left behind after her death, contained such powerful talisman Tao power. According to Fong Chen's speculation, if he could absorb all the power in the heavenly talisman pearl, his talisman Tao could at least reach the level of star venerables. This meant that by then, even if he only used talisman Tao, he could fight against star venerables. One more means one more guarantee. Steady and hardworking. No wonder you can have such achievements. The illusory Swordlord had a very high opinion of Fong Chen. The Nethermoon City Lord nodded with a slight smile on her pretty face. After all, Fong Chen represented Nethermoon City. Being praised by the illusory Swordlord gave her a lot of face. This boy's potential in Sword Tao is unparalleled. He can fight above his level. He can be called a genius. However, he is not arrogant and despotic. He still cultivates in a down-to-earth manner. He is even 100 times more hardworking than ordinary people. In the future, he will definitely become a peerless expert. The fat tribulation Lord nodded. He really doesn't want to waste a second. How good would it have been if I had worked as hard as him when I was young? The hornless dragon tribulation Lord smiled bitterly. Hornless dragon, if your hornless dragon bloodline evolves to the extreme, you can kill all of us in an instant. You should be content. The fat tribulation Lord shook his head. The 4 great experts chatted and laughed. The immortal divine mountain was also slowly changing with the passage of time. Below, Yi Tsang, Lin Hai, the short fatty, and the little hornless dragon These ancient gods' geniuses who had been defeated by Fangchen were also full of respect for Fangchen. How could he not succeed with such hard work? Among the crowd, the ancient gods and eminent gods were almost all praising Fangchen. They knew that after today there would only be one genius on the Nile continent, and that was Fangchen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Violent winds blew, and dark clouds covered the sky. The entire immortal divine mountain was shrouded in a gray fog, making it impossible for people to see through it. The air was filled with an oppressive aura. Some of the weaker warriors were already unable to hold on. Fangchen also suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the immortal divine mountain opposite him with shining eyes. Boom! Within the gray fog, terrifying lightning flashed as if it was going to shatter the void. The four great experts' expressions gradually became serious. They knew that the immortal divine mountain was about to open. Is it going to open? Chapter 2871. Thunder spread, and the entire immortal divine mountain was shrouded in a violent fog. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. The four experts' faces were grave as they stared at the immortal divine mountain with burning gazes. Shio! As everyone was trembling, a speck of starlight shot out from the immortal divine mountain. This speck of starlight moved at a speed invisible to the naked eye. It traveled through space and arrived in front of the divine altar. Dong! The divine altar shook. After the starlight disappeared, a seemingly real yet illusory bridge connected the immortal divine mountain and the divine altar. Above her beautiful face, multicolored light shot out in all directions, as if there was an endless power supporting it. Fangchen's blood boiled. More than 50 types of special bloodline powers instantly became restless. Even though they were separated by Immortal Cave Mountain, he could feel the abnormalities of Lil Flame and the pure-blooded beast cub. They faced the sky and roared, constantly running between heaven and earth. 1. Layers of void ripples spread out from the immortal divine mountain. When these void ripples landed on the divine altar, Fangchen was shocked to discover that the power in his body instantly disappeared. He couldn't even sense his cultivation. What's going on? Fangchen cried out in alarm. His heart was filled with shock. Inconceivable! This was simply too inconceivable. Don't panic. These are the ripples formed by the laws of the immortal divine mountain. The Nethermoon City Lord's voice entered Fangchen's ears, comforting the latter who was panicking. The laws of the immortal divine mountain. Fangchen muttered, his face full of shock. Could the rumors be true? That the laws of the immortal divine mountain were completely different from the laws of the outside world? The void ripples can strip a cultivator of their cultivation. Just how terrifying is this system of laws? Fangchen's heart trembled. For a moment he was speechless. Compared to Fangchen's loss of composure, the four experts were relatively calm. This was because this wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. In particular, the illusory Swordlord revealed a faint smile. His eyes were filled with impatience, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Multicolored light shot out in all directions, completely enveloping the bridge. It was like a paradise on earth. It was extremely beautiful. At that moment, all the cultivators on the divine altar were shocked. The black clouds in the sky had already gradually dissipated. Very soon, the sky became clear again. However, the frightening lightning was still flickering in the sky. It was extremely frightening. Can I enter the immortal divine mountain from her pretty face? Fangchen muttered. The Nethermoon City Lord nodded. That's right. This is the only way to enter the immortal divine mountain. The pressure within the bridge is extremely great, and normal martial artists would not be able to withstand it. Is this also a test? Fangchen was filled with curiosity towards the immortal divine mountain. Just what kind of divine mountain was it? Why was it so shocking? Go in. Illusory Sword Master suddenly shouted. He took a step forward and stepped onto the bridge. After a few rounds, he entered the immortal divine mountain. "Go, but be careful," Mingyue City Master warned. Fong Qin carefully stepped onto the bridge. At that moment, he felt an immense pressure. His chaotic origin sword body automatically circulated, causing sword chi to revolve around his body. His defense was raised to the maximum. Only then did he manage to resist the pressure on his face. What a strong pressure! If not for the chaotic origin sword body, my fleshy body would have been crushed in an instant, Fong Qin said with lingering fear. At the same time, he moved forward rapidly. He felt that with every step he took, he could feel a different kind of energy assaulting him. But with the defense of the chaotic origin sword body, he could easily move forward. After a moment, Fong Qin arrived at the end of the bridge. In front of him was the legendary immortal divine mountain. Densely packed, lightning constantly exploded in the void. Powerful energy surrounded the immortal divine mountain tightly. Fong Qin braced himself and charged into the lightning. Kacha! A thick thunderbolt ruthlessly struck his body, causing it to explode. The terrifying power blasted against his chaotic origin sword body, causing a crack to appear on the sword chi halo. Fong Qin grit his teeth as pain spread throughout his body. "Let's go." Gritting his teeth, he continued forward. Voila! When he reached the critical point of the immortal divine mountain, a powerful suction force enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, he found himself inside the immortal divine mountain. On the god altar, the three great experts exchanged glances and sighed in their hearts. In the blink of an eye, the immortal divine mountain regained its tranquility. The illusory bridge also gradually shrank until it disappeared. Only the remnant terrifying aura in the air could prove how powerful the immortal divine mountain was. Many martial artists were shocked. They clenched their fists and swore in their hearts that one day they would rely on their own strength to enter the immortal divine mountain. If I can't enter the immortal divine mountain in this life, I'll have lived my life in vain. That's right. We have to work harder to enter the immortal divine mountain. That's the immortal divine mountain we're talking about. If I can enter even once, I'm willing to lose 100 years of my life. The sounds of discussion were endless. Yi Tsang, Lin Hai, the short fatty, and the little hornless dragon looked at each other, then shook their heads. Brother Fong entering the immortal divine mountain this time is like a fish entering the sea. When he comes out, his achievements will definitely not be low. We can't fall behind. The one who spoke was the little hornless dragon. After Fong Qin saw through the hornless dragon's glass steps, it was extremely shocked. Afterwards, after seeing Fong Qin's powerful performance, it admired Fong Qin from the bottom of its heart. That's right. We'll continue to work hard and strive for the future, Yi Tsang said confidently. Ha ha ha, see you again. Many martial artists quickly left the god altar. The three great experts also left quietly, and the god altar returned to its peaceful state. Everyone knew that if Fong Qin could return alive, he would definitely shock the entire Nile continent. At that time, he would have the qualifications to be called the strongest genius since ancient times. After passing through the dark void, Fong Qin saw a bit of light. A moment later, the sky turned blue. Flowers, grass, and towering trees entered his eyes. Dong! Fong Qin's body landed in a valley. Inside the immortal divine mountain, a mighty wind blew past. Fong Qin felt the strength in his body gradually recover. However, he could clearly feel that the laws here were different from the laws of the outside world. In the sky, thunderclouds surged, as if a downpour would occur at any time. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Let's familiarize ourselves with the environment first. It was his first time entering the immortal divine mountain, so he naturally couldn't walk around carelessly. This place was different from other places. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the void was torn apart as an unimaginable sword light shot out from it. Seeing this, Fang Chen's figure flashed, forcefully dodging the sword light. Clang! The powerful sword light descended from the sky and struck the ground. The entire valley trembled, and all the flowers and trees were destroyed. What's going on? After Fang Chen stabilized his body, he looked around and found a warrior with disheveled hair sitting cross-legged on a rock in the depths of the valley. His eyes were biting cold as he looked at him. Trespassing into the forbidden area, die. The warrior with disheveled hair said a simple sentence. Then he stood up and opened his palm. A huge sword slowly appeared. The moment the huge sword appeared, the world was shocked. What a powerful sword intent! Fang Chen exclaimed. Who was this person? Why was he in the immortal divine mountain? Countless doubts appeared in his mind. However, the most important thing right now was to resolve the crisis in front of him. Senior, I don't have any hostility. I just accidentally entered this place, Fang Chen hurriedly explained. Boom! The biting cold sword Qi swooped down, bringing with it an incomparably powerful force as it slashed towards Fang Chen. The latter used the space-time escape technique, hiding his body in the void. However, it was useless. The sword light seemed to be able to track his movements. It split open the void and blasted towards Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. He vaguely felt that the space-time escape technique was affected by the immortal divine mountain's power and couldn't be used to the extreme. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use the invincible sword Dao. Whoosh! The hidden star sword was swung out. The resplendent sword light collided with the sword light that was chasing after him. Dong! The two sword lights collided, and a deafening sound rang out. The disheveled man stopped his attack and exclaimed softly. Chapter 2872. Where did you learn your sword technique? The disheveled man raised his head and stared straight at Fang Chen as he calmly asked. I created it myself. Fang Chen said. Impossible. The disheveled man didn't believe it. The giant sword in his hand flickered as it hummed incessantly. I've bitterly cultivated the sword Dao for 300 million years, but I've never seen such an exquisite sword technique. You, an early life Ancient Realm fellow, can create such a sword technique? Obviously, the disheveled man didn't believe Fang Chen's words and thought he was lying. Fang Chen shrugged. There's nothing you can do about it if you don't believe me. What is your sword technique called? Invincible sword technique. Fang Chen said. This was a sword technique born from the invincible sword Dao, and he named it the Invincible Sword Technique. To cultivate the sword Dao, one should have an invincible heart. Even if one knew that the road ahead was difficult and dangerous, one should still press forward. Ridiculous! How arrogant! Do you know what true invincibility is? The disheveled man said disdainfully. The sword Dao is vast and boundless. Even those peak experts don't dare to call themselves invincible. Although your sword technique is exquisite, it's still far from being invincible. Fang Chen didn't think so. He slowly said, The invincible I know is not invincible in strength, but invincible in the state of mind. The martial Dao is a path that defies the heavens. As a sword cultivator, you should know how many difficulties and obstacles we face along the way. If even you are afraid of the road ahead, what else is there to say? If you want to achieve something in the sword Dao, you must at least have an invincible heart. Therefore, I named my sword Dao the Invincible Sword Dao, and my sword technique the Invincible Sword Technique. Although my current sword technique is nothing, I believe that one day the world will tremble because of my sword Dao and fear because of my sword technique. Fang Chen spoke with conviction. He was full of righteousness and was in high spirits. Hearing this, the disheveled man was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. Pum! The huge sword in his hand was stabbed into the ground, emitting a crisp sound. He seemed to be thinking about something as a powerful sword essence emanated from his body. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He just looked at the man quietly. He could clearly feel that the man's body was undergoing some kind of transformation. After a long while, a terrifying sword chi soared into the sky. The disheveled man suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Qin, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is, that's how it is. He took a step forward and soared into the sky, following which he raised his hands, causing the entire valley to tremble. Terrifying sword chi swept across the land. Condense. He let out a low roar, and the densely packed sword chi instantly froze. At this moment, he shuttled back and forth between each sword chi at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Hoo! When he rushed out of the last sword chi, the sword chi that filled the sky completely dissipated. His body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. With a suction force from his palm, the giant sword soared into the sky. Clang! The giant sword returned to its scabbard, and the disheveled man's body floated in front of Fang Qin. What's your name? I'm Fang Qin. The disheveled man nodded towards Fang Qin in satisfaction. I've been bitterly cultivating the sword Tao for 300 million years, and I've always been troubled by a problem. I didn't expect that a single sentence from you would solve the biggest problem I've been facing for countless years. Thank you. The man was sincerely grateful to Fang Qin. As a sword cultivator, he knew better than anyone how great of an impact Fang Qin's words had on him. You're right. As a sword cultivator, you should have an invincible heart. If you're afraid of everything, then what's the point of cultivating the sword Tao? The disheveled man said heroically. Fang Qin was stunned. He didn't expect the situation to take such a turn. He thought that there would be a fierce battle, and he was even prepared to fight to the death. My name is Lu Xingxing. I've already been in the immortal divine mountain for 80 million years. The disheveled man stretched out his hand and smiled. You're worthy of being friends with me, Lu Xingxing. If you don't mind, then from now on you are my brother. Fang Qin looked at Lu Xingxing. He slowly stretched out his hand and shook it. Ha ha ha, it's already been 80 million years. Today is the happiest day of my life. Come, let's go drink. Lu Xingxing pulled Fang Qin to a rock in the deepest part of the valley, where they sat down facing each other. He took out 2 jugs of wine from his spatial ring. The fragrance of the wine wafted through the air. It was very attractive. Brother, let me tell you, don't look at these jugs of wine. My wine is unique and unmatched. Even a world deity powerhouse cannot drink the wine that I personally brew. Lu Xingxing proudly said, This is wine that I personally brewed for 80 million years. The materials used can be found all over the immortal divine mountain. All sorts of precious materials are available. As he spoke, Lu Xingxing poured a cup for Fang Qin. If a mortal drinks this wine, he can immediately become a cosmos god. If a profound god drinks it, he can immediately break through to the ancient god level. Lu Xingxing said. Hearing this, Fang Qin's heart trembled. Wasn't this too exaggerated? The gap between a mortal and a cosmos god was too huge. Even the divine pills and miraculous medicines that were circulated in the outside world did not reach this standard. You don't believe me. The value of this wine is not any weaker than a secret treasure of a world deity. Lu Xingxing confidently said, That's right. You are too young and have only cultivated for a short period of time. You haven't heard of the name of I, Lu Xingxing. You'll know in the future. Come, let's drink. Lu Xingxing did not speak anymore. He pulled Fang Qin to drink. Gulp. Fang Qin fiercely drank a mouthful of wine before coughing violently. He felt dizzy and his entire body was hot. The energy in his body trembled as if his body was about to explode. So painful. He hugged his head with both hands. The pain spread out from his primordial spirit. Suppress. But very soon the black hole bloodline in his body automatically revolved, forming a terrifying black hole maelstrom in his mind. It forcefully sucked the wine into the maelstrom. CSISI. After being purified by the black hole maelstrom, the wine once again returned to the mind of Fong Qin. At this moment, Fong Qin clearly felt much better. The pain had disappeared and was replaced by astonishment. He widened his eyes and looked inwardly at the wine in his mind. The effect of the wine was too powerful. It could actually strengthen his primordial spirit and strengthen his chaotic origin sword body. What a powerful wine! Fong Qin could not help but sigh. Opposite him, Lu Xingxing, who had been staring at Fong Qin all this while saw Fong Qin hugging his head with both hands. He chuckled and said, "This wine of mine is something no one below the world deity realm could resist. The first time drinking it, they would definitely fall into a deep sleep." He saw that Fong Qin was about to fall into a deep sleep, but just a few seconds later, Fong Qin's face regained its rosiness. Furthermore, he even had a smile on his face. Brother Lu's wine is truly amazing. Fong Qin clasped his fists. "You," Lu Xingxing was slightly surprised. "Don't you feel dizzy?" "At first, I felt dizzy and my primordial spirit was hurting. But now, I feel that the effect of the wine is too strong. My primordial spirit, fleshy body, and comprehension of the martial Tao are all improving rapidly." Fong Qin said. Lu Xingxing was dumbfounded. In the end, he gave Fong Qin a thumbs up. "Brother, you're really good." After Lu Xingxing's explanation, Fong Qin finally understood. This wine was called spirit-quenching wine. It was refined from countless kinds of precious herbs. It contained a powerful force. After a warrior drank it, it would nourish his body and increase his strength in all aspects. Due to the strong effect of the wine, most people would fall into a deep sleep after drinking it for the first time. The shortest period would be 3 to 5 days. The longest period would be a year and a half. However, Fong Qin did not fall into a deep sleep. This made Lu Xingxing sigh. The primal chaos was vast and full of strange things. "Brother, you're amazing. You're the first person below the world deity to drink my spirit-quenching wine and not get drunk." Lu Xingxing said, "Just based on your means, you'll definitely be proud of the primal chaos in the future." Lu Xingxing was happy. He clinked glasses with Fong Qin and gulped down the wine. After that, Fong Qin drank 3 glasses in a row and finally put down his glass. The spirit-quenching wine was too strong. If he drank too much at once, his body would explode. "I can't drink anymore." Fong Qin shook his head and began to rest. Lu Xingxing, on the other hand, continued to drink. "Ha ha ha." Lu Xingxing's unrestrained laughter rang in his ears. He seemed to have not been so excited about wine for a long time. There are talents in every generation. The new generation replaces the old. Chapter 2873. The Immortal Divine Mountain was an extremely mystical place. There were simply too many mysteries involved within. Even a powerhouse like Lu Xingxing couldn't explore the entire Immortal Divine Mountain after spending 80 million years. At the start, Lu Xingxing thought that he had to leave. But later on, he gradually let go of everything and began to search everywhere to brew the spirit-tempering wine. Sure enough, the heavens didn't let him down. He finally succeeded in brewing the spirit-tempering wine. Fong Qin was drowsy, but Lu Xingxing was drinking the entire time. For him, the spirit-tempering wine was his only hope in these 80 million years. Fong Qin spent the entire night in a muddle-headed state. Darkness fell and dawn arrived. Fong Qin opened his tired eyes. He had spent the entire night digesting the spirit-tempering wine. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. However, he was much better now. He felt full of energy and vitality. The power within his body was shaking. He looked up and saw Lu Xingxing standing not too far away with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Big brother Lu," Fong Qin called out. At this time, Lu Xingxing turned around and smiled at Fong Qin. He asked, "How is it? Is my spirit-tempering wine all right?" Big Brother Lu's spirit tempering wine is truly a peerless treasure. I'm really lucky to be able to drink such a fine wine. Fong Chen smiled. If it was placed in the outside world, it would even cause a commotion among world deities. One could imagine just how precious this spirit tempering wine was. Ha ha ha, if you like it, I'll give you a jug. Lu Xingxing was very generous. He took out a jug of spirit tempering wine from his spatial ring and handed it to Fong Chen. Because the materials are scarce, the amount of spirit tempering wine I can brew is limited. I can only give you one jug. If you continue to wander the immortal divine mountain in the future, if you find any materials, bring them to me. I guarantee that I'll make a lot of spirit tempering wine for you. Thank you, Big Brother Lu. Fong Chen was very moved. He and Lu Xingxing had met by chance. Because of his words, Lu Xingxing had broken through the bottleneck that had been stuck in for countless years. Lu Xingxing was so polite to him and even called him brother. From this point on, he could see that Lu Xingxing. Big Brother Lu, after all these years, have you never thought of leaving? Fong Chen asked. Leave? Hearing this, Lu Xingkong laughed out loud. Then, the smile on his face gradually disappeared and was replaced by helplessness. If I could get out, would I still be here? Lu Xingkong shrugged and said helplessly. The immortal divine mountain was created by the immortal emperor, who was at the peak of the ancient era. It's almost impossible to leave. Xingxing Emperor. Xingxing. He had never heard of such a pinnacle existence in the ancient times. And Lu Xingxing. The power of laws in the immortal divine mountain was completely different from the outside world. In other words, the Xingxing Emperor could change the supreme laws. That was incredible. The Xingxing Emperor's ability is not something you and I can imagine. Lu Xingxing said, this immortal divine mountain is said to be the place where he cultivated when he was young. When he became the Xingxing Emperor, the immortal divine mountain contained his will and became like this. The supreme laws here have been changed. It is said that the Xingxing Emperor at his peak was much stronger than the Sky One Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, Bloodline King, and others. He could be said to be the strongest in the ancient era. Lu Xingxing's face was full of worship when he mentioned the Xingxing Emperor. The Xingxing Emperor was the ruler of the immemorial chaos. Changing the supreme laws? Fong Chen was dumbfounded. He couldn't imagine how powerful the Xingxing Emperor was. He could actually change the supreme laws. Too strong. It was inconceivable and unimaginable. However, don't think too much about it. The immortal divine mountain is just a passerby in the eyes of the Xingxing Emperor. It's nothing. He didn't do it on purpose. Lu Xingxing laughed. However, even so, there are countless martial artists who do everything they can to enter the immortal divine mountain to cultivate. Haha, in the past 80 million years, these 2 days have been the time I've spoken the most. Lu Xingxing looked at Fong Chen and grinned. All right, you can leave. Although the immortal divine mountain is dangerous, if you are careful, you can still find opportunities. Fong Chen understood Lu Xingxing's meaning. He entered the immortal divine mountain to find opportunities, so he naturally wouldn't waste time here. The immortal divine mountain is vast. Even a god can't travel through it. Don't bite off more than you can chew. If you search carefully, you will definitely find opportunities, Lu Xingxing said. Thank you, Brother Lu. Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked him, then left. At this moment, Lu Xingxing shouted, Rumor has it that there is a heaven's path hidden in the immortal divine mountain. If you see it, don't miss the chance. Heaven's path? In ancient times, the immortal emperor's path to becoming an emperor was hidden in the immortal divine mountain. Rumor has it that if you can step on the heaven's path, you can chase after the immortal emperor and obtain great opportunities, Lu Xingxing said. Since ancient times, has anyone found the heaven's path? Fong Chen asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Some people have seen the heaven's path, and some have stepped on it. However, I don't know the details, Lu Xingxing said. After all, He did not know much about the immortal emperor. He had only heard rumors about the immortal emperor. Fang Chen nodded and left the valley. Looking at Fang Chen's departing figure, Lu Xingxing seemed to see himself in his youth. He was full of passion and went against the heavens. I hope you can succeed. Lu Xingxing sighed and said slowly. After leaving the valley, Fang Chen appeared on a plain. The immortal divine mountain is too mysterious. There are countless secrets hidden in it. I must search carefully. Fang Chen reminded himself. Just like this, Fang Chen walked on the wasteland for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chen stopped. A tiger-type monster appeared in front of him. Roar! The tiger-type monster roared at the sky and opened its bloody mouth at Fang Chen. A mutated monster? Fang Chen was a little surprised. He felt the bloodline of the tiger-type monster. He had never heard of it before. Moreover, it could attract the attention of the black hole bloodline. Roar! Just as he was thinking, an angry roar was heard. Then the tiger-type monster rushed toward Fang Chen with great power. You're courting death. With a slash of the sword, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The powerful sword Qi pierced through the void and split the body of the tiger-type monster. Black blood flowed out. The black hole bloodline appeared and sucked the monster dry. Phew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The blood in his body shook. What a strange bloodline! Fang Chen murmured. At this moment, he heard countless angry roars in front of him. Not good. It's a monster horde. Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after he left, a dense pack of tiger-type monsters appeared in the wasteland. They roared at the sky and were incomparably angry. Fang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, carefully looked at the tiger-type monsters. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked in front of him. It was the nest of the tiger-type monsters. Fang Chen's heart suddenly trembled. What really attracted Fang Chen was not the lair of the tiger-type demonic beast, but the demonic lotus in the lair. Is that the immortal calamity life lotus? Fang Chen's heart beat faster. He vaguely remembered that the Nethermoon City Lord's request was to find the immortal calamity life lotus. He did not expect to find the immortal calamity life lotus as soon as he entered the immortal divine mountain. No. While feeling happy, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. According to the Nethermoon City Lord's description, the immortal calamity life lotus should have 9 petals, and its body should be flickering with multicolored light. But this immortal calamity life lotus only has 1 petal. Fang Chen was puzzled. Could it be the leaf of the immortal calamity life lotus? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was a little disappointed, but he quickly recovered. Can I use the leaf of the immortal calamity life lotus to find the real main body? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen's face showed an excited smile. Immediately, he moved forward in the void. He carefully came to the space above the tiger-type monster's nest. He was very close to the leaf of the immortal calamity life lotus. It could be seen that the tiger-type monsters attached great importance to it and surrounded it. Roar! Chapter 2874. Did it find me? Fang Chen was a little surprised, but he didn't show himself. The leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts roared at the sky, then looked around suspiciously. It didn't find anything, so it turned around and left. Sure enough, Fang Chen's guess was right, although it sensed something wrong. It couldn't pinpoint Fang Chen's location. Wait for an opportunity. With so many tiger-type demonic beasts guarding the lotus, he couldn't act rashly, so he could only wait for an opportunity. He waited for 7 days. During this time, the tiger-type demonic beasts were guarding the lotus. After 7 days, a sudden roar broke the silence. Led by the leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts, many tiger-type demonic beasts rushed out as if a strong enemy was coming. In the end, only 3 tiger-type demonic beasts were left to guard the lotus. 3 tiger-type demonic beasts. Their strength is probably at the Star Venerable realm, Fang Qin murmured. Once I attack, I must end it quickly. However, these tiger-type demonic beasts are mutated. It's impossible to kill them in one strike. Once the demonic beasts are alerted, it will be troublesome. Fang Qin thought for a while, and finally decided to use illusions to confuse the tiger-type demonic beasts. After taking the lotus, he would quickly escape. He believed that with his attainments in time and space, the tiger-type demonic beasts wouldn't be able to catch up with him. After finding an opportunity, he flicked his finger, and a vast illusory aura instantly shrouded the entire lair. At the same time, his supreme ancestral eye was activated to the extreme, and a terrifying eye power shot at the 3 demonic beasts. Immediately, the 3 demonic beasts became stiff. Swoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the lotus at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He quickly reached out his hand and grabbed the lotus. At this moment, the leader's roar came from afar. Fang Qin knew that this was bad. There's a restriction on the lotus, Fang Qin shouted. Then he took out the star-hidden sword and cut open the restriction. He quickly took the lotus and escaped into the void. At this moment, the 3 demonic beasts broke through the illusions. They roared angrily and kept chasing Fang Qin. Whoosh! 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 The leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts soon returned. It stared at the void and roared. Let's go! Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. He had evolved the space-time Tao to the extreme. Behind him, a vast amount of power was constantly transmitted. Time passed bit by bit as the tiger-type demonic beast chased, closely behind. This can't go on. Fang Qin secretly felt bitter. He had underestimated the strength of the leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts. At this moment, Fang Qin sensed a completely different demonic beast aura coming from the front. He rolled his eyes and thought of a solution. Monstrous beasts don't attack each other. If I hide in this territory, the tiger-type monstrous beasts won't dare to chase after me. Fang Qin thought to himself. However, this way, he would be chased by another group of monstrous beasts. Forget it. Let's run for our lives first. The tiger-type demonic beasts valued the lotus very much. They swore to kill Fang Qin. Angry howls entered Fang Chen's ears. Foolish human, quickly stop moving forward. Otherwise, my clan will kill you at all costs. The leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts spoke in human language. Fang Qin didn't stop flying. He continued to move forward. Kill him. The leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts roared, and all the demonic beasts attacked with all their strength. Rumble! The vast attacks gathered together and formed an extremely powerful force that blasted towards Fang Qin. Fang Chen's scalp went numb. If these attacks landed on him, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Fang Qin prayed in his heart. At the same time, he rushed into another demonic beast's territory. Dong! The earth trembled. The violent force bombarded the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. At the same time, an angry roar came from the depths of the mountain range. Stupid tiger, you dare to behave atrociously in my territory! A ferocious demonic beast flew out from the depths of the mountain range. Its aura shook the sky. Roar! The tiger-type demonic beast talked to its leader. The latter shook its head and stopped the tiger-type demonic beast. Let's go! Under the pressure of the ferocious demonic beast, the leader of the tiger-type demonic beasts retreated despite its reluctance. The ferocious demonic beast emitted a powerful aura. In its territory, many demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. As expected, a king would not meet another king. This was the iron law of the demonic beast world. Even in the immortal divine mountain, it was still effective. Without the pursuit of the tiger-type demonic beasts, Fang Qin did not relax. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant. There's a cave over there. Let's go. With no other choice, Fang Chen could only hide. He randomly entered a pitch-black cave. To be able to make those idiots so angry and chase after him, this person must have obtained something. The ferocious, demonic beast spoke in human language. Could it be that he stole the stupid tiger's lotus? Thinking of this, the ferocious, demonic beast's expression changed. It hurriedly looked for Fang Chen and happened to see him enter the pitch-black cave. Damn it! The ferocious, demonic beast roared. It punched the ground, causing the mountain range to shake. Stupid human, you dare to intrude into my clan's forbidden area. You're dead. The pitch-black cave was a forbidden area for the ferocious, demonic beasts. No one, including the leader, could enter. Those who entered would definitely die. Forget it, forget it. It's not worth getting angry over a human. The ferocious, demonic beast shook its huge head before returning to the depths of the mountain range and continuing its slumber. In its opinion, this was just a small episode in the endless years. After entering the cave, Fang Chen felt a powerful force assaulting him. Not good. Chaotic Origin sword body was fully activated, raising his defense to the maximum. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out incessantly. A strand of flame appeared in his palm, illuminating the cave. The cave was filled with dust, and there were many spider webs on the ceiling. It was obvious that this cave had been abandoned for many years. What is this place? Fang Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt something tripping him. He lowered his head and was shocked to find that it was actually a skull. So many? He followed the skull and was completely stunned. The entire ground was covered with skulls. Furthermore, they seemed to be the skulls of human warriors. What is going on? Could it be that a massacre happened here? Fang Chen was even more shocked. What kind of unknown place had he entered? At the same time, he was surprised that the ferocious, demonic beast did not come looking for him. Could this be a forbidden area for this demonic beast? Fang Chen's scalp went numb. He felt that he had entered an extremely dangerous place. Voila! The skull beneath his feet swayed. Following that, the piled-up skulls rolled down. The number of skulls in the sky was horrifying. Fang Chen was hesitating whether he should continue moving forward. In the depths of the cave, there was a flickering light. A black aura emerged from the skulls. Poison aura? The black aura was highly toxic. It gathered together and filled the entire cave surrounding Fang Chen. Fortunately, I swallowed the fake poisonous Calamity Divine pill. Otherwise, wouldn't I be poisoned to death? Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the poison was strong, it was ineffective against him. CSISI. When the poison aura came into contact with his body, it was corroding. However, it was offset by the poisonous Calamity Divine pill in his body. It seems like these human martial artists were corroded to death by the poison aura. Fang Chen said. Huff, huff, huff. There was a fierce sound in the air. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were howling in pain. It was eerie and terrifying. Master, I can feel an oppressive aura approaching. The hidden star sword suddenly said. I can feel it too. The mysterious underworld heart said. Dong! Just as Fang Chen was looking around, a ferocious shadow suddenly appeared in the void and blasted towards Fang Chen. Get lost. Fang Chen ferociously punched out at the savage image, causing it to instantly dissipate. However, the powerful energy completely surrounded Fang Chen. Targeting the primordial spirit, the aura quickly penetrated his mind and attacked his primordial spirit. His emperor-level primordial spirit was released. The powerful soul, Tao force, forced the aura out. What is this? Fang Chen was even more confused. Why would a shadow appear? Was there someone in the cave? Or was there an ancestor of the ferocious demonic beast clan? Crash! Another ferocious shadow suddenly appeared. However, this time, Fang Chen was prepared and killed it with a slash of his sword. Next, Fang Chun would be attacked by the ferocious shadow every few steps he took. Fortunately, most of them were killed by him. However, the atmosphere in the air was getting heavier. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in front of his chest. Chapter 2875. The ferocious shadows appeared out of nowhere and attacked the primordial spirit. The further he advanced, the more dangerous it became. He stopped and held the hidden star sword in front of his chest, ready to strike at any time. The ferocious void seems to be formed by the resentment of the dead warriors. Fang Chen said. He was getting more and more curious about where this place was and why so many human warriors died here. Moreover, the resentment did not fade away after the baptism of time. Be careful. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the hidden star sword and the mysterious underworld heart issued a warning at the same time. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Soon after, he felt an overwhelming aura coming towards him. He felt an immense pressure, and his chaotic origin, sword body, was being squeezed. The pain spread all over his body. His complexion abruptly changed. He brandished the star-hidden sword and launched an illusory sword attack. At the same time, he executed the space-time evasion technique. Millions of shadows appeared and surrounded the ferocious shadows that were hiding in the void. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Fang Chen was a little anxious. His mind was quickly thinking of a solution. Master, let's continue forward. Xian Ming's heart said. Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and swung the hidden star sword in his hand towards the void. Suddenly, a powerful sword light cut through the void and scattered all the ferocious shadows. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen made a few leaps and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Hooray! Fang Chen was shocked to find that there were complicated lines on the ground. Every line was intricate, and if they were connected, it seemed to be an extremely powerful array. It's not from the human race. Fang Chen was horrified. However, it was already too late. In the cave, there were countless ferocious figures rushing towards him. A powerful force surrounded him, and he had no way out. What should I do? In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately exerted all the strength in his body and stabbed his sword down. An unimaginable power emerged from the tip of the hidden star sword. It was so strong that it was suffocating. In the blink of an eye, the hidden star sword stabbed the place where the countless lines converged. Crack! A deafening sound resounded throughout the cave. When the area where the lines converged was pierced by the hidden star sword, the entire cave began to shake and those lines began to rapidly move. Voila! As the lines changed, a majestic force surrounded Fang Chen, completely sealing him in this narrow space. However, it was also because of this that he was isolated from those malevolent phantoms. As expected. Seeing this, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. His hanging heart finally settled down. His guess was correct. The lines on the ground were a formation created by the demon clan. The demon clan's array formations were different from the human clans in terms of concept, so the way they were set up was also very different. Fang Chen identified where the lines converged, which was the core of the formation. In a moment of desperation, he destroyed the core of the formation with his sword, causing the formation to be completely activated. The ferocious phantom has been isolated from the array. Fang Chen murmured with a complicated look in his eyes. Immediately, he began to seriously size up the formation. This formation should have been created by the ancestors of the ferocious monster clan. It's just an ordinary trapping formation, not a killing formation. Fang Chen said slowly after a while. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Fang Chen had never heard of the method of setting up this formation. He didn't even know how to crack it. Let's see if there's any other way out. Otherwise, even if we break the formation, we will be killed by those ferocious phantoms, Fang Chen said to himself. He sat down cross-legged, adjusted his body, and began to study the demon clan's array. The human clan's array was based on the power of array Tao, supplemented by the means of array Tao, and set up a peerless array. However, the demon clan's array was different. It was based on the demon power of the demon clan. Moreover, their method was similar to the ancient times. The array was incredible. It took Fong Qin 3 months to figure out the structure of the array. After figuring out the structure, he began to crack it. As long as there was a slight possibility he could crack it. On this day, Fong Qin was surprised to find that the tip of the hidden star sword was moving. He hurriedly checked and discovered that there was actually a sparkling and translucent gem below where the lines converged. Fong Qin pulled out the hidden star sword and then took out the gem. The gem was transparent and very smooth. Holding it in his hand, he felt a faint warmth. What is this? Fong Qin guessed that the gem was related to the demon clan's array. Fong Qin injected the power in his body into the gem, and suddenly the gem shone. Then, the gem vibrated and flew out of his hand, floating in the air. Buzz! A remnant thought transmitted a message. After waiting for so many years, it's actually a human warrior. An ancestor of the demon clan? Fong Qin was a little surprised, and at the same time looked at the transparent gem vigilantly. After a moment of silence, the gem transmitted a message again. Forget it, as long as you can help me fulfill my last wish. It doesn't matter if you are a human warrior. There was a vicissitude aura in the voice, and it seemed a little depressed. Senior, are you an ancestor of the demon clan? Fong Qin asked. I'm an ancestor of the tyrant demon clan. The gem shook and a voice transmitted. The tyrant demon clan was a clan of ferocious demon beasts. Back then, I fought with that idiot and was accidentally ambushed, causing my inner core to be damaged. Furthermore, I was wary of the lethal poison and eventually died. Ancestor Bayao said, however, before I died, I set up a demon clan formation in the forbidden grounds of Bayao and stored a strand of my remnant consciousness in the formation, waiting for my descendant to arrive. Who would have thought that, in the end, a human cultivator would come? Fong Qin's expression changed. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ancestor, Tyrant Demon. You must be wondering why there are so many corpses of human warriors in the cave, right? Ancestor, Tyrant Demon asked. Fong Qin nodded. He was indeed puzzled. They were all looking for the heavenly road and accidentally entered this place, and eventually died from the lethal poison, Ancestor Tyrant Demon said. Looking for the heavenly road. Fong Qin was shocked. Could it be that a long time ago, people could enter and exit the immortal divine mountain as they pleased? Or was there another entrance besides the Nile continent? That's right. A forbidden land like the immortal divine mountain should have more than one entrance. Fong Qin muttered to himself. However, he could not imagine how long it had taken to accumulate so many corpses of human warriors. Over the countless years, I've seen countless human warriors enter the forbidden land. In the end, without exception, they all died from the lethal poison. This is also the lethal poison I was afflicted with back then. Although that stupid tiger's strength was on par with mine, I don't know where it got this lethal poison from. It's simply invincible. Ancestor Tyrant Demon recalled the battle and said unwillingly. Then, has your descendant never entered the forbidden land? Fong Qin could not help but ask. Ancestor Tyrant Demon fell silent for a moment, then said, They've come before, but they all failed. Later on, this place became a true forbidden land, and no one else entered. You, a human warrior, were able to resist the corrosion of the lethal poison. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Of course, this is also related to the weakening of the lethal poison through the baptism of time. However, in the end you still persevered. Ancestor Tyrant Demon said, If you agree to one of my conditions, I can promise that while you're in the immortal divine mountain, the entire Tyrant Demon clan will respect you and help you do things. Oh, Fong Qin's eyes lit up. The Tyrant Demon clan's strength was not to be underestimated. With their help, the danger would be greatly reduced. "What is it?" Fong Chen asked. "This ring is the strongest inheritance of my tyrant demon clan. However, the ring is contaminated with that stupid tiger's lethal poison. However, I've been refining the lethal poison these past few years, and it's already weakened to its weakest state. Completely refine the poison from my ring and then hand it to my clansman," Ancestor Tyrant Demon said. "I'll try," Fong Chen said, "but I can't guarantee success." "All right, as long as you succeed, my Tyrant Demon clan will definitely not forget your kindness." Ancestor Tyrant Demon seemed somewhat excited. The transparent gem swayed, constantly emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, a ring fell into Fong Chen's palm. Chapter 2876. Fong Chen opened his palm, allowing the ring to land in his palm. Hiss! 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 The moment he touched it, the poison began to corrode his palm. A powerful corrosive force spread out. "If I was at my peak, I might be afraid of you." But now Fong Chen grinned. The medicinal effects of the poisonous calamity, divine pill instantly emerged in his body. He rolled up the ring and began to refine the poison. The poison that had experienced the resplendence of time could not compete with the medicinal effects of the poisonous calamity divine pill. In almost the blink of an eye, the poison was refined. The ring returned to its original state, flashing with light. Fong Chen played with the ring and smiled. "I've already completely refined the poison." "Oh!" A doubtful voice came from the transparent gem. "Little friend, I don't blame you for being unable to refine the poison, but if you want to deceive me, then you're wrong." Clearly, Ancestor Ba Yao did not believe Fong Chen's words. Swish! Fong Chen threw the ring into the void. The transparent gem flashed and sucked the ring over. Instantly, the transparent gem trembled violently. Ancestor Ba Yao cried out, "How is this possible?" With just a thought, he checked the ring thoroughly. He didn't expect that the poison had really disappeared without a trace. Isn't this too exaggerated? Ancestor Ba Yao could not believe that this was done by a human martial artist. Could it be that he has an innate poison body? Ancestor Ba Yao carefully observed and found that Fong Chen did not have the so-called innate poison body. He was even more puzzled. "It's just a coincidence that I swallowed a fake poisonous calamity divine pill from the Poisonous Calamity Pill Association," Fong Chen explained. Poisonous Calamity Pill Association? Ancestor Ba Yao had naturally heard of the Poisonous Calamity Pill Association, and even more so of the famous Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill. Even a fake Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill was not to be underestimated. No wonder. Looks like I've found the right person. Ancestor Ba Yao laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. After rejoicing, Ancestor Ba Yao handed the ring to Fong Chen and said, "From today onwards, you are the great benefactor of my Ba Yao tribe. Once you leave, the Ba Yao tribe will definitely obey your orders." "Aren't you going out?" Fong Chen asked. The transparent gem sunk into silence. After a long time it sighed and said, "All that's left of me is a strand of remnant consciousness. After experiencing the baptism of time, it's about to collapse. If not for this tyrant demon gem, my body and soul would have long been destroyed. I set up a demon clan formation in this cave, so I can barely survive. If I leave this place, I will definitely die. Tell me the core technique of the demon clan's array formation." "I'll set up a demon clan array formation, and you'll be the array foundation." "Won't we be able to leave then?" "Who knows, he might even be reborn in the future," Fong Chen said disapprovingly. This ancestor tyrant demon was somewhat hesitant. After all, the Fey race's array formations could only be set up by a non-Fey. Fong Chen was just a human cultivator. How could he set up an array formation just because he wanted to? This Fong is not talented. I've already clearly seen the trajectory of the demon clan's array formation. I'm just a little confused about the method of setting it up. If you tell me, perhaps I really can set it up, Fang Qin continued. In fact, he had his reasons for wanting to bring Ancestor Ba Yao out. By bringing the latter along, he could control the Ba Yao tribe and also obtain some secrets about the immortal divine mountain. This was killing two birds with one stone. All right, at this point, I have nothing to hide. Little brother, if you want to give it a try, feel free to do so. After saying this, Ancestor Ba Yao told Fang Qin in detail about the method of setting up the demon clan's array formation. After digesting it for an hour, a smile appeared on Fang Qin's face. No matter how many changes there are, it's still the same. Whether it's a human clan's array formation or a demon clan's array formation, it's still a part of the array Dao. Fang Qin suddenly came to a realization. His mind shook, and his array Dao aura suddenly rose. Xiao! Inspiration flashed through his mind as he seemed to have comprehended something. His hands continuously formed seals. Using the existing demon clan array as a foundation, he began to set up the great demon clan array. This, within the transparent gem in the air, Ancestor Ba Yao was tongue-tied when he saw the scene. Is this a legendary genius? Ancestor Ba Yao murmured. Anything could be learned with a single glance. Even in the ancient era, this would surely shake the primordial chaos, right? Wave after wave of array, Dao aura burst out from Fang Qin's body. Fang Qin combined his own array Dao concepts with Ancestor Ba Yao's and easily set up a majestic array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the formation, a vast amount of energy whizzed past. Array rise. Fang Qin lightly shouted. With a suction force from his palm, the transparent gem was immediately sucked over and placed in the center of the array. How is it? After doing all this, Fang Qin clapped his hands and asked, Wonderful, simply wonderful beyond words. After seeing you, I feel like I've lived my life in vain. Ancestor Ba Yao praised. Fang Qin had only listened to his explanation once, and he was already able to set up a demon race formation. Although it was just a formality, it was already sufficiently powerful. Can this array take you away? Since it was set up by Fang Qin, he could naturally control it as he wished. Yes, it can, but while Ancestor Ba Yao was still hesitating, he discovered that he had appeared in a mysterious space. This is, sensing the sharp aura in the air, Ancestor Ba Yao cried out involuntarily, The aura of the Cavern Ruins Emperor! You know of the Cavern Ruins Emperor too? Fang Qin smiled. Of course. Who doesn't know of an expert who once stood at the peak of the primordial chaos? Ancestor Ba Yao said, I really didn't expect you to be the successor of the Cavern Ruins Emperor. I've misjudged you. Although you can't escape from this array, you can slowly recover in Immortal Cave Mountain. Fang Qin said, As long as I don't die, you'll be fine. I'll never forget your kindness. Ancestor Ba Yao said solemnly, Big brother, what's this? Xiaohua, who was playing with the pure-blooded beast cub, suddenly ran over. His body was filled with powerful flames. Don't. Ancestor Ba Yao hurriedly stopped Xiaohua from entering the array. He couldn't stand the flames on his body. Fire seed? Is this the descendant of the fire demon, True Lord? Ancestor Ba Yao was incomparably shocked. However, when he saw the pure-blooded beast cub, he was speechless. The descendant of a pure-blooded beast from the ancient era? At this moment, Ancestor Ba Yao didn't know how to describe Fang Qin. The successor of the Cavern Ruins Emperor, the descendant of the fire demon True Lord, and the pure-blooded beast cub. This guy had given him too much shock. Don't cause trouble, you two, Fang Qin said. Big brother, I can sense the aura of the demon race within the array, Xiaohua said, waving his little hand. A scorching flame surged into the sky. Xiaohua, the aura of the demon race you're sensing belongs to Ancestor Ba Yao. He's our friend, not our enemy, Fang Qin explained. Oh, Xiaohua kept his fire seed. Why do you care so much? Eat it, Tuntin. The pure-blooded beast cub spoke in human language. Your lord here loves to eat the ancestors of the various races. They're great tonics." Fang Chen was speechless. To think that this little thing would take the initiative to speak in human language right now, even though it couldn't be bothered to talk to him earlier on. In the depths of the mountain range, the members of the Ba Yao race were resting. All of a sudden, a deafening sound rang through the sky. Suddenly, the face of the Ba Yao race's leader changed as he snorted coldly. "That reckless human! To think that he would dare to mess around within the forbidden grounds of our Ba Yao race. He's courting death." "Leader," the members of the race rushed over and looked at the cave with some wariness. "Don't worry, the human is courting death. He can't do anything," the leader of the Ba Yao race said indifferently. However, at this moment, the door of the cave suddenly opened and a ray of light shot out from within. "What's that?" The leader of the Ba Yao race was the first to discover that something was wrong. When he saw that the figure in the ray of light was the human warrior from before, he was instantly enraged. "Damn human!" In the huge mountain range, a vast power swept over. The leader of the Ba Yao race immediately stopped Fang Chen. The latter slowly appeared and looked at the former with a smile. "Human, you've broken into my race's forbidden grounds. Your crime is unforgivable. Kill yourself here, or don't blame me for being impolite." The leader of the Ba Yao race exuded a terrifying aura as he threatened. "Leader of the Ba Yao race," Fang Chen called out, "I'm the benefactor of your Ba Yao race." "Bullshit. See if I don't twist your head off." The leader of the Ba Yao race was enraged and was about to attack. However, at this moment, a reprimand came from the dark cave mountain. Chapter 2877. As soon as his voice fell, a powerful ripple appeared in the void. Seeing this, the Tyrant Demon Clan leader's face suddenly changed. "What's going on?" At this moment, he was shocked to find that the Tyrant Demon bloodline in his body was rapidly solidifying. No one knew better than him what this meant. Once the Tyrant Demon bloodline solidified, it meant death. Impossible. The Tyrant Demon tribe leader shook his head frantically, his eyes rolling rapidly. He did not believe that a human martial artist could silently suppress him to such an extent. Crash! Just as the Tyrant Demon tribe leader was about to cut off all means of retreat, the powerful pressure suddenly disappeared and the void returned to normal. The Tyrant Demon tribe leader's heart trembled as he looked at Fang Chen in horror. The dark cave mountain opened and a powerful demon race aura was released. "He is the benefactor of my Tyrant Demon tribe. How dare you attack him?" The voice of Ancestor, Tyrant Demon, shocked the Tyrant Demon tribe leader. "Ancestor." The Tyrant Demon tribe leader's eyes widened as he stared at the dark cave mountain. He could clearly feel that the demon race aura coming from the dark cave mountain was definitely the aura of his Tyrant Demon tribe. Moreover, this aura was extremely familiar. It was exactly the same as that of his fallen ancestor. "Is it really you?" The Tyrant Demon tribe leader's heart raced as he asked anxiously. "It's me." Ancestor, Tyrant Demon, snorted. "Ancestor is not dead? That's great." The Tyrant Demon tribe leader was very excited. He was sure that Ancestor Tyrant Demon was not dead. If I didn't appear, my benefactor would have been killed by you." Ancestor Tyrant Demon said in a deep voice. "Ancestor, he." The Tyrant Demon tribe leader was very confused. How did Fang Chen suddenly become the ancestor of the Tyrant Demon tribe? It was too unbelievable. However, even though he was very puzzled, he forced himself to suppress it. He respectfully invited Fang Chen to the cave residence and entertained him with good wine. During this time, Ancestor Tyrant Demon told the Tyrant Demon tribe leader about the ins and outs of the matter. The latter was enlightened and was filled with admiration for Fang Chen. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my tribe." Tyrant Monster Patriarch cupped his fists and thanked him. "It was my fault before. I am willing to bear all the consequences." Fong Chen waved his hand. It's fine. Do you understand now? If it weren't for Brother Fong, I wouldn't have been able to leave the cave, let alone bring out the inheritance ring. Ancestor Ba Yao said, I have already sworn a martial oath. Within the territory of the immortal Divine Mountain, my Ba Yao clan will be fully responsible for the safety of Brother Fong. Do you understand? Understood. Don't worry, Ancestor. As long as our tyrant monster tribe is not exterminated, nothing will happen to our benefactor. Ancestor Ba Yao patted his chest and guaranteed. Voila! Fong Chen handed the inheritance ring to Patriarch Ba Yao and said, This is your clan's inheritance ring. After receiving the inheritance ring, clan leader Ba Yao was incomparably excited. Ha ha ha, from now on, my tyrant monster clan will rise. The tyrant monster clan leader laughed wildly. However, at the same time, he admired Fong Chen even more. If it weren't for Fong Chen, he wouldn't have been able to refine the poison on the inheritance ring. That damned tiger monster clan. How dare they plot against my clan's ancestor? This grudge must be avenged. Patriarch Ba Yao said coldly. In the following time, Patriarch Ba Yao began to wholeheartedly accept the ancestor's inheritance. As for Fong Chen, he was also cultivating in seclusion within the tyrant monster clan's territory, absorbing the energy within the heavenly talisman pearl. Last time he had already absorbed 10% of the energy within the heavenly talisman pearl, and his talisman Dao had clearly improved by a lot. This time he wanted to break through to a higher level of talisman Dao, so he had made ample preparations. Brother Fong, when I was traveling through the immemorial chaos, I obtained a special ore. After investigating it, I found that it was a talisman type ore, and I have kept it until now. Now I am giving it to you. Ancestor Ba Yao said. After receiving the ore, Fong Chen carefully observed it. The ore looks ordinary on the outside, but it contains an extremely strong talisman aura. Fong Chen was a little surprised. He activated the talisman power within his body and injected it into the ore, instantly activating it. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. The absorption speed of the heavenly talisman pearl was originally very slow, but at this moment, it suddenly increased by 30%. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, but soon understood. Thinking about it, this talisman type or should have been refined by a powerful talisman master. Whoosh whoosh! The energy within the heavenly talisman pearl continuously flowed into Fong Chen's body. When the latter absorbed half of the energy, his speed increased again. At this moment, the talisman was also exhausted. 3 years passed as if it was just yesterday. In the tyrant monster clan's territory, a black ray of light suddenly shot into the sky, and wild laughter could be heard from the void. Patriarch Ba Yao had broken through, and he was extremely excited. In 3 years, he had completely accepted the inheritance of the ring, and his strength was incomparable to before. Too strong. After a moment of excitement, Patriarch Ba Yao landed on the ground and muttered to himself, If I were to face that idiot now, I would definitely be able to crush him. The inheritance of the ring was extremely powerful. If he continued to comprehend it, the rise of the tyrant monster clan would not be a problem. At this moment, Patriarch Ba Yao was bursting with confidence. With a leap, he arrived at the place where Fong Chen was cultivating in seclusion. Coincidentally, Fong Chen also came out of seclusion. In front of him, there were some or fragments, and his body was surging with a vast amount of talisman power. Crack! When he stood up, the heavenly talisman pearl shattered and turned into ashes, drifting away with the wind. He looked inside his body, and the talisman power was boundless to the extreme, as if there was a vast ocean in his body. Is this the talisman Dao? After 3 years, he had completely absorbed the energy within the heavenly talisman pearl and completely mastered Yunling, Er's talisman Dao. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a beautiful flower appeared in his palm. This was a talisman flower, and its attack power was comparable to a star venerable. Phew! Fong Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and with a flick of his finger, the talisman flower collapsed. Congratulations, benefactor. You've succeeded. Patriarch Ba Yao cupped his fists and congratulated him. Fong Chen nodded. You've done well, too. Your strength has improved a lot in 3 years. I can't compare to you. After interacting with Fong Chen for some time, the Tyrant Monster Clan's clan leader knew very well how terrifying Fong Chen was. In just 3 years, this guy had cultivated from a weak talisman master to such a realm. Now he could easily kill an early star venerable with just the talisman Dao. If he went all out, his combat power would definitely be off the charts. It's time. As early as 3 years ago, Fong Chen had decided that after Patriarch Ba Yao's strength improved, he would go to the Tiger Monster Clan to explore the secret of the lotus. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Patriarch Ba Yao said excitedly. The territory of the Tiger Monster Clan was adjacent to that of the Tyrant Monster Clan. The two clans had always been at odds, but the patriarchs of the two clans were equally powerful, so no one could do anything to the other. As a result, the relationship between the two clans was relatively peaceful. Fong Chen and Patriarch Ba Yao soon arrived above the territory of the Tiger Monster Clan. Patriarch, that's the lotus of the immortal Calamity Life Lotus, but it was stolen by a human. That's right. Our Tiger Demon Clan went through a lot of hardships to get a lotus petal. What should we do? Should we just give up like this? The immortal Calamity Life Lotus is too important to our clan. Without the lotus, how can we compete for the immortal Calamity Life Lotus? Many clansmen of the Tiger Monster Clan gathered together to discuss a plan. The lotus of the immortal Calamity Life Lotus was extremely important to the Tiger Monster Clan, as it was related to the rise of the clan. However, it was stolen by a human warrior, which was unacceptable. Many clansmen were discussing, but Patriarch Ba Yao was silent. At this moment, a thunderclap resounded through the sky. A mighty voice reverberated throughout the entire Tiger Demon Clan. Stupid tiger, your grandpa is here. Why don't you come out to greet me? This voice was extremely arrogant and instantly angered the entire Tiger Monster Clan. Who dares to be so arrogant in the Tiger Monster Clan? He's too arrogant. Patriarch Ba Yao raised his head and looked at the void with his dark eyes. Ba Yao, our clans have nothing to do with each other. What are you doing in my clan? While speaking, Patriarch Ba Yao's huge body floated in the air and looked at Patriarch Ba Yao from a distance. What am I doing? What do you think I'm doing here? Patriarch Ba Yao sneered. Do I need to remind you of what your Tiger Monster Clan has done? Huh. Chapter 2878. Seeing Fong Chen, it meant that there was still a chance to get the lotus fragment back. However, the Tiger Demon Patriarch's heart trembled. The Tyrant Demon Patriarch and this human martial artist came together. Could it be that he had given the lotus fragment to the Tyrant Demon Clan? Thinking of this, the Tiger Demon Patriarch had a bad feeling. Boy, you still dare to show up. Hand over the lotus fragment, or my Tiger Demon Clan will kill you. The Tiger Demon Patriarch threatened. No matter what, even if the chance was slim, he had to give it a try. After all, the lotus fragment was too important to the Tiger Demon Clan. The lotus fragment is indeed with me, but I don't intend to hand it over. Fong Chen smiled and said, I came here today for 2 things. The first is to take revenge for the time when you tried to kill me, and the second is to ask for some information about the lotus fragment. Humph! If you don't hand over the lotus fragment, even the Tyrant Demon Clan can't save you. The Tiger Demon Patriarch roared angrily. Stupid tiger, this man is the benefactor of my Tyrant Demon Clan. If you are disrespectful to him, you are disrespectful to my Tyrant Demon Clan. The Tyrant Demon Patriarch said, I don't mind declaring war on your Tiger Demon Clan. Tyrant Demon, you, Tiger Demon Zhang was very angry. He stared at the Tyrant Demon Patriarch with his big eyes. The latter did not show any weakness and emitted a terrifying aura. My Tyrant Demon Clan and your Tiger Demon Clan are natural enemies. Moreover, I am here to avenge my ancestor. The Tyrant Demon Patriarch said in a deep voice, back then your Tiger Demon Clan's ancestor plotted against my clan's ancestor. How can I forget such a deep hatred? Haha. The Tiger Demon Patriarch's face darkened completely. So, you are determined to be enemies with my Tiger Demon Clan? The Tiger Demon Patriarch asked. Haven't I always been like this? The Tyrant Demon Patriarch spread out his hands and said, Good, very good. Since you are here to seek death, don't blame my Tiger Demon Clan for not showing mercy. The Tiger Demon Patriarch said domineeringly, Since you are here today, none of you can leave. I will show you the means of my Tiger Demon Clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tiger Demon Clan soared into the sky and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, the clan members spread out and formed a huge battle formation. Rumble, vast fighting spirit, soared into the sky. The Tiger Demon Clan came out in full force, wanting to kill clan leader Ba Yao in one fell swoop. Kill Patriarch Ba Yao first. The Tiger Demon Clan leader commanded the battle formation while attacking. Stupid tiger, you miscalculated. When the attack of the Tiger Demon Clan leader was about to land on the body of the Tyrant Demon Clan leader, the latter sneered and clawed at the void. Voila! A powerful force shot out. The Tiger Demon Patriarch felt the void distorting as his body was being squeezed. Not good. At this time, the Tiger Demon Patriarch shouted in his heart. His figure flashed, and he dodged the attack of the Tyrant Demon Patriarch. Your strength? After stabilizing himself, the Tiger Demon Clan leader widened his eyes and looked at the Tyrant Demon Clan leader. Is your understanding of me still the same as before? You're too naive. The Patriarch of the Tyrant Demon Tribe and Fong Qin looked at each other. Then they soared into the sky and fought with the Patriarch of the Tiger Demon Tribe. Humph! The Patriarch of the Tiger Demon Tribe snorted. The two patriarchs engaged in a fierce battle. The combined attack formation below surrounded Fong Qin. Kill the human for me and search for the lotus pieces. The Patriarch of the Tiger Demon Tribe transmitted his voice while fighting. Kill! Many members of the Tiger Demon Clan roared crazily and launched an attack at the same time. The combined attack formation is useless against me. It was unknown when the hidden star sword had appeared in his palm. He only lightly waved his palm, and an unimaginable sword light burst out from the hidden star sword. Swoosh! The sword light penetrated the layers of space and hit the combined attack formation hard. Crack! In the past 3 years, the attack power of the illusory sword had increased tremendously. With just one sword, it blasted a hole in the combined attack formation that the Tiger Demon Clan was so proud of. If it were all holy venerables joining forces to arrange the combined attack formation, I wouldn't be able to do anything. But you! Fong Chen's face was full of sarcasm. The hole in the combined attack formation caused a commotion. Many members of the Tiger Demon Clan roared angrily. However, what greeted them was the powerful sword light. Every time a beam of sword light struck the joint attack formation, it would kill a member of the Tiger Demon Clan from a distance. Crash! Fong Qin stretched out his finger and tapped the sky a few times. Suddenly, a powerful talisman burned. Buzz! The talisman exploded and a vast force came, instantly engulfing the entire Tiger Demon Clan. In the blink of an eye, many members of the Tiger Demon Clan began to be defeated. In the sky, the Patriarch of the Tiger Demon Clan was also retreating. Damn it! How can he be so strong? The Patriarch of the Tiger Demon Clan was bitter and furious. Originally, his strength was comparable to that of the Patriarch of the Tiger Demon Clan, but now his opponent had completely crushed him. This can't go on. The Patriarch of the Tiger Demon Clan thought. If he didn't use his trump card, the entire Tiger Demon clan would be destroyed. Tyrant Demon, you forced me to do this. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. At the same time, he took out a black pill from his chest. Crack! He crushed the pill. Suddenly, a black aura escaped and shot toward the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan. Not good. Although the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan was prepared, he was still hit. After the black aura invaded his body, his lips turned black, which was a sign of poisoning. It's useless. This is a poison pill left behind by my clan's ancestor. Even a tribulation supremacy can't break it. Don't waste your energy. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan sneered. I didn't want to use it, but you forced me. After today, the Tyrant Demon clan will no longer exist in the immortal Divine Mountain. Seeing that the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan was pale and his aura was weak, the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan laughed. His gaze fell on Fong Qin, who was slaughtering his clansmen below. Die. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fong Qin. Crash! Suddenly, thousands of phantoms appeared in the void. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan grabbed at them, and the phantoms all shattered. Fong Qin came behind the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan. He placed his hands on the patriarch's back and continuously injected the poisonous calamity divine pill into his body. You want to break my clan's poison? Seeing Fong Qin's actions, the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan sneered. This clan leader Bai Yao's heart was filled with shock. He had finally witnessed how terrifying Fong Qin was with his own eyes. The power of the poison has eroded my inner core and almost killed me. However, my benefactor was able to completely refine the poison in my body in such a short time. After a few breaths, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan felt that the poison in his body had been completely refined. His complexion gradually recovered and his strength soared. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan saw that something was wrong and attacked. All of you go to hell. Get lost. At this time, Fong Qin had already retracted his hands and looked coldly at the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan. I'll leave the rest to you. Is there a problem? Fong Qin asked. Don't worry if I can't even deal with a stupid tiger. How can I face my benefactor? As soon as his voice fell, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan was full of fighting spirit and fought with the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan. Dong! After a collision, the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan retreated. How is it possible? You were poisoned by my clan's poison? The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan couldn't believe it. Your clan's poison is nothing. With my benefactor here, no matter how strong the poison is, I have nothing to fear. The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan sneered. The patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan was shocked. In a few breaths, he refined the poison left by his ancestor. Who is this human martial artist? However, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan did not give him any more time. After a fierce battle, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan severely injured the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan with a punch. Bang! The latter's body fell to the ground and was instantly paralyzed. Benefactor, what about the other clansmen? The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan asked. It's up to you, Fong Qin said. He kept the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan to ask about the lotus. As for the other clansmen, he could deal with them at will. Okay, the patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan went on a killing spree. Miserable screams were incessant, and the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan fainted. After a long while, the smell of blood filled the air. The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan smiled and returned to Fong Qin. These stupid tigers have ulterior motives towards my benefactor. They all deserve to be killed. Fong Qin nodded gently and kicked the patriarch of the Tiger Demon clan. It suddenly woke up from its coma. Chapter 2879. The Tiger Demon patriarch's face was full of bitterness. He could not accept the fact in front of him. The Tiger Demon clan was powerful, but now it was destroyed by the tyrant demon patriarch and this human warrior in front of him. Damn it! The Tiger Demon patriarch's heart was full of anger and guilt. He had never thought that the Tiger Demon clan would be destroyed in his hands. Where did the lotus fragment come from? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. The Tiger Demon patriarch did not answer. Seeing this, the tyrant demon patriarch kicked the Tiger Demon patriarch's body, causing the latter to grit his teeth in pain. Speak! The tyrant demon patriarch threatened. Humph! Don't think you can get any information from me. The Tiger Demon patriarch roared. Really? The tyrant demon patriarch grinned and immediately waved his big claws, constantly ravaging the Tiger Demon patriarch. Miserable screams came from the void. After a while, the Tiger Demon patriarch surrendered. The tyrant demon patriarch's means were too cruel, even he could not resist. I got the lotus fragment from the Tiger Demon clan. The Tiger Demon patriarch hurriedly said. He really could not stand the tyrant demon patriarch's means. It was simply too painful. The Tiger Demon clan and my Tiger Demon clan have some connections. A long time ago, I helped the Tiger Demon patriarch with something. The latter was very excited, so he rewarded me with a lotus fragment. Tiger Demon clan? Hearing this, the tyrant demon patriarch's face changed and asked in surprise. The Tiger Demon patriarch hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, the Tiger Demon clan has a complete immortal calamity lotus, but they value it very much. You can't get it. After learning about the immortal calamity lotus from the Tiger Demon patriarch, Fang Chen's face showed a faint smile and immediately nodded. The tyrant demon patriarch saw this and understood tacitly. He slapped the Tiger Demon patriarch's head. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard, and the Tiger Demon patriarch's head instantly exploded. A miserable scream came out from his mouth. I am not reconciled. After the death of the clan leader of the Tiger Demons, the entire Tiger Demon race was considered to have been annihilated. The clan leader of the Tyrant Demon race had found a lot of treasures from their territories. However, these treasures were of no use to Fang Chen. Benefactor, do you really intend to go to the Divine Tiger Clan? Tyrant Demon Patriarch asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, That's right. One of my goals in entering the immortal Divine Mountain was to obtain the eternal tribulation life lotus. However, the Tiger God clan is not something that the Tiger God clan can compare with. If the Tiger God clan is compared to a child, then the Tiger God clan is an adult. The gap between the two clans is huge. If the Tiger God clan's patriarch takes action, you will undoubtedly die. The patriarch of the Tyrant Demon clan said worriedly. Although they were both demonic beasts, the Godly Tiger clan was many times stronger than the Tyrant Monster clan. The Godly Tiger clan is the absolute ruler of our region. Even if we, the Tyrant Monster clan, put in all our effort, we still can't fight against them. I hope that Benefactor can consider this carefully. The Tyrant Monster clan leader continued. Fang Chen had weighed the pros and cons before making this decision. I have made up my mind. I will leave today, Fang Chen said. As for you, stay in the Tyrant Monster clan and cultivate well. Against the Godly Tiger clan, even the patriarch of the Tyrant Monster clan would not be able to help. Therefore, Fang Chen did not plan to bring the patriarch along. The Tyrant Monster clan leader wanted to say something, but hesitated. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the Tyrant Monster clan leader sighed. The Godly Tiger clan's territory was far from the Tyrant Monster clan's territory. With Fang Chen's speed, it took him about a month's time to fly. Is this the Godly Tiger clan's territory? Fang Chen murmured. Looking at the winding mountain range in front of him, his face revealed a touch of indifference. This time he came to the Godly Tiger clan to look for the immortal Calamity Life Lotus. It was inevitable that he would go against the Godly Tiger clan. He must be careful, otherwise there would be the threat of death. After thinking for a moment, Fong Qin entered the godly tiger clan's territory. "Human, stop right there." Suddenly, a beast roar sounded. Then, two tiger-type demonic beasts blocked Fong Chen's path. Fong Chen's heart tightened. He was ready to take action. But after hearing the two demonic beasts' words, he gradually relaxed. "Human, what are you doing here?" One of the tiger-type demonic beasts asked. "Are you here to participate in the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan?" The other demonic beast asked in a deep voice. "Clan meeting?" Fong Chen's heart slightly moved. He beat them at their own game and said, "That's right. I heard that the godly tiger clan is holding a clan meeting, so I'm here to participate." "You can only participate in the clan meeting after passing the test," one of the demonic beasts said slowly. Then he suddenly threw out a punch, hitting Fong Chen's body. "Dong!" A deafening sound rang out. Fong Chen's body stood quietly, motionless. Seeing this, the tiger-type demonic beast's face changed. Then his attitude suddenly changed. "Human, you have passed the test. You can participate in the clan meeting. Follow this direction and continue to go to the godly tiger city to register." "Okay." Fong Qin nodded and quickly left. Although he did not know what the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan was, he still quickly went to the godly tiger city. Along the way, Fong Qin encountered many different races of monster beasts. These were all participating in the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan. There's a human? Finally, he met a human cultivator. Fong Qin was a little surprised. "Brother, are you also participating in the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan?" The white-robed man walked up to Fong Qin and asked with a smile. Fong Qin nodded and looked at the white-robed man. "My name is Huawin. How should I address this brother?" Huawin asked. "Fong Qin." Brother Fong came alone to participate in the clan meeting. "You must have heard something, right?" Huawin asked. Fong Qin looked at Huawin calmly and did not speak. Huawin waved the folding fan in his hand and grinned. In fact, the clan meeting of the godly tiger clan is the grandest event in this area. So all the cultivators in this area know about it, but only a few dare to participate. From Lu Xingxing, he knew that there were many cultivators who entered the immortal divine mountain a long time ago but were unable to leave. They were trapped here and gradually turned into natives. Thinking about it, this cultivator named Hua Wen should be like this. The clan meeting of the godly tiger clan is a competition between the younger generation of the clan on the surface, but in fact, it is to destroy all the human cultivators in this area. Hua Wen said in a deep voice. Fong Qin was a little surprised, since it was to destroy the human cultivators. Why would there be people participating in the clan meeting? Seeing Fong Qin's surprised face, Hua Wen explained, "Those who dare to participate are all powerful cultivators. They are not afraid of the godly tiger clan. Of course, the most important thing is that they are all here for the immortal tribulation life lotus. It is said that the immortal tribulation life lotus takes 9 epochs to mature, and has been nearly 9 epochs since the last time it matured. The winner of this clan meeting will be able to try to communicate with the immortal tribulation life lotus. If they succeed, they can take away the immortal tribulation life lotus." Hua Wen said, "Although they know it is a bait set by the godly tiger clan, there are still many who want to participate. I am one of them." The immortal tribulation life lotus was too important for cultivators. Rather than being mediocre for the rest of their lives, it was better to struggle. What if they obtained the immortal tribulation life lotus? This is a dead end. After listening for a while, Fong Qin understood that this clan meeting of the godly tiger clan was a dead end for human cultivators. So what? Trapped in the immortal divine mountain, unable to leave, and unable to find the legendary heaven's path. Will we always be like this? Hua Wen said with some excitement. Rather than that, we might as well struggle. "Brother, Since we met, it must be fate. Why don't we travel together? Huawen asked. Fang Chen nodded and walked side by side with Hua when towards Godly Tiger City. The clan meeting of the Godly Tiger clan attracted a lot of attention. Everyone in the area had heard the news, but very few had come to participate. Inside Godly Tiger City. Patriarch, the news has spread throughout the territory. I think all the human cultivators have heard about it. A clansman whispered. Beside him, the Godly Tiger Patriarch stood quietly, exuding a powerful aura. He nodded slowly. This clan meeting, we must annihilate all the human cultivators in the Godly Tiger territory. Those who dared to participate in the clan meeting were all geniuses of the human race. As for those who dared not show themselves, the Godly Tiger clan was not afraid. Right. Has there been any movement from Lu Xingxing? The Godly Tiger Patriarch's eyes flashed as he asked in a deep voice. We haven't heard anything about Lu Xingxing for the time being, but... The clansman whispered. But what? The Godly Tiger Patriarch asked. Lu Xingkong is a lone wolf. He is a man of his own temperament. Our God Tiger clan has no grudges with him. Given his character, as long as we don't provoke him, he shouldn't be an enemy of our God Tiger clan, said a clansman. The Godly Tiger Patriarch nodded. That may be the case, but we have to be careful. Lu Xingxing's strength is strange and unpredictable. In a lush valley, Lu Xingxing sat on a blue stone and gulped down a mouthful of spirit-quenching wine, gently wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes looked through the void in the direction of Godly Tiger City. The Godly Tiger clan wants to use the clan meeting to annihilate the human cultivators in the territory. I don't care. But if they dare to attack my brother, I, Lu Xingxing, will not agree. Lu Xingxing murmured. He and Fang Qin had similar temperaments and called each other brothers. He was quite optimistic about Fang Qin. However, I believe in Brother Fang. With his potential, if the Godly Tiger clan doesn't use any tricks, he will definitely stand out in the clan meeting. Maybe he can get first place and have a chance to communicate with Immortal Calamity Lotus. Lu Xingxing said. For him, the Immortal Calamity Lotus was not very useful. But for Fang Chen and the others, it was still very useful. Brother, come on. At the same time, Fang Chen was already close to Godly Tiger City. He raised his head and looked ahead. In the sky above the magnificent city, there was an illusory image of a divine tiger, protecting the entire city and emitting a powerful aura. What a strong pressure. The Godly Tiger clan is really not comparable to the Tiger Demon clan. Fang Chen murmured. He also knew that it would be very difficult to get the Immortal Calamity Lotus. It was over.